I think the Agecroft sculler just to move back to their station. But despite that early warning, she looks to have taken a lead of almost 2 lengths, which is quite a substantial lead at this point in the race.
Yeah, look, it seems like both scullers back on station now. They've navigated that warning. Dewar of Agecroft Rowing Club back on station, and that's a great shot of her there leading the way by, well, it looks almost 2 lengths, I think just a nudge under.
I was going to say 2 lengths might have been a little bit optimistic, but judging by her pace at the minute, I'm sure we'll see that margin open up very soon. And this is sort of perhaps the best sort of advocate of junior women's sculling in the UK that we can demonstrate. 2 scullers going at it at 9 o'clock in the morning down the Henley course. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, what a brilliant display of sculling. We've got some really lovely conditions here this morning. If you're tuning in on the live stream and you're supporting any of these athletes here in the dialys trophy, it is a lovely little tail breeze we've got coming down the course, and you can't quite see that from the shot that we've got here, but a little bit of sort of ripples on the water, nice tail breeze pushing these athletes down. I'm sure we'll see some fast times set today, and it will be Scarlett Dewar of Agecroft Rowing Club that will be looking to put down a marker here in this event.
Yeah, perhaps the favourite coming into this event with her A-final finish at National Schools. A pretty dominant display so far, just as we pass through the barrier mark as they come through the first sort of third of this race as they head down the rest of the course. As Camilla said, a bit of a tailwind today can make the boats, especially the smaller boats, a little bit unstable as we go down the river. But across the board, both athletes coping very, very well with the conditions.
Yeah, it's such a strong tail breeze that Ed and I can actually feel it here in our commentary position. We're sat just before halfway here, so the scullers will be coming past us in just a moment's time. But this is beautiful sculling here from Dewar of Agecroft Rowing Club. Like we've already heard, 8th at the National Schools Regatta this year. One of the sort of pinnacle events for juniors in the UK. And she's just picking up the boat really well there. She's utilising this tailwind just to get her blades in nice and quickly. And the boat's tapping on really nicely there, you can see from the picture.
Yeah, absolutely, looking very, very strong. And I believe you just look to the left-hand side of your picture. We can see the second race of the day underway between Meg Knight of Trentham Boat Club and Amelia Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School. Meg Knight, one of the top sculling athletes in the UK, represented the British team internationally over the last few weeks. Looks to have made a pretty flying start out of this already.
Yeah, and actually I was catching up with Meg's dad this morning, Jason. He's here supporting on the bank, and this second quarter-final, as we've already heard, of the dialys trophy. That's junior women's single sculls, and she's made a cracking start. You can absolutely see why she was a silver medalist at the National Schools Regatta just a few weeks ago. I think I would argue that Knight is the favourite in this event. And look at that distance she's opened up. We're only, a minute or so into this race, and based on the previous quarter-final, you can just see on the left-hand side of your picture there how much of an advantage she's managed to gain already. Yeah,
massive gap already at such an early stage in the race. As Camilla said, expected of a sculler of such high caliber. I think she's about to disappear off the top of the screen if we keep going at this rate. But as they just come past the commentary position there, you can see Meg just extending that lead out over her opposition from Reading Bluecoat School.
So yeah, on the left-hand side of your picture, just a reminder, this is the second quarter-final between Megan Knight of Trentham Boat Club and Amelia Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School, who's just come into pitch there. And on the right-hand side of your picture, that first quarter-final just coming into its closing stages between the sculler from Tideway Sculler School, Olivia Brett, and Scarlett Dewar of Agecroft Rowing Club, who is the one on your screen.
So we have 4 of these quarterfinals for the dialys trophy going on this morning. We'll flick to the third in just a moment. But we can see there just on the left-hand side of the picture, Meg Knight just extending that lead that she has over her opposition from Reading Bluecoat School as she approaches roughly the halfway mark of this race down the Henley stretch.
And of course, this trophy, the dialys trophy, named after the former chairman of British rowing, Dame Dialys, who unfortunately passed away around about 5 years ago now, I think. An absolute champion of this event, the Henley Women's Regatta, and I think very apt that our sort of up-and-coming scullers get to race under the name of the Dialys Trophy. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see such talent in these junior single sculls, and it looks like we're already off the start again with the next quarter-final here, Ed.
The officials aren't hanging around today, Camilla. They are ravenous with this pace. But this is the third quarter-final of the Dialys Trophy, the junior women's single sculls. This time between Ella Barsley-Taylor of Hartwood College and Isabel Kellen Shorthose of Marlow Rowing Club.
It looks like a great start here for Barsley-Taylor of Hartbury, who's just on the top of your picture there on the Berkshire station, which is the closest side to the spectators and the competitor area. And these scullers now just passing through what will be a packed spectator area later on today as we go through the rounds of the quarters, the semis, and then the finals for those trophies this afternoon. And again, just beautiful sculling. It's a few lengths here now to Barsley-Taylor. She'll be happy to sit there, I'm sure, for the next kind of 1,300, 1,100 metres or so. But looks like we're going to have some hot competition in the semi-finals here, Ed.
Yeah, the semi-finals for this event are going to be really, really interesting to watch. And for Barsley-Taylor to be leading the 6th-placed sculler at National Schools just a couple of weeks ago at this early stage in the race is a really, really big marker to lay down. And I'm sure the likes of Meg Knight that we've seen just come through the quarterfinals will be keeping an eye on these results as they head into their races later on in the day.
Barsley-Taylor, of course, racing under Hartbury College. They train just in Gloucester, actually, on the Sharpness Canal. Some beautiful water that they have there to train on, kilometres and kilometres on the Sharpness Canal. And I know that it doesn't have a stream or anything, or it can also get frozen over, but that is literally all that keeps them off the water there is a frozen canal. So they can train in pretty much any conditions. I think it bodes really well for those long winter miles, and it's certainly paying off there for her. But we're going to jump back to that previous quarter-final between Megan Knight and Amelia Carpenter, and as you can see from your picture, it's still Knight of Trenton Boat Club leading the way.
Yeah, you can see Knight there just striding the rate down a little bit as she crosses the line, just saving her legs for what I'm sure will be quite a ferocious fight later on in the day. And just behind her coming in, Amelia Carpenter of Reading Bluecoat School. But we're back up to the start now for the 4th round of the quarterfinals for this Dialys Trophy between Alice Bradley of Durham School and Mia Lawrence of Marlow Rowing Club, the second Marlow sculler that we've seen in these quarterfinals today. A good showing from that club this morning, Camilla. Yeah,
a really good showing from Marlow Rowing Club locals. They're just, I was about to say down the river, but up the river, presumably, from us here in Henley, not too far to travel. And on your picture there on the left-hand side, that is the Durham School athlete, Alice Bradley. She's 5th in the B final at National Schools, as we heard. Lots of competitors here making that transition to side-by-side racing at Henley Women's.
Bless you.
Thank you. Hay fever.
Yeah, I know it's a miserable one. Yeah, this is sort of part of the pinnacle of the summer season for these athletes. National Schools, as I'm sure most of you will be aware, is the big junior event of the year. 6-lane side-by-side racing over 3 days at Henley.
It's so popular now, it's actually 8 lanes, Ed.
8 lanes, sorry. I'm clearly stuck in the past, the dinosaur that I am. 8 lanes over 3 days at Donny Lake. Which gives all of these athletes a real taste of what the sport's about. I remember my first time racing was quite exciting, quite nerve-wracking, but quite exciting. I can imagine these scullers are feeling the same today.
Yeah, it'd be a really different feel here at Henley Women's Regatta. Just two boats side by side, and as we were saying at the open of the programme, you know, about as gladiatorial as it gets in the single sculls. And for these developing athletes in the junior categories, and this, the dialys trophy, the fourth quarterfinal, the final slots up for grabs in those semi-finals. And it looks to me like Mia Lawrence of Marlow Rowing Club on the left-hand side there of your screen. It was a tighter start than most of the other quarterfinals we've seen, but she's opened up now to a substantial lead coming in towards the spectator area.
Yeah, a really tight start, but the two scullers sort of separated themselves out over the course of the race. I think in the singles more than anywhere else, it really is a lot of those mind games, because as soon as you lose sight of your competitor, it becomes very, very difficult to try and claw back when you can't see anything to hold on to. But both scullers doing really fantastically well.
And in that previous race, we just saw the finish there of Ella Bardsley-Taylor just winning out over Marlow Rowing Club's Isabel Kellen's short hose.
And just moving back up to the start line, we now move on to the quarterfinals for the Regatta Cup, the junior women's double scull. You can see just lined up on the start line there the representatives of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Sorry, the representatives of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, Aggie Burton and Holden, and Tideway Sculler School, Alice McCarthy and Orla Harvey.
Yeah, lots of interest here coming from Gloucestershire. Wycliffe juniors, they're at the other end of the canal to Hartbury. They have their boathouse, about 10 kilometres away from Gloucester Rowing Club, which is where Hartbury train out of. So plenty of interest coming from them. You can see on the right-hand side, just whilst we're waiting for that event to start, we've still got on the course the sculler from Marlow Rowing Club, Mia Lawrence, making her way towards the finish line.
And then we can see just the conclusion of this last quarterfinal of the dialys trophy. The sculler from Marlow just finishing off her race, looking really strong in some slightly choppy conditions there, but no doubt benefiting from the tailwind.
So let's jump into the Regatta Cup then, Ed.
The Regatta Cup, indeed. You can see there both crews, both Wycliffe and Scullers, got a nice tidy start. Wycliffe, I think, just got away a little bit sharper than their opposition from the Scullers. Wycliffe, a program that's come on sort of leaps and bounds, really, over the last 2 years. I remember looking back at their national schools results last year and seeing them just sort of come from nowhere to sort of be a real contender in the field.
Yeah, and I was actually on the launch yesterday for one of their heats. I was luckily joined by one of their teachers from the school who was very excited by this combination. Anne Burt in the bow seat here for Wycliffe. She's actually on a one-year programme studying at Wycliffe College. She's come all the way from Norway to study for 1 year and utilising that programme and wanting to row for Wycliffe. And she's been joined in the stroke seat by Aggie Burt. But it looks like that early result has been overturned by Scullers here, Ed.
Yeah, flying start for Wycliffe, but Scullers just seem to have had a little more in the legs. And you can see as both crews come past, they just is super strong in these conditions. The Wycliffe combination, winners of the WJ17 category at the scullery, but the Scullers crew by no means lacking either, with a win in the junior double at JSR and a gold in the National Schools Regatta. So I think we've got the winners of the WJ17 and WJ18 category at the scullery racing against each other.
Yeah, that's great to see, isn't it? And I think that's the best thing about Henley Women's is it kind of brings together, you know, if you want to go for the trophy and you want to go for the overall win, you've got to step up. And, you know, there is a category for J16s, but if you're a J17 crew, you've just got to bite the bullet and go for that overall junior trophy. This here, the Regatta Cup in this junior double sculls event. And it's shaping up to be quite a tight race here. You know, Scullers had a better settle coming off the end of the island, but Wycliffe are digging in deep.
Yeah, it's a really good race at the start of today's racing. The Scullers seem to have come through and, to my eye, still seem to be leading by about a length as they approach the latter stages of this race. But just looking over to the other side of your picture now, we move on to the second Regatta Cup quarterfinal of the day, this time between Sir William Perkins School and Tideway Scullers. The 2 races in a row with Scullers. Again, a real suggestion of the strength of the junior program at Scullers at the moment, Camilla.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you have to really tip your hat to the fact that to get 4 athletes racing in these quarterfinals when you've got to progress through a time trial, there are limited spaces in this event. Really strong to see Scullers, well, leading, as you can see from the right-hand side of your picture, currently Wycliffe in that 1 quarterfinal and lining up on the start, ready to contest a 2nd quarterfinal. Absolutely amazing stuff. But I think this first quarterfinal, Wycliffe are not letting Tideway Scullers go. We'll talk about the next quarterfinal in just a second. You can see it's been a great start there for Sir William Perkins on the left-hand side of your picture. We'll come back to that in a moment, because I'm really interested to see how the first quarterfinal is shaping up on the right-hand side of your picture.
Yeah, always difficult to judge from the angle that we get along the side of the river. I think, to my Scullers still have the lead, but Wycliffe aren't letting them go. I'd expect nothing less of a crew from Wycliffe dogged in every race that they race in over the last few years. But I think it's still Scullers that are going to take the win, although the camera may be deceiving my eye.
Yeah, and look, Wycliffe are keeping really nice and tight to this Berkshire bank, which is absolutely the best way to be on this station, to stay out of any stream, keeping your blades tight to that line. It's scary, as we've already said, especially as a junior crew, but they're handling it really well there. You can see Wycliffe close up now on your screen, but you know, they're not letting Scullers go. Absolutely, Scullers are still in the lead, but yeah, it's definitely the closest quarterfinal we've had this morning, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you can just see the Scullers crew there haven't quite been able to stride down as much as they perhaps might have liked. They're still under pressure from that Wycliffe crew. But I think at this stage, bar minor disaster, the Scullers crew are home and dry.
Well, we'll keep a little eye on that one just as we jump into the next race. Then we've already kind of briefly mentioned this, the next race of the Regatta Cup, and Sir William Perkins here are dominating, Ed.
Yeah, it's a great start from Perkins, and they've just stretched out and out as this quarterfinal has gone on. These 2 girls were the winners, the silver medalists of the championship girls doubles at National Schools Regatta just a few weeks ago. So a very strong and well-experienced pairing coming into this regatta. The bow seat is deep in the trials process for GB and is heading up Sir William Perkins as captain of boats next year. So deep experience across the board in this boat, and it seems to be showing in this quarterfinal so far.
Yeah, so you can see there on the left-hand side of your picture the bow seat that Ed was just speaking about, going through that GB junior trialling process, and it would be a very strong indication to the selectors if they were to progress through in this event. I know that it's always watched very keenly by those GB junior selectors to take a look at the talent and the pipeline we've got coming through. But yeah, this Perkins double are just seeming to extend this lead over Tideway Scullers. And yeah, I mean, look, no upsets here from that championship silver medalist crew from the National Schools Regatta.
No, Perkins looking very comfortable as they move through this race. Scullers keeping pace up nicely, but just not quite able to close down that gap on their opposition. So this is the 2nd quarterfinal of the Regatta Cup, the junior women's double scull. And just on the left-hand side of your picture, we can see the 3rd quarterfinal taking place. This time between Sydney Rowing Club Australia and Hartbury College Rowing Association. So an international entry here, Camilla.
Yeah, and I love seeing the international crews come over, because we've got not really much of a gauge or a marker on how they're going to measure up against the best of the UK. And so if they've travelled all the way here from Sydney, you'd hope and think they've got a point to prove here, Ed.
Yeah, you would assume so. It's a long way to come to get knocked out on day 1, which this crew haven't. They've progressed through to the quarterfinals. It looks to be quite a tight start from both crews. But there will be a lot of power and a lot of expectation on this Sydney crew as they come through. And they look to me just perhaps to have a canvas or so lead in this early stage of the race.
Yeah, but continuing to move away, and that distinctive light blue of Sydney Rowing Club now coming past your picture. And they're really high rate of striking, aren't they? You can see the impact that the tailwind is having on the drive, right? Their legs are shooting down so quickly, and the boat is moving at pace here, Ed.
Yeah, the coaches, I'm sure, will be delighted. Watching that acceleration in the drive is something coaches are always harking on about, and for the Sydney crew to be doing a spectacular job in Henley will be much favoured by their coaches, I'm sure. But a very strong start for the Sydney crew, as it is for the Hartpury crew. We'll keep an eye on that race as it progresses.
Yeah, and there you can see top of your picture the crew from New South Wales, and we've got Leicester Page, the 18-year-old, partnered up with Laura Cypher, 16 years of age, competing in this category, this junior category. And they've just got a length's lead as they come towards the barrier marker, and they'll be wanting to shake off this crew from Hartpury. You know, a length is not comfortable enough, is it?
No, a length perhaps in the bigger boats will give you enough wiggle room, but in the doubles, a length is still dangerous territory. So I'm sure Sydney will continue their high rate of striking just to try and squeeze out a little bit of clear water and perhaps even move up to 2 lengths, which at the moment they look like they would be very capable of. But from that shot there, you can see just how much higher the Sydney crew are taking their rate, how many times their blades enter the water each minute, and it's that at the minute that's giving them their advantage over their opposition from Hartpury.
Yeah, look, they're littered with accolades. This Australian crew, they've contested at the New South Wales Championships, picking up a heap of first places, especially Leicester Page, who picked up first places in the under-19s quad, in the under-21s 8, and also the under-21s lightweight single as well. You know, so a really talented athlete there for Sydney, but it's she's partnered up with yet another experienced athlete, even at 16 years old, also contesting in those under-21 crews and picking up places left, right and centre. This really is going to be a formidable crew in this event.
Yeah, competing up a category is never easy. Winning and taking medals in those categories when you're competing up is a really, really strong indication of the calibre of a crew. And you can see that it's given that Sydney crew quite a lot of confidence as they come through.
Yeah, and we'll jump back to that race in a moment because it's still not over yet, I would say. Sydney looking good, but we'll jump to the next of these quarterfinals in the Rayner Cup, and that will take place between Shiplake College on the Berkshire station and George Heriot School on the Buckinghamshire station. So to those of you watching at home who have no idea what that means, when I say Berkshire and Buckinghamshire, that means we've got Shiplake College on the right-hand side of your picture, and we've got the crew from George Heriot School, who Edinburgh, if you're not familiar, on the left-hand side of your picture.
Absolutely, the names always confuse me every year, Camilla, so I'm glad of the reminder. Keeps me in check.
Watson's, Heriots, all the Georges from Edinburgh.
You'd think by now I had it nailed down, but I just assume they're Scottish. No, another great start here. And I think, again, we commented earlier on the sort of development of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club as a centre for junior women's sculling. And Shiplake has become another one over the last couple of years, winning the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Regatta last year and sort of sweeping the season. But this year sort of expanded out into the smaller boats a little bit more and are sort of properly becoming sort of a mainstay of the British junior women's sculling scene.
Yeah. Megan Hadfield and Maya Jackson here for Shiplake College. They're still just trying to shake the overlap that George Heriots have got. Isla Bathgate and Amy Newton contesting in that George Heriot School double. And Shiplake College, of course, will have they do have indeed a junior women's quad contesting in the regatta as well. This double, I'm not sure whether it's a development double, you know, sort of pipeline for that quad in later years, or whether it's just kind of an expansion of their current junior women's 18 setup. but they are currently leading ahead of George Heriot School.
They are a strong performance on Shiplake. I believe at least one, if not both, these athletes was in the B crew for Shiplake last year, both at National Schools Regatta and Henley Royal. So experienced not only in racing but also on this Henley course, which, as you said earlier, can very easily throw crews of any caliber with the booms and the island pushing them around as they move down the course. But just as the camera pans around there, we can see that, to me, Shiplake probably got about a length and a quarter, length and a half lead. Certainly clear water over their opposition from George Heriot's.
Yeah, and we can continue to feel the wind here on the course. It's a tailwind, just if you're tuning in at home and you're, either a couple of miles from Henley or you're hundreds of miles from Henley. I'm sure I'm absolutely sure we would have had some Sydney fans tuning in the previous race. So if you're tuning in from Australia, hello. It's a lovely tail breeze here in Henley-on-Thames, and that is why the water's a tiny bit bumpy, but it's pushing the crews in the right direction.
It is, yeah, making their times down the course today quite speedy. Not quite sure whether it's record-breaking conditions yet, but certainly some fast times coming down. And we can see just on the right-hand side, just the conclusion of that race between Shiplake College and George Heriot's, and just lining up on the start line, which we'll see in just a moment, is the first of the junior women's 8 races, the Peabody Cup. Once again, we have 4 quarterfinals lined up, the first of which will be between Hinksey Sculling School and Wimbledon High School.
So yeah, this is the final quarter-final of the Rayner Cup on your screens now. A beautiful shot there of Shiplake College, who you can just see the backsplash on the blades there as they place them into the water. And it can be difficult in the tailwind because the boat's running away from you. Try and get up and onto the catch and get those blades in the water when the boat's moving so quickly can be difficult. And we've got this picture from behind here. Heriot still in with a shout, though. George Heriot School, Bathgate Newton on the left-hand side of your screen now. And they've not gone away, Ed.
No, they haven't. I'm sure Shipley would have preferred to have a little bit more of a lead at this point. And it perhaps is even that George Heriot is beginning to close back on the double. As soon as the boat classes start getting a little bit bigger, that sort of rapid change of speed becomes more difficult. But in the doubles, you have that sort of perfect mix of power and agility. And it might be that sort of potent mix that George Heriot is using to their advantage at the moment.
Wow, look at that acceleration from the Heriot's crew. They've woken up in the middle stages of this race, and we've got a race on our hands here, Ed.
This is massively exciting. I think we've gone from about a length and a half down to a length. I think.
Yeah, certainly overlap. Just shy of a length here, but that was the finish line in that closing stages. They closed back well, but not enough to get them into the semi-finals. But as we said, the Peabody Cup lining up here on the start, Ed.
Yeah, the Peabody Cup, the Junior Women's 8 event here at Henley Women's Regatta, another category that's seen an explosion over the last couple of years thanks to its inclusion at other regattas around the country. On the right-hand side of your picture there, you see Hinksey Sculling School, another college that is really developing in the junior rowing space. And on the other side, Wimbledon High School, a mainstay of the junior scene in the UK. Both crews were looking to have a nice clean start and to really propel their Henley Women's campaigns forwards.
Yeah, great to see the Peabody Cup now off the start, and Hinksey really short and sharp there, going up head-to-head with Wimbledon High School.
Yeah, absolutely. Both crews looking pretty clean off the start. I think you're right, Camilla. Hinksey might have had a slightly sharper getaway, but we should have a better idea as they come through the end of the island. Obviously, these boats have a cox sitting in the center of the boat, which means the rowers can focus entirely on their technique and on applying maximum power when it's required. But both crews are looking pretty quick. Nice high rates of striking as they come through the island.
Yeah, I know we've talked about it a lot, but it is a good measure of the crew's success at junior level. But at the National Schools Regatta, Hinksey picked up a bronze medal in the Championship Girls 8s. And look, neck and neck here, coming off the end of the island. The Wimbledon High School crew sticking with them here.
Yes, it's a really, really strong start for both crews, actually, and really, really exciting racing as they come through. And a great shot there. We've just switched away from the drone shot over the top of the cruise. And you can see, Camilla, observant viewers at home might have noticed that in the Wimbledon crew, we've got two athletes, rather than alternating places, sitting behind one another. A bucket rig. Could you expound on perhaps why a coach may choose a bucket rig?
Well, it's utilised for different purposes, right? So usually if it's in the middle of the boat, it's to either keep the boat going a little bit straighter, because the straighter line that you're going in, if you've got two athletes that are quite strong on the same side, and you put them towards the back of the boat or whatever, it means that one side can pull the other round. Whereas if you minimise that damage, put them both in the middle of the boat, which is what's been done here, it's less of a pivot point, right? So it keeps the boat going a bit straighter if you've got two very strong athletes on the same side. The other purpose that a coach would put one in is if you've got maybe a development athlete and a really experienced athlete that both are on the same side, it's quite good to put the development athlete behind the more experienced athlete in a bucket so they can follow their movement with the oars, with the blades, and it encourages them to follow the leader, right? So it can be used in different ways. So not sure why Wimbledon High is using that bucket mechanism as Ed's just described, but yeah, those are a couple of the reasons why you might see it. But just as we've been talking, Hinksey wanting to stamp their authority on this race here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think moving out to perhaps 3/4 of a length, probably hoping to nudge out to at least a length, if not clear water, before this race concludes. But the Hinksey crew looking really quite strong. Hinksey, another sculling centre, mainly, but also into the sweep, that has come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. And you can see there just that shot going down the Henley Straight, just how powerful these athletes look in this tailwind, moving away from Wimbledon High School.
Yeah, and they've had a great season. We've already talked about their national schools regatta result, but earlier this year in the head season, they got 33rd overall at the women's head of the river, which, you know, coming in the top 50 as a junior crew is hugely impressive with the numbers that you get contesting that. You know, hundreds and hundreds of crews of all sorts of ages and calibers, and a Hinksey coming away with a 33rd place overall. This crew will be one to watch here, Ed, in the Peabody Cup.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely one to keep an eye on as the racing progresses through. And just a great shot there at the back of the Hinksey crew as they move through. So on the right hand side, we can just keep an eye on the conclusion of that, the first quarterfinal of the Peabody Cup. Moving up onto the left-hand side of your picture, though, we are on to the second quarterfinal of the day between Surbiton High School and Latimer Upper School.
Surbiton High School is one of these, again, building programs. We're seeing them more and more in contention. They're on the right-hand side of that left picture, and they've had a fantastically sharp start here, Ed.
Yeah, Surbiton, as you say, Camilla, a program that's really, really on the rise. Five of the 8 athletes in this boat raced the final of Henley Regatta last year, where they were just pipped by Headington School. But coming through last season, they were underdogs, that proved themselves to be really quite formidable. There's a WJ15 girl in this boat who has got her seat in this boat through sea racing, which just shows the strength of the program at Surbiton at the minute. I believe the single biggest junior women's rowing program in the UK, hundreds of athletes, and many, many full-time coaches to manage that. But within that pool of athletes, there are a lot of successes, and this 8 could be one of those successes over the next few races and a few weeks of their season.
That's a great fact, Ed. I did not know that about the Surbiton women's programme. That's
it's considerable. It's considerable.
It's a great fact, and they've produced some great athletes in the past as well. So, you know, keep an eye on some of these names in this crew, because Surbiton High, so their program's been getting bigger and bigger. They used to produce quite a good quad a few years ago. The likes of Lola Anderson came out of Surbiton High School. Lola, who recently picked up a few medals at the first World Cup in Belgrade for the Great Britain senior team. She came out of the Surbiton High programme. So this is great to see that it's just kind of, you know, multiplying in size, and now they've got a fantastic group of girls here, and And wow, look at that margin here in eights racing. You don't see that too often, do you?
No, you don't. It's a really, really dominant performance from Surbiton. And just looking at their finishes as they come through, looking really, really sharp, really, really together. Clearly drilled very, very well by their coaches. And that drilling is paying off as they look very, very comfortable, extending their lead over Latimer Upper School. Another mainstay of the junior women's rowing scene based on the Tideway. Another very, very big rowing program, often seen with 5, 6, 7, 8 eights out side by side, which is a pretty intimidating sight for any of their rival clubs. But Surbiton don't seem to be phased, just doing their thing and extending out to a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, I think that would be difficult to come back from here for Latimer Upper School, but you know, great to see. Like, as we've said before, I think anyone that goes through the time trial and qualifies for these events in the Peabody Cup, it's a real testament to the strength of programme, and Latimer, I'm sure, will be really chuffed to be racing alongside the likes of Surbiton in this event.
Yep, super, super exciting for both crews. And you can just see on the left-hand side of your picture there, the third of the Peabody Cup quarterfinals, this time between St Edward's School, or affectionately Teddy's, and Enniskillen Royal Boat Club from Ireland on the left-hand side of your picture as you look down this view towards the start line. Teddy's, again, Camilla, I seem to find myself saying this over and over again, but another junior women's program that's really been on the rise over the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that you know, the Teddy's program based out of just outside of Oxford, they will, you know, be ones to watch in this event. Look at the distance that they've got at the end of the island over Enniskillen, and you know, they're both sides of their programme, their women's and their men's sides, have had a pretty fantastic season this year. So as a whole club, I'm sure there's a lot of happy people in the St Edward's camp. But wow, that's real intent coming from the stroke seat there in that crew, Ed. A really kind of intentional blade placement and getting the crew, you know, striking high.
Yeah, we often talk about being intentional, being deliberate with how you're moving in the boat, and Teddy seems to take that on board and use it to propel themselves down the course. That's going to be a very, very strong program coming through, and that strength and that sort of idea of success, breeding success, both between the men's and the women's side, sort of a nice symbiotic relationship, is really coming to fruition here as they open up clear water over what is a very strong crew from Enniskillen.
Yeah, a really strong crew from Enniskillen. They were the Irish champions in the women's junior eights this year. They were 5th fastest 8 at the school's head in this year in 2022, and semi-finalists in this event last year in the Peabody Cup. So it looks like, unless something dramatic happens, that they won't be replicating that result, and that just goes to show how strong Teddy's must be to be knocking out last year's semi-finalists.
Yes, absolutely. When you see crews winning over other crews, don't for a minute think that the crew falling behind is a weak crew. It's just sometimes there is strength on top of strength, and that is the kind of strength that Teddy's demonstrating here as they come past our camera, looking very, very comfortable. Again, that super sharp finish around the back end, setting themselves up for the next stroke as we move through.
Yeah, and just good pictures there of the St Edward's crew on your screen. And despite the distance, they're choosing to continue to race this. We saw, you know, Surbiton in the previous quarter-final just winding it down at this point. They're wanting to get practice over the whole track here, Ed.
Yep. A lot of crews will sort of take that decision with their coaches beforehand as to whether, if they're comfortable, they stride it down, save their legs, move through, or use that slightly comfortable breathing space as an opportunity to test themselves and get themselves ready both mentally and physically for what are likely slightly tougher races in the semi-finals and potentially the finals later on. But so far to me, it looks like Teddy's have pretty much secured their spot in one of the semi-finals later on today. So just as we watch the conclusion of that race between Teddy's and Enniskillen, we'll just flip back in a second to the start line for the final race of the Peabody Cup this morning between Henley Rowing Club and St George's College.
And I think on paper you'd probably say here the home favourites, Ed, are likely to do some damage.
Yeah, Henley Rowing Club, like you say, Camilla, on their home coach of water, they know it very, very well, are perhaps the favourites not only for this race here, but for the whole season as a whole. A dominant performance so far. I believe a win at Schools Head, a win at National Schools Regatta, and they'll be hoping for a win here at Henley Women's Regatta ahead of the Royal in about a week and a half's time. But you can just see there, despite this slightly odd camera angle, that Henley have opened up to what's probably already a length lead. Just as they passed in the island. Camilla, that's a massive lead for an 8 to take at this stage of the race.
It really is, but if any programme was going to do it, I think Henley Rowing Club in the last kind of 5 to 10 years have just been, it's non-surprising for Henley to be doing this, right? Like, it just goes to show, I've kind of become numb to Henley Rowing Club getting these kind of margins in these women's events because they are just so good. They are so well drilled. I've seen this 8-out paddling actually, having been here most of the weekend, and they just look divine. I'd mistake them for a senior crew, Ed. That's how sharp and polished that they look here in this junior event, and you can just see what that technical prowess is doing to the margin here over St George's. And look, again, I'm going to say it time and time again here, making the quarterfinals is no mean feat here at Henley Women's Regatta. It is a national regatta. It is the pinnacle of the season for a lot of these athletes, and so St George's College, even to be in the quarterfinals of this Peabody Cup, it's something to be proud of.
Absolutely, but it is at the moment all eyes on that crew from Henley Rowing Club as they just move past the barrier marker into sort of the second half of this race for Henley Women's. And as we've been saying over the course of this morning, there's a lot of junior women's programs on the rise. And speaking with Leon Redmond, the coach of this Henley Women's crew a couple of weeks ago, was commenting on just how fantastic it is that the Headington-Henley duopoly that's existed for a while is starting to come under threat. Competition will only make things tougher and more exciting for us to watch.
Well, and, spaces being opened up. It was a surprise to see Headington not turn up on the start line in yesterday's time trial, something that shocked us all. They were down on the draw to contest the time trial. We didn't see sight of them, so not sure what's happened to them there. And, again, we won't dwell on them being missing because this is a race between Henley and St George's. But just something to note, I guess, is that they are a familiar name that you've probably not noted over the course of these quarterfinals that if you're a rowing fan, you'd expect, right?
Odd indeed, but for Henley, perhaps having an easier time without their perhaps closest rivals on the river next door to them. But you can just see that as we move through, that Georges just can't quite keep up with the pace of Henley. And that fantastic shot there of the backs of the Henley crew, you can just see them taking the rate right down to what looks to me to be probably somewhere around 26. Really, really quite relaxed for this level of racing, which just shows the strength, the power, so the aerobic base that's been drilled into these athletes, that they can maintain such a lead at a relatively low rate of striking.
Yeah, we saw that from the crew earlier from Surbiton as well, just taking the rating down at this point in the race, and given how close it will be in the semi-finals and the finals, of which these crews have got 3 races today. They're one of, only anyone we've seen with the quarter-final this morning. They will have 3 races to do today, so any energy you can conserve is extremely important. And so, yeah, that's exactly what Henley Rowing Club will be looking to do here.
So just coming towards the conclusion of this, the final quarterfinal of the Peabody Cup, Henley Rowing Club leading St George's College into the latter stages of this race. Just a look ahead to what's coming up over the course of this morning. After these Peabody Cup quarterfinals, we move on to the... Sorry, bear with me 2 moments. We move on to the Club Cox's Fours. known as the Leicester Trophy. And as we move through the day, we move on to the Aspirational single sculls, the Bernard Church Trophy, and through the rest of the day, we move back to some of the junior events and the lightweight events. But I think, Camilla, just coming towards the conclusion now of this race, we move towards the start of the next category in this racing, the Club Cox's 4, the Leicester Trophy. And we can see they're just lining up on the start line. And just moving away, the first of these quarterfinals for the Club Cox's 4, the Leicester Trophy, contested today between Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers School. Tideway Scullers School, as we've seen several times today, with the juniors now out with their seniors. Mary McWilliam, Chelsea Armstrong, Saskia Ward and Harriet Taylor, a few names familiar to those of you, no doubt, who have spent some time looking at the international scene. Names that are starting to appear and come through onto the GB sort of under 23 and even the senior circuits. So a very, very strong crew from Scullers there. And the Maidstone crew on the right-hand side of the picture at the minute, just seeing what they can do against this very, very strong crew. But at the minute, it does seem to be Scullers who are just beginning to stretch out that lead over their competition. And as we move to this fantastic shot of the drone footage overhead, we can see just how well drilled these athletes are. Head coach Kieran Clark at Tideway Scullers School for the women has had a fantastic season so far, with their highest ever placing at Women's Head of the River. And no doubt will be looking to have some real successes, as he has done in previous years at Henley Women's Regatta. And we can see there the Scullers crew moving out to sort of about a 3, even 4-length lead at this early stage of the race over Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. A real indictment of the strength of the Scullers program and the talent that's coming through into the GB team over the next couple of years.
So Tideway Scullers continuing to lead this Leicester Trophy event. Scullers crew made up of Mary McWilliam, Chelsea Armstrong, Saskia Ward and Harriet Taylor. Powering ahead down the course. And what a beautiful shot there from our drone. You can see the distance that this Scullers crew has managed to accumulate, and just the length edge. You can really see how long this crew is in this Cox's 4's event.
Yeah, absolutely a real testament to the ability of Scullers over the last couple of years. A real testament to Tideway Scullers School over the last couple of years is just that sort of really defined technical model that they've developed. There are sort of a couple of crews that come to mind when you mention length, Camilla, Scullers being one of them, and Cambridge University, both with sort of massive catch angles, really attacking the front end and just levering the boat through. And it's that ability to lever off the front end and power the boat past that pivot point that's given them such a dominant lead in this quarterfinal of the Leicester Trophy.
And it's Kieran Clark's final year as the women's head coach at Tideway Scullers School. They've got many crews entered across the course of this weekend, but the last hurrah of them under the stewardship of Kieran Clark. And he'll be pleased to see this crew looking fairly safe on their way through to the next round of the Leicester Trophy.
Absolutely. A crew that will no doubt be looking for potentially a win in this category. And if they can repeat the performance they've had here in this quarterfinal, that win will be looking fairly secure for them as they progress through. But of course, lots of crews here, very high caliber. We've already seen one international crew from Sydney Rowing Club this morning, and there are several more on the roster. So do keep an eye on some of the more exotic names that we have racing at Henley this year. Not only domestic crews, but as the world starts to open up again, back to some really, really exciting international racing. And we can just see there on the left-hand side of your picture the start of this next quarter-final of the Leicester Trophy, the Club Coxers 4 between HWR Rowing Club and Vesta Rowing Club. Again, two mainstays of the British senior scene, and a really, really exciting race that we've got lined up for us.
Yeah, the north-south battle, Agecroft Rowing Club, if you're not familiar, row out in Salford, and a really large programme based in the northwest of England. Vesta Rowing Club, a little bit closer to us here in Henley. A crew, one of those clubs based on the Putney Embankment, and it's Vesta there on your screen that have got the better of this start.
Yeah, Vesta looking very, very strong as they move out ahead of their opposition from HWR Rowing Club, sorry. But you can just see there, both crews powering down. Both crews looking really quite strong in this early part of the race, Camilla.
Yeah, looking really strong. And this Coxers Fours event, it requires a lot of fine tuning. You know, you've got to steer the boat. Someone in the boat's got to make the calls. There's far more to it than the Cox's counterpart that this crew's got to master, right?
Yeah, you could see just off the start a little minute ago, and the umpire just very, very cautiously reaching for his white flag. He didn't need it in the end. The HWR crew managed to get themselves back onto station, but occasionally if you keep an eye on those lovely long wooden boats that follow the crews down the course, the umpire will raise a white flag and point it to one side or the other, just reminding the crews to get back on their station, that invisible line that divides the course, balancing between pushing the crew and keeping their blades safe on those infamous booms that mark the Henley course.
Yeah, glorious conditions out here in Henley, and Vesta will be enjoying this row. They've managed to establish a good amount of clear water between themselves and the bow ball of Agecroft Rowing Club in this Leicester Trophy quarter-final event. So they are fighting for the right to race in the semi-final that will take place in just a few hours' time. And again, we're just seeing that conservation of energy, Ed. If you've got enough of a margin, it's absolutely the sensible thing to do on a three-race day.
Absolutely. 3 races isn't unheard of in the rowing world, but it is a big ask of any crew, and winding it down and taking a little more time is probably the sensible option to do. But we can see then on the left-hand side of your photo, of your picture even, the start of the 3rd Leicester Trophy quarter-final, Worcester Rowing Club versus Lee Rowing Club. It looks like a pretty equal start, though I did see Worcester veer around a little bit, and they seem to be fairly central, so perhaps putting Lee under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, and I think that they've got themselves out in front, so putting their energy into the footplate, which may have just caused a little bit of wayward steering, but in fact it's got them out in front, so it was well-placed energy for this crew from Worcester Rowing Club, based in the West Midlands. Again, great to see Worcester here with a strong outfit. bringing this four and a pair as well that have made it through to the main draw. And fantastic to see some of these programmes based outside of London and outside of that kind of Putney embankment, tideway stretch centric, making the latter stages of these club events.
Absolutely. For those that perhaps aren't quite as in the know, the centre of rowing in the UK does tend to be very London-centric. We're here today nestled in the Thames Valley, a wonderful part of the UK with many, many high-end rowing clubs. The other centre just down the road in London is along the boat race course, the championship course that you would have seen on the TV on the BBC earlier this year. And sort of around this area, the Thames Valley, the Tideway, are two real sort of centres of rowing. But crews from outside of that often breaking through, and I think more and more provincial clubs making their way into these kind of events, which is just fantastic to see.
Yeah, this Worcester rowing combination, Megan Pickering, Eloise Folds, Megan Halpin and Elizabeth Johnston are really, pushing on ahead of Lee Rowing Club from East London. And this Worcester crew, well, they're looking mighty fine out there, actually. I think just stepping down the rating as they come past the competitor area where all of the athletes boat. And Worcester, it's a really big centre for rowing in the West Midlands. It's where, a lot of the sort of larger head races are based. They've got a big, wide stretch of river where they operate their own sort of autumn head and Worcester Regatta as well. And it's where a lot of the West Midlands rowing kind of trials and things for the junior events all take place at their club. But it can be subject to flooding quite often, Ed, and that's one thing that does put Worcester at a disadvantage, is a lot of the year their river can be subject to flood. So great to see that they've come through that, that training and, are victorious here at this stage in this race. Yeah,
absolutely. Rowing is obviously a water sport. But some clubs have it a little tougher than others. Another one that comes to mind is Shrewsbury School, often suffering from flooding as the river rises and falls.
It's that River Severn. That's what it is.
It is that River Severn. It's a cruel mistress. It's a cruel mistress. But just as we look now to the left-hand side of our photo, we can see the fourth and final quarter-final of the Leicester Trophy. London Rowing Club and York City Rowing Club going at it. London seems to have a really ferocious start. It just caused some really, really high rates of striking there coming off the start blocks, which has given them a fantastic lead of clear water at this early stage. A little bit of a wiggle from York City, perhaps struggling with being pushed out of the island a little bit, but London have capitalised on both those things and moved out to a very, very strong lead.
And hey, Ed, we were just saying how London-centric it can be. And if Worcester on the right-hand side of their picture do make it through this round and London continue the way they are, they would be the only non-London-based crew to make the semi-finals. So we'll keep an eye on Worcester looking to do that there in the Leicester Trophy. But London Rowing Club in the last quarter-final looking very strong indeed, with at least a few lengths lead on that Berkshire station on the right-hand side of your picture, with Temple Island gloriously sat there in the background. Wow, what a start for London.
It is. I would just say again, I was just totally blown away by just the ferocity of the start from London Rowing Club, really, really attacking the front end and driving themselves forward, which has given them a lead of, what would you say, almost 4 lengths at this point, maybe 5?
Yeah, that's quite the marker to throw down, isn't it? And it kind of steps on from London Rowing Club's entry across the board here. This is the biggest contingent that they've ever brought to Henley Women's Regatta, with 6 crews racing across 6 categories here. And yeah, it's certainly showing that the depth that they've got, making it clear that they're here and they mean business in this event.
But just as we watch the conclusion of this last of the quarterfinals for the Leicester Trophy, London looking very, very dominant as they continue to row through, looking very, very comfortable towards the conclusion of this race. In just a moment, we will switch our focus back to the smaller boats with the Bernard Churcher Trophy, the Aspirational Single Sculls.
Yeah, and just as that London 4 moves away, it does look as if it will be them in the semi-finals, along with Tideway, Scullers, Leicester and Worcester. And just to note that these 4s, especially the ones that are more London-centric, so London, Leicester, they were in different categories at the Met Regatta, so they're intrigued to see how they'll get on against them. And they were beaten by Tideway Scullers in that same event. So it's going to be a rematch here in this, the Leicester Trophy, come the semi-finals at lunchtime.
Yeah, some very tight racing to come. If you're at home, do grab a bite to eat and join us back this afternoon for the semi-finals and later on this evening into the finals of all of the events here. Racing today on the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. If you're down on the course or in Henley, do come down. It's a glorious, glorious day in the Thames Valley and a great day to get out and enjoy the sunshine. And moving on to the next category of the day, you can see in your picture there, this is the Bernard Churcher Trophy, the first of 4 quarterfinals for the Aspirational single sculls. In this first round, we have Shandon Boat Club versus Twickenham Rowing Club.
Yeah, and that is Shay Blackett on your screen there of Twickenham Rowing Club. And Twickenham, well, they've had a sensational year across the board, one of the world-class start programmes in the UK. Now, if you're tuning in, you have no idea what that means. You know, they run a programme that essentially pipelines talent that is tall and strong for the GB rowing team. Shay Blackett here is... well, absolutely, you know, looking to blow away the competition in Roisin Mertz of Shandon Boat Club, Ireland. But like we were saying earlier, Ed, I think in single sculls, even, you know, 3 lengths, which it looks to be at this point, is still attainable to come back from through the later stages of this race.
It is, unlike the 8s that we saw racing earlier on, a margin of 3 lengths isn't a security blanket for any of these scullers, both because these scullers can change speed very, very quickly because they are the only ones in the boat they can pick up or drop the pace at the drop of a hat, but also because the boats are shorter, so 3 lengths is less of a margin than it would be otherwise in some of the larger boats. 4 of these quarterfinals to come up for the Bernard Churcher Trophy as we just watch the scullers from Shannon and Twickenham move past about the halfway mark of their race so far. But it does look to me as though it is Shay from Twickenham Rowing Club that is moving out to a pretty dominant lead so far in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and Shay started her rowing career on the Reading World Class Start programme, a different setup to the one that is currently operating at Twickenham, and had quite a successful junior career. In fact, she made the junior national team, obtaining a medal in the quadruple sculls, the junior women's quadruple sculls, a number of years ago now. And having taken a break, it's great to see her back and great to see her, you know, doing so well after such a long break. And the Cork-based athlete Roisin Mertz, just keeping eyes and ears around her. She just keeps taking a look to see where she is on the course and running out of water here to come back at Blackett. But we've seen bigger comebacks.
We have indeed. We've seen some phenomenal comebacks on this Henley course, both here at Henley Women's and at the Henley Royal, which will be taking place in just a couple of weeks' time. So we'll just keep half an eye on that first of quarterfinals of the Bernard Churcher Trophy as we turn our attention to the second, between Sophie Gray of Reading Rowing Club and Claire Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club.
And we've already mentioned this is for the Bernard Churcher Trophy, which denotes aspirational single sculls. Now, Ed, there's probably a lot of viewers at home that are tuning in and wanting to know what the difference is between the single sculls categories, because we've already seen some singles this morning. Can you talk us through the kind of different categories that we've got here? You know, junior, aspirational, championship. What does it all mean?
So we have the juniors, who, of course, those listed in school, those sort of under 19 years of age, often athletes that, despite their age, are sort of punching above their weight, and at some regattas race in those open events and put some of the older athletes perhaps a little bit to shame. As we move into the senior categories, aspirational is the first category that you come across here at Henley Women's Regatta. It's those athletes that haven't had perhaps the extremely high level success that some of these other athletes have. That's where the championship event comes in. Those that have raced at a very high level domestically, or those some that have even raced internationally, sometimes with the GB team or other international centres around the world. So there's two levels of racing, the aspirational and the championship. Championship tends to be faster, tends to be a little bit more ferocious. But as some of the racing has shown so far today, we've seen, as we're watching today in this aspirational category, I think we've just seen a massive, massive comeback from
Roisin Mertz of Shandon Boat Club. Sorry, let's keep an eye on that right-hand side of the picture there, because coming through the line, we did say it was enough time for a comeback, and indeed, Roisin Mertz has overturned Shay Blackett's lead. I mean, that was, we didn't even notice that, Ed. That was absolutely sensational. We're going to jump into the next race now, which is on your screen, Reading Rowing Club's Sophie Gray, who's also part of that world-class start programme we've been talking about. But yeah, I just want to acknowledge that that was a huge overturn there in the previous quarter-final.
Yeah, absolutely massive. I was too busy discussing the nuances of categorisation in rowing to notice that absolutely massive, massive comeback. In the singles, it just goes to show that even at this aspirational level, there is some really, really dramatic racing that can unfold on this world-famous course. But as Camilla mentioned, we are now moving into the third of our Bernard Churcher Trophy quarterfinals. Sophie Gray of Reading Rowing Club and Claire Jameson of Christchurch. And in fact, just on the left-hand side of your screen, we can see the next of these quarterfinals coming up. St George's College and Warrington Rowing Club battling it out in this next of our final. Both guys getting a nice clean start off Temple Island. Very, very easy in these small boats to be pushed away by the looming trees that just peek out over the course. Be very, very tempting just to scull away and end up very quickly in your competitor's lane. But both crews looking pretty clean as we come through, managing both the conditions and the race very, very well.
And from one race to the next, there is no hanging around here at Henley Women's Regatta. So many races to get through this morning, and the next race already on the course between St George's College's Avril Walters and Warrington Rowing Club's Ella Stanhope, and this is the next quarterfinal, the penultimate quarterfinal in the Bernard Churcher Trophy on the left-hand side of your screen.
So one more quarterfinal coming up in just a moment for the Bernard Churcher Trophy before we move back to the junior women's side of things, the B. Langridge Trophy for the junior women's quads. A great shot there on the left-hand side of your picture of the two scullers coming through, of the drone footage, and Camilla, at this stage of the race, is still pretty close. Neither scullers gain clear water on their opposition.
Yeah, it is still pretty close. Just trying to snap that elastic band of overlap between these two crews. And on the Berkshire station, it is Avril Walters of St George's College with that marginal lead in the single sculls. She's the Yale University athlete who is trying to make her way back into the competitive scene after a long-standing back injury. And she's had a quick start here.
Yeah, a very quick start indeed. Not that's made her race any easier. Very, very tight race between these two scullers. I think we've still got overlap between the canvas and bow ball of these two crews. And again, another race to keep a very close eye on, because especially with these margins as they pass through the barrier, anything could happen.
Yeah, well, we saw in that previous race, just 2 races ago, an overtake occur, and there was at least a couple of lengths in that at this point in the race. So it's entirely possible this is shaping up to be an absolute humdinger here between Walters of St George's College and Stanhope of Warrington Rowing Club, who's on the left-hand side of the picture in the yellow and blue. And Ella Stanhope, who's on the chase, trying to make the comeback here on Walters, is returning back to the home of her junior rowing career, Warrington, where she raced as a junior, and having been out at university in Oklahoma, has come back now to pull on the Warrington colours, but she's got just over a length now to make up on Walters of St George's College. So 2 American university athletes who have come back to the UK here, Ed.
Yeah, a slightly familiar treadmill for those tuned in to the rowing scene in the UK. We often have a lot of young junior talent go out to the States for 3 or 4 years, and they just develop this fantastic strength and aerobic base and their technical finesse in the boat, and then they feed back into the UK system, often going up into the GB team as very strong, very fit, very capable athletes that then, as you're seeing here, come down to the high-level events in the UK and deliver time and time and time again, making racing really exciting and really dramatic. And moving now into the final of the 4 quarterfinals of the Bernard Churchill Trophy, Hartpury College Rowing Association and the City of Oxford Rowing Club.
Yeah, and I think these single sculls, again, 3 races to perform today, which by yourself, it's recovery will be at the forefront of your mind, as the slowest of the boat categories, the longest time actually rowing down the course. And these athletes here will be trying to get out and ahead and then conserve what they can and look back at their opposition. And that is City of Oxford there. Caitlin Armstrong, the club captain of City of Oxford, pushing ahead in that race. And actually, the previous quarterfinal, if I'm just keeping eyes on that one, and it looks like Warrington's Ella Stanhope is coming back here. We did say we mustn't catch ourselves napping again, Ed.
Yeah, I think we've just caught ourselves in time here, Camilla, to save our face. But a fantastic race has unfolded here, and you can just see there that Stanhope just seems to be sort of moving herself through the field quite happily. But despite the tension she must be feeling, the stress and the nerves, looking very composed, very calm, very relaxed as she moves through this latter part of the race.
Yeah, you've just got to have confidence and faith in your race plan. And on the right-hand side of your picture there, that is Ella Stanhope of Warrington Rowing Club, who has managed to break through and row through Avril Walters of St George's College. She's gone from being over 1 length down to now being 1 length up coming into the finish line. And we're going to stick with that right-hand side of your picture because they're coming in towards the finish line now, and it's going to be almost a length there over the line, and what an impressive comeback, Ed.
That's a massively impressive comeback, especially in the single scull. Coming back from being behind your opposition is very, very tough mentally. When you can't see them, you've got nothing to hang on to. Pushing through is very, very tough. But for Ella Stanhope, that's an absolute win that she's laid down there today.
Oh no, my word, we're on to yet another close race. This is even closer than the previous quarterfinal just was. We've got almost half a length overlap between Hartpury College's Devon de Winnar, who's trailing at the moment behind Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford, but she's coming back. I think Hartpury here have got the pace, they've got the boat speed, and are starting to move through City of Oxford's Armstrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Another very, very exciting race. Nestled here in the Thames Valley, you can just see that drone shot there. But I believe now we're moving back up to the start line. We'll keep an eye on that sculling race. We're moving back up to the start line for the next of our categories here this morning. The language trophy, the junior women's coxless quads. In this first race, Shiplake College versus Warrington Rowing Club. As I've already discussed today, Shiplake College, a real sort of driving force in the junior women's sculling scene. I believe at least 2, if not 3 of these athletes won the Diamond Jubilee at Henley last year. So we're looking to have a really, really strong race today.
Yeah, I just want to, you know, I think Shiplake just starting to get a margin there in the lead. I want to keep eyes on that previous singles race, which we've got on the right-hand side of your picture, because that was shaping up to be quite something. City of Oxford in the picture there on the right-hand side. Wow, Shiplake are flying, look, aren't they, in that B Langridge trophy. They're almost a length up just past the end of the island. We'll come back to that in just a second, but that last quarter-final of the Bernard Churcher Trophy on the right-hand side of your picture, that is the back of Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford Rowing Club. And she's digging deep here, Ed, because the threat is huge here from Devon Devinar of Hartbury College. Look, here she comes. She's rode down that deficit, and I think poking her bow balls out in front at the most important time.
Yeah, this is where it counts, and it's been back and forth all the way down this course. But it does look to me, as I think we approach the last few meters of this race, that Hartbury will take the win. Devon DeWinner just finishing her race off. You can see they're looking pretty happy with that performance.
Yeah, I think it's about 30 strokes to go, and City of Oxford not rolling over here, Ed. If there's one last spurt in the tank, there's still overlap between these 2 single sculls. I don't think we can write off Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford. Devon Devinar here has done all the work through the centre part of that race to try and cling on to a semi-final spot. But as the camera pans round, we'll get a bit of an idea of the margin here in this final quarter-final of the Bernard Churcher Trophy for aspirational single sculls. And indeed, I think it's Devinar that is going to be triumphant from rowing from behind. It's still going to be overlap, just maybe, oh no, tiny bit of clear water over the finish line. But we've had some great racing in the singles this morning, Ed.
Yeah, massively impressive racing. Sometimes you have singles races where one sculler just dominates from the start and walks away all the way down the course. But that's not what we've seen today in this aspirational category. Massive, massive racing from all the crews involved. I'm really looking forward to the semi-finals of this event. I think it's been really, really tight racing. But just as we look down the magnificent course there of Henley Women's Regatta, we can shift our attention back to the B Langridge Trophy, the Junior Women's Coxer Squads, which we left off with Shiplake putting in a pretty heavy first kick against Warrington Rowing Club.
Yeah, and I think this Shiplake College crew, more locals, they're familiar with this stretch of water from just along the river in Shiplake. And look, they had a sensational season last year, topped off by being victorious at this regatta. In this particular trophy, they will be trying to hang on to that. And then, you know, capping off their season with victory at Henley Royal Regatta. And Shiplake, they were the first ever victors of that particular event ever for Shiplake College, the first ever victors of at Henley Royal Regatta. So looking to build on that, continue the legacy with... I don't know if there's any new athletes on board in this Shiplake crew, Ed. Maybe you'll be able to shed some light on that.
Thinking back to last year, I believe all of these athletes, I think, looking there, the bow and stroke girls were in that top quad, and the middle pairing were in the reserve quad, the B crew, which actually did fantastically well at Henley as well. It hasn't been quite as easy for Shiplake this year as they might have otherwise liked. This time last year, they breezed through national schools, the British Junior Championships, Henley Women's, and reached their pinnacle for Henley Royal. But they've come under pressure this year from Marlow, from Wycliffe, from some of those other sculling crews that we're just starting to see come through. But at the minute, looking very, very comfortable and taking the rate right down in this quarter-final. Looking over then to the left-hand side of your picture for the next quarter-final of the B Langridge Trophy, Lee Rowing Club against Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow Rowing Club, the quad that I just discussed, is the one that's putting Shiplake under pressure. And you can see why as we look down the course here. This great shot from the umpire's launch. Marlow looking very, very strong, very, very committed, attacking the stroke at the front end and moving well away.
What a beautiful shot here from the camera on one of our launches that follows the race. And Marlow Rowing Club, formidable in this event. They usually enter a very good quadruple scull at the junior level, and winners of that junior sculling regatta, as we've mentioned, but still being chased down by the crew from Lee Rowing Club, finalist at national schools. And just a little bit of sort of wavering steering there from Lee, Ed.
Yeah, it's always challenging to steer a boat like this. Those that aren't aware, one of the athletes in this crew, typically the bow or stroke athlete, but it can be rigged for any athlete to take charge of, will have a little pivot on one of their toes that allows them to control the rudder very, very slightly with their toes to keep the boat straight. It's a skill that is pretty difficult to master. I could never quite master it myself, so I have massive respect for those that do, but it does mean that rather than just stamping down on the footplate and levering off the front end, as you might be able to do in the 8, there has to be that care and there has to be that precision every single time as you move through the stroke. Otherwise, you do get this wavering around that we've been talking about.
And just from that aerial shot there, you can see the town of Henley on Thames in the background. What a beautiful course, one of the most iconic rowing courses in the world. And Marlow, locals to this event, and looks like they're just practicing their sprint, Ed. You know, they don't need to do this. They've got quite the margin over Lee Rowing Club, but they just seem to be winding through the gears still. I don't know whether they're looking to kind of, you know, practice this for later on in the competition.
It is an on-choice, but I'm sure one that's been very well thought through by the coaching team as they move through the race. I seem to remember this being a similar strategy at Henley last year. Ship Lake wound down massively and Marlow didn't. But regardless, looking very, very strong. Moving over then to the left-hand side of your picture for this, the third quarterfinal of the B Language Trophy. Kingston Rowing Club versus Wycliffe Rowing Club. Camilla, we're getting a lot of sort of big names and strong crews coming through here. All of these crews will be well acquainted with each other, having raced on the same circuit for a good few months now.
Yeah, they absolutely will be. Just a little bit of steering issue there in the top bit of your picture coming from Kingston Grammar School, who are having to readjust back there on the right-hand side. Look at that huge bit of steering. Might cost them a little bit up against Wycliffe on the left-hand side. And the race has actually been stopped here, Ed.
Oh, well, I think it's the first one we've seen today of the race being stopped. The umpire has deemed, I imagine, that steering from the Kingston quad impeded Wycliffe to the extent that it either necessitated a restart or perhaps even a disqualification of the Kingston crew, but we'll remain to see what happens here and get that information to you as soon as we have it.
So I think that is umpire David Tarban, just with his megaphone out, and we can't quite hear what's going on. On the water, but a few gesticulations there from KGS, from Kingston Grammar School, and looks like they're holding it up and about to paddle back down this course. So if we get any information on that one, we will let you know. Of course, it will be the umpire's call on what happens here. Big smiles on the faces of the KGS crew, though, as they paddle back down towards the finish, so unsure here.
Yeah, we will wait to see what the conclusion of that discussion was. I believe this is sort of the second round of bad luck that a Wycliffe quad has had at Henley Women's. They sort of met with the brooms a little bit last year.
Yeah, so just confirmation that we think KGS, they're disqualified for that piece of steering off the start in that previous race of the B Language Trophy for junior women's quadruple sculls. Unfortunate, you know, we were looking forward to a good race there, but look, it's part of the sport, it's part of the event, and even at junior level, you know, there's consequences, right, to ensuring that it's a fair race.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these athletes, although being juniors, as I said a couple of times today, are performing right at the high levels of sport, and in a year or two time, they will be out in the senior teams, potentially for Great Britain, representing on the nationals, on the international stage, even where there is no room for steering errors. So holding ourselves to high standards here at Henley Women's today. So we can just see there on our screen as we wait for Kingston and Wycliffe to clear the course. Sir William Borlase and Henley Rowing Club are lining up for their quarterfinal of the B. Langridge Trophy.
So we can just see there the Wycliffe crew continuing to paddle down. So they will progress through to the semi-final of this trophy because of that clash off the start where Kingston were deemed to be the ones responsible, which from our view, I think that was absolutely the right call by the umpire. But it does mean they'll paddle over this course in order to get themselves home and safe and prepared, ready for their next race.
Yeah, definitely a tactical advantage, a resultant advantage for Wycliffe there, who will have saved their legs a little bit more for the rounds later on in the day. Whether that will make a difference, we're yet to see, but definitely want to keep an eye on as we progress through these semi-finals. The last semi-final coming up here for the B. Langridge Trophy between Henley Rowing Club and Sir William Borlase. After this, we'll move on, staying with the juniors, to the Groton School Challenge Cup for the junior coxed fours coming down in just a moment. But we'll just wait for this, the last quarter-final of the B. Langridge Trophy, to get underway. And we're underway now in the last quarter-final of the B. Langridge Trophy. So William Borlase on the left of your picture, Henley Rowing Club on the right even. Borlase had a slightly quicker start, but Henley, as we saw in the 8 earlier, are never a crew you can quite write off. The 8, I believe, at the minute is their top boat, so their top 8 athletes will be in that crew. But Henley is such a strong program that the athletes that rank so traditionally below that are still going to be pushing at the very, very top of the national scene. And I think you can see there that despite seemingly underrating the Borlase crew, they're not letting them get away.
No, they're really not letting them get away. And I think this will be a very good local clash. Sir William Borlase Grammar School, based in Marlow. So again, a very hotly contested derby here. And Borlase could really upset the apple cart here.
Absolutely, I think they could. I think that's sort of a third of the length there we just saw from the drone shot overhead. And it's sticking pretty tight, although Henley may be even beginning to claw a little bit back on Borlase. But regardless, a very, very strong race at this point. Borlase seem to be struggling a little bit with their steering. They were warned by the umpire earlier in the race and seem now to be drifting a little bit towards the booms. I'd say well clear of that if I were you.
And look, in this drone shot, you can just see over the top of the picture the difference in styles. I think Borlase just a little bit bouncier, just a little bit more kind of... they're not giving as much time as Henley up the recovery, up the slide to let the boat move underneath them. Henley just a little bit smoother on that recovery look, and you can see that again here in this close shot. Borlase on the near side of your picture, Henley on the far side.
Henley, a crew and a club that's developed a really, really strong technical model over the last few years that's taken them to a lot of success nationally and in some cases internationally. But despite that, Borlase aren't letting them get away. I think a really strong race that we're in for here today. Although it now looks that Henley is sort of moving over into the middle part of the river. Can't see the umpire at the minute, but perhaps he has something to say about this. There are a few steering issues coming up. I'm wondering if the wind's picked up a little bit and is throwing crews all over the place.
Yeah, and I think the other thing you've got to remember here is that I think both crews are towards the centre, right? Which is difficult work for the umpire to try and separate them. At the moment, I don't think Henley is in a comfortable enough position to be moving across into the centre of the river. I think that would be deemed disruption to the Borlase crew. But if they continue to move away, the umpire might be a little bit less stressed about the situation. So if Henley can just gain a little bit more ground, I think they can, they can sit where they are basically. But as it stands at the moment, they just need to put a little bit more of a push in order to be able to give them that river space that they want.
Absolutely. As in most rowing competitions, the umpire's word is law, and typically umpires will be happy if you've got sort of a length and a half, 2 lengths of clear water between you and the crew behind, for you to just move out of your station a little bit and into the middle of the racing line, either to catch the faster stream, as you might see something like the boat race, where that line around parts of the course can really determine how successful you are, or here in Henley, where just being a little more central is frankly safer when you've got wooden booms either side of you.
Look at this beautiful sculling style here of Henley Rowing Club. Just like an absolute metronome, isn't it? It's all mesmerising to watch, and great quality. As we spoke earlier, we saw the Henley Women's Junior 8 racing in the Peabody Cup, but this B Langridge Trophy crew, well, they look remarkable considering they've also got 8 girls that put in a strong performance in the 8 as well. Just goes to show you the breadth of athletes that they've got contesting here.
Absolutely. I believe it was just watching the screen. For Henley Rowing, which means they have another quad. This has been knocked out earlier in the competition.
So as the conclusion of the B Langridge Trophy quarterfinals happens with Henley Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your screen looking set to win that, we're moving on to a brand new category, Ed.
We are indeed. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the Groton School Challenge Cup. This is for the junior coxed fours. So moving from sculling, where each athlete has 2 oars, 1 in each hand, to sweep, where each athlete has 1 oar in their hand. So 4 blades in this event, 8 in the last. And you can see they're just peeking over the bows of these 2 boats. They come towards us. A little tiny face of the cox who's lying down in the bows of the boat, giving direction to the crew, delivering strategy, and most crucially, steering. And in this first event, we have George Heriot School and Henley Rowing Club. So back-to-back Henley events. Are we going to see back-to-back Henley victories here, Camilla?
Well, looking probable at the moment, but we've been surprised throughout the day by big comebacks, and this crew, which to me looks like a composite crew, in fact. That's certainly a St Andrew Boat Club lycra in the stroke seat there of this junior coxed fours event for the Groton School Challenge Cup. They're keeping touch here, and the cox in the trailing crew, Ed, because they're bow loaded, they've actually got quite an advantage here in that they can see exactly where the racing crew in front of them is, which is not the privilege that you get often in boats without a cox.
No, absolutely. The cox has a lot of useful roles they can fulfill. And in this situation, if you watch the 8s racing later on, you'll see the cox sat in a seat up in the stern, so facing the rowers, great for technical direction. They can see exactly what's going on. But when it comes to racing, when it comes to being able to understand the scene around them and delivering that strategy, having that low vision, that low field of vision close to the waterline, being able to keep an eye on the other crews is critical. And it will be that the cox of the Heriot crew will be looking to leverage as they try to come back on.
I think they are coming back, Ed, is what I was going to say. What a really gutsy last 20 strokes has put them now 2/3 of a length down rather than almost a full length down. And indeed, I can see the different lycras now of this crew on the near side, and I believe it's a composite. George Watson's in the bow seat, Glasgow Schools in the 2 seat, George Heriot's in the 3 seat, and St Andrew Boat Club in the stroke seat. Unfortunately, I can't see the cocks, but yeah, look at this comeback here from the Scottish composite, Ed.
This is massive. Yeah, a true tour of Scotland, Camilla, through this 4. Celebrating next to me. Delighted with the progress of this crew. But yeah, just a massive comeback from. It's very easy to look down a draw, see Henley, and assume they're going to win, but they haven't been given an easy time here at all.
Yeah, and look, the Scottish crews all come together to race things like the Women's Head of the River. They have a Scottish Argonauts crew, and they all work together here in the junior events in order to produce Scottish crews of developing junior athletes. And this composite here will only have come together in recent weeks, right? They all row for their own schools and their own clubs. So wonderful to see them being able to execute what is a really mature racing strategy with a crew that won't be as familiar as someone like Henley Rowing Club, and they have now pierced through to take the lead in that quarter-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup.
Absolutely massive testament to both the athletes and the coaches that work with these boats to develop both the best racing strategy and the best combinations to deliver success time and time and time again. On the left-hand side of your picture then, we'll keep an eye on that previous race. But on the left-hand side, Kingston Grammar School take on Yarm School in the second quarter-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup.
Yeah, and a great start for Kingston there, who sit up on Yarm School in the early stages of this race. Temple Island just coming into view of this next quarter-final. And, well, like we've seen in the previous race, Ed, a lead at this point doesn't mean much.
No, it doesn't. We've seen several fantastic comebacks today. The crew from Kingston looking fairly comfortable at the minute, but how comfortable they'll remain down the course remains to be seen. Being pushed all the way by Yarm School, another crew with plenty of experience across the board, being watched by the umpires now.
Yeah, closing stages of the previous semi-final, and it all happened in that second third of the race, Ed, for the Scottish composite crew, and a huge shout out to them for a wonderfully executed race strategy to be down on a crew and row through like that, especially a crew like Henley Rowing Club in this event. That's going to be a big finish to get them into the semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup. And well, we did say earlier, never write off anyone. And look, Yarm School right back into this one, Ed.
This is fantastic racing today at Henley Regatta. Yarm School down by perhaps a third of a length, probably nudging up to just a canvas behind Kingston. Both crews now giving it their all and trying to get that crucial early lead. Of course, even though, as we've discussed, the coxes of the crew trailing behind can see where the crew ahead is. The crew that's pushing with everything they have can't see, and having that mental advantage, being able to see your opposition and push them away, is often critical in delivering that winning race strategy. And it looks to me from this angle as though Kingston are coming under increased pressure from Yarm School.
Yeah, Yarm School gently nudging their way back through Kingston Grammar School. Kingston on the left, Yarm on the right. Yarm School based up in the northeast of England. And quite a young programme, actually, Yarm School. The school only founded in the 1990s. Their rowing programme has gone on to produce Olympic champions such as Kat Copeland lots of prestige for rowing within the school. And certainly this crew has got the bit between their teeth here and are inching back at Kingston Grammar School, Ed.
It's a massively impressive row. And for Kingston to hold them off for so long is testament to the strength of that crew. And again, as I said before, don't forget that just because one crew's ahead and one crew's behind doesn't suggest that one crew is necessarily weaker. It just means we've got different strategies unfolding here and different ways of working their way through the race. The for Yarm School at the minute seems to be delivering. Kingston went out hard, perhaps flying dies a bit too extreme, but they went out hard and tried to hold onto that lead. And it's the Italian style that we often see on the international circuit. But Yarm School, confident in their approach, confident in their middle section of the race, have slowly come back and back. And although I don't think they're quite up to where Kingston are yet, I think they could come through.
Yeah, well, keep eyes and ears on the right-hand side of your picture there. Kingston Grammar School versus Yarm School. We'll introduce the next race, though. This is another quarter-final in that Grayton School Challenge Cup. Aberdeen School Rowing Association on your picture on the left-hand side. They're up against Scottish rivals from Glasgow, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club there just coming into view. But let's jump from that one just to the Kingston-Yarm matchup. Kingston look to have responded here, Ed.
They do. A critical part of racing being able to respond to your opposition, and Kingston look a little bit under pressure. They look a little bit less tired than they were at the start. I think they're feeling the stress of this race. It's difficult to judge from this angle, but I think we've got a real humding of a race here. This could come down to the wire.
Yeah, and I can hear the spectators area starting to fill up now here. They're a little bit beyond that as they row out of the competitor area. This is our camera on the finish line of this right-hand side of your picture. Kingston on your right, Yarm School on your left. Kingston looking like they've responded well enough but they've been put under pressure the whole way down this track. What have Yarm School got left in the last 10 strokes, Ed?
This is absolutely fantastic. Yarm School, I don't think quite have it in the tank. If the camera angle I'm imagining is correct, then Kingston are going to finish the race about half a length ahead. But a fantastic race there as we come through. Yeah, half a length to Kingston Grammar School. They look stressed. I think Yarm School should walk away from this feeling very happy with pressure they put on a top end crew here, and to come away, good runners up.
So from one Groton School Challenge Cup quarter-final to the next, then it's the Scottish clash here between Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association right up in the north east of Scotland and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club based near Glasgow, and it's ASRA, as they are affectionately known, here on your screen, leading the way. And I don't know what it is about the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, but year after year they produce wonderful junior women's coxed fours that are always competitive. They've medalled at the past at the National Schools Regatta in previous years, and they really are looking to, dominate this national battle between themselves and Clydesdale.
Absolutely. Azra, a big name on the junior circuit. I think back to the championship women's pairs at National Schools Regatta, absolutely dominated by a pairing from Azra, and looking to do the same here in this event. But here we have, on the left-hand side of your picture, Shiplake College, the winners of this event at National Schools Regatta, coming through, looking to be very strong. As we said before, Shiplake sort of newcomers to the junior women's scene and newcomers this year, especially to the junior women's sweep scene, but they've landed with a massive splash, the gold medal in the junior women's championship cox fours at National Schools. But they look to be coming under a little bit of pressure off the start from Lady Eleanor Hollis School, another big name in rowing.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see Lady Eleanor Hollis's 8 not qualifying for the side-by-side racing in the Peabody Cup for junior women's 8, but perhaps that's because they've stacked this junior women's coxed 4 with the talent in their under-18s, and wow, for them to be leading the National Schools champions in this category, my gut says that I think that's what's happened here.
Absolutely. I think Lady Eleanor Hollis, year after year, produce stellar athletes, and it's up to the coach to decide where they go in each boat class. Shiplake aren't going to get away, though. They're staying right with them down the course. It'll be interesting to see perhaps a drone shot of what's going on over the top of these two crews. It looks to be about 2/3 of a length, opening up to a length as this race continues. But I'll be interested to see how Shiplake respond to this. A very gutsy crew, but can they pull it back?
Well, I think we've seen some of the closest racing of the morning here in this Groton School Challenge Cup set of races. And we could be in, again, for another nail-biter between Lady Eleanor Hollis and Shiplake College. It's currently LEH leading. We're going to jump now just to the line of the previous race, which is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, looking very comfortable here, Ed.
Yeah, comfortable and I'd say classy coming out. This looks like a class crew, well drilled, very technical, very relaxed as they move through. Compared to some of the other crews that have come under pressure, they look a little more wobbly, a little more unset. As for all over this race, perfectly composed, perfectly happy. As are Ship Lake in this event. Even if they're not winning, confident in their ability to claw back, but will they be able to do it?
I think we've seen so many good rowbacks in this event because of the coxing, Ed. I think that's a real advantage to have a cox on board, to be able to encourage your crew to say, look, you know, we've got this much to make up. This is when we're going to execute it, and for the crew to deliver that together. And so I think that's why we're seeing a lot more of that in this event as opposed to some of the other events this morning.
Absolutely. Coxes remain a critical part of the infrastructure in rowing. And the better you can be as a cox, the more successful your crew will be on your behalf. And our coach of mine used to say there are 3 types of coxes. Those that can't cox, those that can cox well all the time, and those that can cox well when it's going right. And those crews say that have come back from behind and pushed through to come back over their opposition is that last category of coxes. Those that can cox well regardless of the condition and really motivate their crew to come back to the front of the racing even when the going gets tough. And that will be on the mind of the Ship Lake College cox. At the moment, as she tries to take back the lead, Monty Walker trying to bring back that win for Ship Lake as they come through. But LEH there, as you just see them coming past the camera, looking incredibly strong. Again, very well drilled, very well defined. Up until last year, the head coach at LEH, Anthony Smith, now head coach at University of London, just set up a fantastic program that delivers time after time again. But Ship Lake not letting them go at all, looking very strong as they move through into the latter part of this race. And we'll just keep half an eye on Ship Lake's attempts to get back onto station with the crew from LEH, but that will bring to a close the quarterfinals of the Groton School Challenge Cup. We move on now to the Fiona Dennis Trophy, the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. And we can see there now in this first of the quarterfinals for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, Miranda Clements of Cambridge University coming up against Erin Meredith of the University of Birmingham. Both 2 very experienced scullers coming through. Be interested to see how this race shapes up. My apologies, a correction there. This is race 329. This is the University of British Columbia, Megan Campion versus Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Lena Daniels. My apologies there for that. Cambridge University and the University of Birmingham will be coming up in the next race this morning. But we can see that the sculler from Hollingworth Lake is just beginning to open up a lead over her opposition from the University of British Columbia. We can see there just with Temple in the background looking very, very comfortable as they come through. Again, both scullers, we've been talking this morning about the role of the cox and the role of the crew. These scullers are on their own in the boat. They've got a fantastic support network around them with coaches, friends and family. But when it comes to it on the line, it's all down to the ability of that single sculler to keep themselves motivated and to push through the race. It looks to be another very, very close race here between these 2 sculls. I don't even think we've managed to open up clear water between these 2 boats. And if we have, no, we haven't. It's bow to stern as we move through. The Hollingworth Lake sculler just leading the sculler from British Columbia, Megan Campion.
Yeah, I really enjoy this lightweight racing in the Fiona Dennis Trophy. I think it's going to be close racing the whole way down this course, and we saw the quarterfinals of this event take place yesterday, and the semi-final. This is really where the pinch comes, isn't it, Ed? To try and get those spots into the final this afternoon. Leanna Daniels from Hollingworth Lake is going to feel a lot of pressure coming from Megan Camplin from the University of British Columbia, who's travelled a long way to be here. She's going to put absolutely everything out on the water to come away with what the results she's after.
Yeah, again, as we've said multiple times this morning, you don't bring an international crew all the way over from Canada, the States, Australia, if they're not already at the top of their game in their country. So to be beaten potentially by a domestic crew just shows the strength of rowing that we have, not only in the UK, but around the world. So really, really exciting to see what unfolds here. And we'll just wait to catch up with that race to see what's going on there.
And the athlete from the University of British Columbia coming back here, Ed, and I think, in fact, from this camera angle, looks like they may have taken the lead, Megan Camplin.
I would agree, Camilla. It looks like she's just managed to claw her way back and push through on the Hollingworth sculler. A really impressive gutsy row there from the athlete from British Columbia. Again, we've seen it again and again in the single sculls this morning, that change of speed that they can muster very, very quickly enables them to come back with a rapid overtake and move through, even in the sort of little closing stages of this race. But despite that overtake, both scullers looking very, very comfortable, very composed, very relaxed, just as the American starts to move through.
The Northern American, British Columbia, the Canadian.
Yeah, the Canadian. as I said it,
for all of our Canadian listeners.
My apologies there.
No, the University of British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. And British Columbia also where the National Training Centre is for the Canadian team, one of the national training centres for the Canadian team. So a hot spot for developing athletes. But Megan Camplin here looking to continue this feisty pace that she's held through the centre part of the course to overtake Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake in this semi-final. And what an important place to do it, to nab a spot in the final. She looks like she's going to continue on that momentum, but we're already up at the start of the next semi-final here, Ed, in this Fiona Dennis Trophy.
Absolutely. Moving on to race 330 of this three-day regatta. Miranda Clements of the University of Cambridge versus Erin Meredith of the University of Birmingham. And it looks like to me as though the Cambridge sculler got away slightly sharper, slightly quicker. But from this angle, it's always quite hard to tell.
Yeah, but look, the Birmingham sculler, Erin Meredith, the Welsh national, she's now at the University of Birmingham. She picked up a medal at the British University Championships earlier on this season, which was a delightful surprise to her in the intermediate category. And she's come out all guns blazing here in this event, and she's managed to take a 3/4 of a length, now almost 1 length lead ahead of ahead of Miranda Clements of Cambridge.
Yeah, a really, really strong showing there from the Birmingham sculler. You can see that just the power going down in both these boats. Lightweight athletes, of course, limited by their weight, but scullers just wiggling around a little bit on the course. Miranda Clements perhaps moving over a little bit too far into the centre of the course. I thought we spotted it earlier, but she corrected, but she seems to be coming back. There is a tailwind today, and that will be blowing these lighter boats around fairly dramatically. And you can see that just beginning to build on the Henley stretch, a little bit of wash from the boats coming past, which again is going to rattle these small shells as they move down the course.
Yeah, Meredith just keeps her eye here on Clements of Cambridge University. She keeps looking every third or fourth stroke just to keep her in check. But Clements really drifting into the centre of the water here. You can see she's getting very close to the Birmingham sculler. This is half a length in it between these two. Clements of Cambridge, a member of the lightweight crew that set the new record for the lightweight boat race just this year. And she's been on the Cambridge lightweight squad for the last 3 years on the trot, and It's this will be a big statement here to do well in the single scull. And this has been a cracking semi-final so far, Ed.
It really has. It really has. We often find in the lightweight events where crews tend not to have a particular sort of muscle mass advantage because they're limited by their weight, that we have this very, very tight racing. And it means that, as we've seen today in this race here, that actually both of these scullers are very, very close to each other. I just think I can see the umpire waving his flag up there. I think, again, from this angle, warning Miranda Clements to move back across to her station. She's drifted down to the middle. I think that is the second or perhaps even third time that she's been warned. So I'll have to keep an eye on that steering wheel as we move down.
And you know what, that's when you're trying to come back, you know, you're trying to regain distance, having to adjust your steering and take your focus away from that push, away from trying to build speed, it can really upset your rhythm. And I'm really intrigued to see whether she's managed to achieve parity with the Birmingham sculler, Erin Meredith, coming into the middle stages of this race as they come past the competitor area, which is where they will be now. And it does look like she's got their bow balls out in front. And Ed, you did say, you know, you've mentioned a couple of times that weight restricted event, this aspirational lightweight single scull, just 57 kilos these athletes need to be in order to compete in this event. Apologies, maybe for single sculls 59 kilos. I'm just doubting myself there, actually. But anyway, weight restricted event. Meredith's furious start now, just waning as the Cambridge athlete rose through her. And we're now away from aspirational semi-finals and off the start with the championship lightweight single sculls here, Ed.
Absolutely. From one single sculls event to the next. This is the Godfrey Rose Sports trophy for the championship single sculls. We discussed earlier on the differences between the aspirational and championship categories. Championship tends to be those with a little more experience, either very high and domestically or internationally, that gives them the opportunity to race with athletes of a similar caliber. So in this first quarterfinal of the Godfrey Rose Sports trophy, we have Marlow Rowing Club, Annabelle Brunette, against Olivia Bates of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association.
Olivia Bates has been having the season of her life, and she's being challenged very heavily here by Annabelle Renette of Marlow Rowing Club, who is sprinting off the start to try and get the better of the European under-23 silver medalist in the lightweight single. She had an astonishing British University Championships where she won silver in the championship open weight single and gold in the championship lightweight single, winning out over Olympian Imogen Grant. So Bates is one of these up-and-coming lightweight superstars, Ed, and I expect to see her with a very mature race in this semi-final.
Absolutely. As you say, Olivia Bates on top of the world at the minute, having an absolutely fantastic season. And despite a very strong start from the Marlow sculler, Bates just beginning to stretch out a lead of perhaps 2/3 of a length, opening up to a length, just beginning to assert her dominance over this quarterfinal event. Perhaps one of the favourites for the win later on today. In the final of this event, you can see there the red tip blades of Olivia Bates denoting her appearance for British Rowing, the representatives of the Great Britain team on the international stage, but racing back at home at Henley on Thames, Henley Women's Regatta.
I must say, though, Renette of Marlow is sticking with her. You know, this is not a huge distance separating Bates of Notts County Rowing Association and Renette of Marlow Rowing Club. This is not a big distance in single sculls at all. And I think Renette will be really keen to see how close she can get to an athlete of Bates's caliber and standard, someone that's competing on the international stage, and maybe she has international aspirations of her own, Ed.
Absolutely. I think with a performance like this, international aspirations are certainly on the table. But when you're racing against an athlete with the caliber of Olivia Bates, even if you aren't quite able to take the win away, being able to walk away and say you gave them a fantastic race is a big win in itself. I'm sure Renette will be looking to do that from Marlow. But now we look to the next of these semi-finals, and we look at the Oxford Academials Rowing Club. Marianne Novak racing it down, and I think having a slightly sharper start of the two. So just keeping one half an eye on Olivia Bates on the right-hand side, just coming towards the conclusion of her semi-final here. And on the slightly bigger picture on the left-hand side, we see the next race unfolding between Novak of Oxford Academical Rowing Club and Nolan of Henley Galway Boat Club Ireland.
Yeah, Cleena Nolan for NUI Galway. The punchy start from her has seen her obtain a lead of a couple of lengths here over Oxford Academials is Novak. And with this being a semi-final, of course, this will be their penultimate race of the weekend if they're looking to clinch that final spot.
Yeah, absolutely. This is when the racing starts to get tough, and often we see some of the tightest racing in these semi-finals with the luck of the rowing gods drawing competitors against each other at interesting times throughout the racing program. But we can just see there the gap between the two scullers just starting to open up to give the Galway sculler a significant advantage of perhaps 3 or 4 lengths at this early stage of the race as they just pass through the barrier.
Yeah, it's a really healthy lead that Cleena Nolan of Galway has opened up ahead of Marianne Novak. And they'll be starting to hear the noise of the competitor area. There are 2 kind of hot spots, I guess, for spectators here at this event at Henley Women's Regatta. The spectator area, which is just at the near end of your picture, and you'll see the drone flying back towards that spectator area now, and the competitor area where all of these crews are boating and getting themselves on the water. And the crowd really spurs you on here as we get towards final day. They're really building up, Ed.
It does. I was about to say that actually one of the great things about Henley Women's, and to be honest, most rowing regattas in general, is that sort of mix between competitors and supporters, both on the bank and with the water being so close to the spectating zone. It is often really, really quite exciting. We just watched the conclusion of that single sculls semi-final on the right-hand side of our picture, but now we move on to the second set of, the third set of semi-finals for today. The Haslam Trophy for the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. This first one between the University of British Columbia and Reading University. Reading University, of course, a massive mainstay of sculling and women's lightweight sculling, both on the UK sort of club scene and the UK university scene, and you can see why. A really, really strong start from them as they come through, but not slackers from the University of British Columbia, the Canadians. Erin Peterson and Mary Law putting down a significant marker, and it looks pretty neck and neck that perhaps the running crew just stretched out to a lead of maybe half a length, maybe even more, as we move through the first part of this race. Yeah, about 2/3 of a length for the Reading crew as they move away. Laura Britton and Laura Madison, again, both fairly well-known names at this point on the sculling scene for Reading University, and I think both of them have had pretty good success here at Henley Women's Regatta in the past. And we can just see there on the right-hand side of our picture the conclusion of the second semi-final of the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy for the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. And we switch our attention now back to the Championship lightweight double sculls as Reading University continue to stretch out that lead. It looks like clear water to me, opening up to almost 2 lengths. Very, very strong. You can see there just as they pan past our camera, that very defined style of Reading. Very quick catches, massive acceleration in the drive, picking the boat up and then letting it come to them on the drive. Soft knees, as we'd say to them, on the water, letting it float up and come through, giving them that run on the boat. They're letting them get away from what is a very, very strong crew from Canada, but just not quite strong enough to come back on this Reading pairing.
Yeah, the Reading pairing, as you've already mentioned, Ed, a couple of names that we're used to seeing on the university rowing scene in Lara Britton and Lauren Madison. Lauren Madison, the ex-St Ives rower. Great to see more athletes coming up from the smaller rowing clubs and onto the championship stage here in this Haslam Trophy for Championship lightweight double sculls. They've got a clear water advantage, but chomping at the coattails here, this University of British Columbia crew are sticking with them. And actually, we saw the University of British Columbia single sculler earlier come back from this deficit to row through. Perhaps this is a racing strategy from the Canadians.
It is an unusual one, I have to say, not one that we often, we never sort of want to find ourselves behind another crew at any stage during the race. But as you say, Camilla, the Canadians have demonstrated so far this week their ability to come back from being behind in the field and come back up to be on par and even overtake and take the victory away from those that perhaps led from the start. Just to have faith in their ability to move through the field and push back up into the high levels. But there you can just see that shot of the Reading pairing. You can understand why from this angle they are so dominant, looking so strong, totally composed, perfectly balanced, placing their blades in the water and accelerating through the drive. It's great to see.
Yeah, so they're coming towards the closing stages of this race. The University of British Columbia doing everything they can, and it's going to be a real scrap and a chase for them to get back into the mix here. I don't think it's the time for them, unfortunately. The University of Reading will be victorious in that semi-final, unless they have any disasters in the final few strokes. But we're already back up at the start of the second of these semi-finals for the Haslam Trophy. And we've got an international matchup here, actually, Ed, between the Kölner Ruderverein von... I was going to try my German then, but I'm not quite sure whether 1877 is entirely correct, but I'll give it a go. Germany and the Australian National University Boat Club Australia on the Buckinghamshire station.
Now that you've named them both, I'll refer to them as Germany and Australia for the duration of the race. Well, thank you for taking them on for the team. But it is time to find out who Reading will be facing in their final today. Neck and neck, pretty much. Coming away from Temple Island, it looks to me as though the Germans might have a slight advantage, but perhaps Australia's moving back. And as we've seen today many times, there are no guarantees. I think they are. I think the Australians are starting to push back through their opposition, and start just to claw back and move away. This is going to be a fascinating race to watch unfold.
Yeah, the Australian crew on the back foot currently, but not by much, is the second-ranked crew that in the country in last season's National Rowing Championships. And their coach, Nigel Harding, I'm sure, looking on. He's coached former world champions in his time and now taking on this lightweight crew to try and gain a place in the final of Henley Women's Regatta in the Haslam Trophy. But they've got their work cut out here, because this crew from Kölner Ruderverein is looking ahead to the under-23s, and certainly, an international looking outfit, Ed.
Absolutely. Both these crews, the Germans in particular, looking towards that international scene. And it just demonstrates the importance that crews, not only in the UK but around the world, place on Henley Women's Regatta as a place to test their mettle and come up against some really, really strong crews. And with the Germans at the minute, a strong crew is exactly what they've found themselves up against. The Australians just look to me to have peaked back to perhaps half a canvas over the Germans. This is a really, really tough race for both crews, an absolute humdinger, but an exciting one to watch unfold.
Yeah, it's shuffling, isn't it? It's bow ball for bow ball. One will go out in front, and that currently is the Australian National University Boat Club that find themselves sliding out in front of the crew from Germany, Laura Heinemann and Pia Otto. But I'm sure this German combination, as we said, they've got previous under-23 caliber. They're looking ahead to racing in this duo at the Ratzeburg Regatta, which actually has already taken place, in fact. So they've just come out of that combination racing at that regatta a couple of weeks ago, and unfortunately are trailing by more now as we come through this middle section of the race. It seems like the Australian National University Boat Club crew has put their foot on the gas very firmly, Ed.
Yeah, they have. A massive move there from the Australians to come back and move through. You can just see the Germans there looking very composed, as is the German way. Anyone that's watched the international scene, even casually, will know the reputation that the German scullers have for being very efficient, very technical, but it just isn't quite enough today to come up against the Australians.
Well, they're only 3/4 of a length down, perhaps, here, Ed. I think that the parallax is actually just tricking us somewhat into thinking this is sewn up for the Australians. We'll have to wait for it to pan around a little bit more. Actually, I do think it is a little bit more than that, in fact. But there you have the Australian crew of Eve Moore and Sophie Gerapitritis, in fact, my apologies. And their angles perhaps not quite looking as, not quite as tidy as the crew from Germany, but it's not slowing them down at all, Ed.
No, rowing is one of those sports there's a funny thing to try and quantify. And you have a crew that looks very, very technical, very, very sharp. But when you come up against a crew that is just stronger and just faster in a straight line, your technical efficiency only counts for so much. And that's what got the GB team success for so many years. And it seems to be what got the Australians to success in this final of the semifinal of the double sculls. But we now move back up to the start line for our next set of semi-finals, the Parkside Trophy for the Championship lightweight pairs between Aberdeen Rowing Club and Cambridge University. Aberdeen Rowing Club being raced by Jennifer McCormick and Ellen Smith, Cambridge University by Gemma King and Freya Sutcliffe.
Cambridge look to be out ahead at this moment in time, and Ed, I'm sure you'll agree, it's weird seeing Gemma King's name there without her partner in crime, her twin Catherine King. They are former winners of Henley Women's as a twin pair combination, and even from their school days at Lady Eleanor Hollis, they've been racing in the pair. So very odd to see Gemma here racing with new partner Freya Sutcliffe.
Freya Sutcliffe, medic, third year at Cambridge, lunch row in Cambridge between Rob Roy and Kansas, and entering this pairing with one of the King twins. I should say, a little bit strange to see one name and not both. I think it was last year at the Bush University Championships where they just together swept just about every event they could possibly get their hands on. But this new look Cambridge pairing isn't looking too slack at all. They're looking pretty sharp, pretty quick, and seem to have a little bit of an edge over the Aberdeen crew.
But still lots of pressure coming from Aberdeen Boat Club, and great to see Aberdeen Boat Club making the journey all the way down. One of the furthest crews most likely to travel from here to the regatta. Hundreds and hundreds of miles from the northeast of Scotland, so they're going to put in a huge effort to try and stick with Cambridge for as long as entirely possible. and in fact even try and move through them, which would be a monumental effort given the calibre, as you say, Ed, of these two university athletes from the University of Cambridge. And Aberdeen still with overlap here.
Yeah, very, very impressive showing from Aberdeen. Both of these athletes from Cambridge, winners of the lightweight boat race this year. In fact, record holders of the lightweight women's boat race on the championship course. So deeply, deeply impressive from both those crews to come through. So welcome back to our coverage of Henley Women's Regatta 2022. Camilla has gone off to enjoy a lovely little lunch break, and I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary booth now by Basil. Basil, welcome.
Thank you, Ed. It was nice to be back. I was here yesterday commentating on the time trial. It was nice to see some of these crews back racing, and it looks like we have a stoppage on the left of your screen there. I think is that Durham and University of Surrey.
It is indeed. So we'll keep an eye on the Aberdeen-Cambridge battle going on, but definitely interested to hear what's going on between Durham and Surrey. This is the second stoppage of the day we had. We had the junior quads just earlier on with a little bit of carnage, but definitely interested to see what's going on at the start line there. The next set of crews already lining up, so I assume a disqualification or we're over for one of those crews, but we'll wait for confirmation before passing that back on to you. You can just see the Cambridge crew there just stretching through to a win in their semi-final.
Nice. And next up, just lining up from the start, we have race 337 in the semi-final of the Redgrave Challenge Vars, AASR Skull Amsterdam and Imperial College London. Imperial College in the blue and white kit on the left of your screen, and the Dutch crew on the right of your screen in the red kit.
Just those crucial moments on the start line waiting for the race to unfold ahead of them. This Dutch crew, one of quite a few international crews that we've had at Henley Women's Regatta so far this year. Great to see so many international entrants back after a couple of years of a dip in those entries due to travel restrictions. But great to have them back in, and great for the British athletes to have that experience of racing against those crews with different training theologies and different methodologies that bring them to the same regatta eventually. But very interested to see how this race pans out. Imperial, of course, one of the top rowing universities in the UK, very, very strong, often sort of pushing up into the championship events and doing very, very well when they do so. But this Dutch crew, perhaps not known to them, will be interesting to see how that folds out.
Yes, the Imperial crew look quite fast yesterday in the race. And it is interesting to see, as you say, how these international crews here, not just the different methodologies, but also the different styles of rowing. We had the distinctive, powerful body and arm finish of the American crews, Brown yesterday, showing their very different style to sort of the far more relaxed and finished style of the British crews.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even see sort of within those countries, obviously, to see with the Brits, given there are so many of them here, but even sort of between clubs, those defined styles of rowing and sort of how those change over time. We've just had the Cambridge pair racing, Cambridge well known for getting right up into the catch, having massive catch angles and leaving themselves through as our scullers, when other crews focus on slightly shorter stroke path, getting that rate nice and high and chopping through the water. Both can work, it just depends what's working for you on the day.
Absolutely. Both crews here seem to still be waiting to start.
Still waiting confirmation of exactly what happened between Durham University and the University of Surrey in the most recent of our semi-finals, but it looks like both crews are forward under starters orders, ready to go on this next race.
We're off. Much shorter stroke length there from the Dutch crew, definitely trying to get that rating nice and high, get off the start and up to full speed as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this idea of strategy, this idea of perfecting your race plan, the start is critical. It's very, very difficult to win a race off the start, but it's very easy to mess one up. And a bit of an odd line there for the Dutch crew as they come around, a bit of a wiggle coming around off the start.
We noticed this yesterday as well with a number of those crews coming off of that station, sort of drifting towards the buoy line. The Henley course is straight, but the bank itself isn't, so it's quite easy to be lured in, particularly on this point here where you don't have the booms to guide you. Particularly quite easy to be lured across to that by following that bank from the corner of your eye as opposed to following the actual buoy line.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Berkshire station, easy to be lured across by the bank moving away. On the Buckinghamshire station, easy to be pushed across by that overhang from Temple Island.
Yes.
But despite that slight wiggle off the start, the Dutch have stayed with Imperial, who seem just leading at the minute. But I doubt that's going to be a lead they're holding for long.
Yeah, the Dutch were looking to be working quite hard there. The Imperials are a bit longer, a bit more sort of relaxed to me. That may pay off for them in the latter stages of this race. Less energy used here, more to bring in towards the finish, just sort of dash for the line.
It may indeed. Though the Dutch do seem to be giving them a good run for their money. Imperial, of course, one of the top rowing universities in the UK.
Indeed, and we've just had, we believe that Durham were disqualified in the last race due to a clash down the island. So that means that it will be University of Surrey pushing through to the final.
That being the second clash of Temple Island of the day, which just sort of goes to demonstrate the conversation we're just having around the danger that Temple Island can present to crews coming together and clashing. The umpires don't seem to be in the mood to be very forgiving today, so crews who are coming together, clashing, impeding the progress of other crews, are finding themselves dropping out of the competition perhaps a little bit sooner than they would have liked. But just this fantastic drone shot here of these two pairs coming down the Henley Strait, looking not much in it, Basil.
Not much at all. They do look to match each other stroke for stroke. So just the bows of the Dutch crew there, just cutting through that slight bounce in the water from passing river traffic. As the camera pans on to the side, we'll see if Imperial managed to lengthen the lead. No, they still seem to just be about half a length ahead. So really, as you were saying earlier, in these small boats, the turn of speed you have is much higher. So half a length is nothing. It's not a comfortable distance to be sat at. It's quite easy to accelerate the top speed, back at top speed in a small boat, which you don't see in the larger ones.
Absolutely. And although Imperial looking very, very composed on the outside, I imagine on the inside a little more stressed by the presence of this Dutch crew on their tail. Both athletes will be able to see that crew creeping up on them, just the peripheries of their vision. It's not a comfortable place to be. So this is the first of 2 semi-finals for the Redgrave Challenge Vase, the Championship Women's Pairs. The second one coming up in just a moment with the crews lining up on the start line.
Yes, and then in this next race we have Leander and Durham, with Leander on the Berkshire station and Leander on the Buckinghamshire station. And they're off, and you can see, it looks like Leander may have just taken a slight lead off that start, so a quicker, more aggressive start. This, of course, being Leander's home turf, so they will know this course well. And they'll instinctively know where to be in relation to it. So we shouldn't see any, hopefully shouldn't see any steering from them. As I say, that Leander are being warned back to their station.
In a slight tailwind today, the boats are moving quicker than perhaps the athletes would normally expect. A slight crosstail, a bit of blusteriness going on as well. So the umpires' flags being worked relentlessly this morning as they guide crews to have the best race they can. And I think Durham there being warned, or both crews potentially being warned to move back onto station. And a great shot there of Durham coming by.
Just going back to the final stages of the other race, it looks like Imperial may have lengthened out their lead towards the finish line there. The Imperial group is still looking quite poised, quite controlled. In contrast to the Dutch group we saw a moment ago, who are looking a lot more flustered, I think. Yeah, here we go, over the finish line. Imperial in his last few hundred metres just stretched out their lead over the Dutch group.
So about a 2-length victory there for Imperial, and again that idea of staying composed, of staying calm, of staying relaxed is often what wins races. But looking back now into the race we have unfolding underneath the drone here, Basil, this is another great race.
This is why we love Henley racing. It is gladiatorial, blow for blow going on here between Durham and Leander. Either side giving anything. Although it looks like Leander may just have inched out there to a quarter of a length canvas lead. Durham are not giving in. They are sticking to them, sticking to Leander.
Absolutely. Leander, of course, a big name, both domestically and internationally. I believe the most successful rowing club, it's the most successful Olympic sports club in the world. Most recently, Leander has split the men's and women's programs apart, which means they both have access to equal funding, equal equipment. So the women's side, headed up by Ross Hunter, has produced some really, really outstanding athletes and performances over the last couple of seasons, especially at the Royal last year and Henley Women's last year, in fact. Crews doing fantastically well, and you can see just there in that Leander crew that sort of typical technical model of Leander that bleeds so well into the national team on the international stage.
You can really see that good compression Leander getting to that, so that they're really bringing their hips up and getting that good vertical shin, so that got a really strong platform to drive that boat down the river, and they look to be just stretching out the lead over the Durham crew.
Durham, of course, both those athletes, full-time students at Durham University, so balancing the challenges of training full-time with their program of academics. But just moving over now to the left-hand side of your photo, we move on to our next pair of semi-finals.
This is the academic Cox's Forwards, the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy, and we have the KSRV Royal Students Boat Club from the Netherlands versus University of London. The Dutch crew in the blue on the right hand side of that picture. And they look to be leading off the top of the island, and they'll be going back to station.
They do indeed. So in these Cox's fours, one of these athletes, as we discussed earlier, steering the boat with their foot. Very easy, especially off the start when we're trying to get the boat to accelerate as much as possible in a shorter space of time. Very easy for that foot to start to wiggle and then to push the rudder around to one side or the other. But both crews managed pretty well indeed. The Dutch crew just extending their lead a little bit more over the University of London. Of course, you wouldn't expect any international crew here that hasn't got the caliber to beat a lot of the domestic crews. But the University of London, a real powerhouse of British women's student rowing, headed up this year newly by Anthony Smith, previously head coach at LEH, and doing a fantastic job of bringing that program on from strength to strength. And I'm sure we'll be in for a good race here as the race continues, Basil.
You can see the closing stages of the semi-final for the Red Gold Challenge So they will be progressing through to the final race today to row against Imperial College London. Now back to the County Quarterfinal Trophy forward, and we can see that the Dutch crew, the Royal Students' Boat Club, have stretched out their lead to, I think, probably about a quarter of a length clear water now over the University of London crew. And once you get into that clear water, the crew behind tends to lose contact. The other crew is just out of sight, just out of sound, and you can't quite sense they're there. So it takes real fortitude of mind to keep pushing as hard as you can to stay on and try and stay on terms with them. But even this is not a big margin. It's not a margin that can't be overturned, as we saw earlier in the day with some of the, particularly with the single sculls, where margins of 3-4 lengths were being overturned in the closing stages. The Dutch crew is looking nice and relaxed here, in full control of this race.
Yeah, super composed there from the Dutch, especially, but from both crews. As we carry on down the course. University of London just trying to get back onto their opposition, but being warned by the umpire to give the Dutch the space that they need on the course.
Indeed, and sometimes some of these crews will be trying to, at different stages of the race, move towards the middle or the far side to try and stay out of the stream. As we said, one of the unique things of racing on the Henley stretch is that you are racing against the stream. Most of these athletes would have been racing on lakes or on rivers with a bit of stream to carry them along. Here the stream is slowing you down with each stroke.
So we'll keep an eye on that race between the University of London and the Dutch on the right-hand side of the screen. But we move back up now to the start line for the second of the Cathy Cruikshanks Trophy semi-finals. This time between Oxford University Women's Boat Club on the right-hand side of your picture currently, and Cambridge University on the left-hand side. So it looks to me to be perhaps a little bit of a rematch of the Blondie Osiris race that we saw earlier on in the year. Most of these athletes lifted from those crews.
Yes, and it looks to be quite close, as you'd expect from both of these crews, both the Oxford and the Cambridge programmes training their athletes hard. But it does look like Oxford may just be slipping into a slight lead there over Cambridge off the top of the island.
Yeah, Oxford looked to have just had a slightly better start and to have clawed out a little bit further than Cambridge perhaps would have liked them to be at this stage in the race. All these athletes, of course, used to racing on perhaps one of the most challenging courses in the world, the championship course on the tideway partly to Mortlake, and as a result have all the mental strength needed to come back from even sort of a pretty tough position at this stage in the race. But both crews looking fairly comfortable moving through, looking pretty happy as we carry on the race.
I want that. So just coming back to the semi-final of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxus Fours, with this battle between Oxford University and Cambridge University. And I've been joined by my commentary partner from yesterday afternoon, Nicole. Nice to have you back, Nicole.
Nice to be here. Nice to see this boat race rivalry on the Henley course between Oxford and Cambridge. It's a rare moment, actually, to get that during Henley. These two crews specifically together, neck and neck. So it's great to see.
Yeah, and both crews are giving it their all here. It does look like Oxford are just keeping it, have just slipped ahead slightly further, and that's just allowing them to stay a bit more relaxed, while Cambridge are desperately fighting to get back on terms with their darker blue opponents.
And they must be happy to see this because, of course, Cambridge, the women, put on a very dominant performance at this year's boat race. So it's interesting to see these crews back again, and Oxford actually having the lead this time.
Indeed. And just lining up on the start at the moment, we have the first of the semi-finals for the Colgan Cup Foundation Cup, which is the Academic Eights. And you can just see going off there, Newcastle University against Durham University, with Newcastle closest to us.
Again, just like that Oxford-Cambridge race, it's a very close rivalry because, as I'm sure some of you know watching, Durham and Newcastle participate in the Boat Race of the North. So again, very cool to see these two crews in particular come side by side on the Henley course.
Indeed, and they will have a bitter battle down this course, I'd imagine. A point of pride here on who will be the fastest crew.
Definitely. Durham looking quite sharp, Newcastle looking quite powerful. And the right you're skiing, you see Oxford and Cambridge still on their rivalry down the course. Cambridge look to be closing the gap, but we'll see what happens in the final stages.
Yeah, I suspect as we're coming across the finish line here, I think they've just run out of water. They've closed the gap back up onto Oxford. It's just not enough to get them back on terms. But we move back to the Colgan Foundation Cup for the Academic 8 between Newcastle and Durham University here. And both crews looking powerful. I think that for me, the Newcastle crew just looking a bit crisper with their catches.
And looking decisively powerful as well.
Indeed.
Durham looked to be getting some inches there, maybe squeezing out. But again, it's all to play for still. And coming across the commentating box, you definitely hear the spectators roar for their crews.
Indeed, and Durham have about a quarter of a length lead there over Newcastle. But that is not a safe margin. As we've seen, we're talking about the tactics of racing. Some crews will know that they have a sprint up their back pocket, so will be quite happy to sort of sit at a quarter of a length down, and then just speed up through that finish line, while other crews are looking to get off the start and sit out front, dominate the race and control the race.
Yeah, and Durham just got a warning to move back to their station. Maybe that was a tactical move by the Cox to potentially send down some dirty water once they have the lead. Because this is that stage of the race where a lot of people want to put in a big push and make their mark and kind of close it down in their favor.
Absolutely, and neither crew will be wanting to settle down into too low a rhythm or too... Sorry, just watching this race is just brilliant, just this side by side.
Yeah, excellent. It's great to come on a Sunday with these semifinals and finals just because the margin can be so tight between them, and it's just a blast to watch from start to finish.
Absolutely, it's totally engrossing, and as you're coming down here, it looks like Durham still have that lead over Newcastle.
saying that it's gripping to watch, those athletes are definitely tired from these past few days.
They will
they'll
be
definitely,
feeling that burn, yeah.
They'll be feeling the bite in their legs. And whoever comes out of this, they have another race to do after this. So recovery strategy is definitely key for these athletes today. Great shot of Newcastle there. Love to see how direct they are at the catch.
That very distinctive blue star on their blades and on their arms. This looks to be a good race right to the finish.
Durham seemed to be the more confident crew, just sitting up a bit more. And on your left, we have another stage of the academic eights kicking off.
This is the second semi-final of the Colgan Foundation Cup for academic eights. Oxford Brookes University versus NUI Galway Boat Club from Ireland. Obviously, we know that the Brookes crew looking to be a dominant force here. Brookes rowing really coming to be a real dominant powerhouse in the British rowing scene here. It'll be interesting to see how they hold up against some foreign talent from Ireland. And as we're approaching the finish line of the semi-final ahead, it looks like Durham have held on to that lead over Newcastle by about 1/4 of a length.
Wow, excellent race.
And a tough race as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this race, whether Brookes will get ahead, and so the Brookes are ahead at the moment, whether they can get clear water, whether they will decide to save their legs or if they're going to be going all out.
Brookes showing off their distinctive, powerful style, getting a lot of grip at the catch and sending it through. Luckily, the conditions are a bit easier today to manage than in the later stages yesterday.
And just to explain this term, we've used to use on the grip. So the idea in rowing is that it's not jet propulsion, not sending water out the back to try and move yourself forwards. It's leverage. You're putting your blade in the water and trying to leave that spoon, that far end of the blade, where it is and lever the boat past that point. And you can see an excellent example of this from the Brookes crew here. Every stroke moving their boat past that point where they've got the blades locked on.
Yeah, Brookes' style definitely show off kind of how physically fit they are and kind of these peak performance athletes. And also part of the rowing stroke is definitely taking the grip at the catch. You have to be really strong, getting in your S&C, doing your deadlifts. That's how you get the best grip at the catch. And you can see those Brookes girls have definitely done that in those winter months to lead to their summer victories.
Absolutely, and it's a real testament to the depth of the Brookes program and all the athletes there, that no matter what category you see a Brookes crew in, you know it's going to be a tough race. And it looks like Brookes have broken to clear water over Galway.
Yeah, Brookes is an interesting one because when I started rowing in 2015, Brookes just started their rise.
Yeah.
And now it's especially great to see them especially dominant. But it just goes to show that these victories that happen today, they're definitely years in the making.
Oh, yes. So it takes a long time to build up a consistently successful program. And Brookes have definitely done that. They've been the template for that. And just lining up on the start now, which we'll see shortly, is the first of the semi-finals of the Rosie May Glothling Trophy for aspirational doubles. But we're staying with this thrilling semi-final of the Colgan Foundation Cup between Brookes and Galway.
I love these close shots to see their great blade work.
And Brookes looking very composed there. I suspect they've probably taken the intensity down slightly. See a little smile from the stroke girl there, from Brookes.
And yeah, they'll have one more race to go today. And they'll definitely want to get off their water, get in the shade.
And just going off the start now, we have the first semi-final of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. Sudbury Rowing Club versus Reading Rowing Club, with Reading on the far side. And Reading is well known for its sculling programme. So interesting to see how these two crews are already being warned apart, how these two crews fare here. On the right hand side we can just see the closing stages of the semi-final of the Colgan Foundation Cup, Brooks versus Galway, with Brooks going through to the final now to race Durham.
Yeah.
Should be fine though. And coming to the top of the island, it looks like a lead for Sudbury Rowing Club in the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy.
Interesting contrast between the double sculls and the 8 is that obviously in a double scull you don't have a cox to focus completely on steering for you, which makes it all the more the challenge when you're in that racing mode. But both crews seem to be faring quite well now.
Yeah, and Reading look to be slowly inching back into the Sudbury crew here.
And obviously having to adjust your steering, as Sudbury is needed to do, will have an impact on boat speed, because for viewers who don't know, a rudder kind of acts very similar to a brake in a car. If you're using it too aggressively, it most definitely slows you down, which can give Reading that advantage as they move through the course.
Reading's looking a little bit more relaxed there into the catch, just picking the boat up a little bit sharper.
Wow, yeah, some great bow ball to bow ball racing right now between them.
And it looks like Reading may have just slipped into a lead there. Both crews will be feeling it at this point in the legs, and it starts to become a matter of who wants it more, who can push through that burning flame. We can see Sudbury taking the rate up there, going for a bit of a push. Doesn't look like Reading have responded yet to them. Probably trusting for a sprint for the finish later down the course.
It is still a windy day as well, which these smaller boats especially have to contend with. Even from the commentary box, we're feeling the breeze.
Definitely. And just going off now is the next of the semi-finals of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for Aspirational Doubles. We have Tilburg Studenten Roeveringen Vida Hilvanbeek, I apologise for this pronunciation there, from the Netherlands, versus KSRV Royal Students Boat Club from the Netherlands. So two Dutch crews here. Probably have met in some of their domestic fixtures as well, going off the start.
Ooh, definitely some trouble with the steering there, getting dangerously close. Again, great to see some Dutch-on-Dutch rivalry. We saw Oxford and Cambridge face each other, Durham and Newcastle, and now two Dutch crews. Funny that. The crews you've been competing with all year and then meeting them down the Henley stretch again in some side-by-side racing.
And here we can see Reading on the right-hand side of your picture have just pressed out to 3/4 of a length lead over Sudbury. But again, Sudbury look to be raising the rates slightly higher rating than Reading, hoping to stay on terms. And we've got a beautiful overhead shot here of the two Dutch crews going down with the looks like the Berkshire side Dutch crew are leading as they approach the commentary tent.
This is a reminder to all coaches to please not cycle through the enclosure. Thank you.
Some lovely sculling there from both Dutch crews. And in the race ahead, the first semi-final of the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, as they approach the line, it looks like Reading have won that, so Reading will be progressing through to the final to race one of these two crews.
Yeah, and it looks Royal Students Boat Club definitely taking a decisive lead now.
Royal Students are on the other side, so they are they are behind by pretty about half a length of clear water.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to get confused with some of these foreign crews who we're not quite familiar with their colours.
Wow, if you look at that shot, you can see the wash and a bit of the conditions that they're having to bear with during their races today. Definitely a bit of bounce as they're coming through to the finish line.
Yeah, both crews doing that admirably. And we've just heard over the speaker that in the Academic 8, the Colgan Foundation Cup, Oxford Brooks have broken the course record by 1 second.
Wow.
In a time, I'm trying to find it for you, in a time of 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Wow, great to see some records being made today. It's a little bit of a tailwind to help them.
Yeah, which will obviously help speed things up. And going off the start now on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see the first semi-final of the Frank v. Harry Cup for development for Coxed Fours. The University of Bristol versus Vesta Rowing Club. University of Bristol on the right-hand side.
Correction. This round is University of Surrey versus University of St Andrews. The next round we'll see Bristol. And for those of you who didn't tune in yesterday, Surrey put on a very decisive performance against Molesey Boat Club, which is particularly interesting as those two clubs share similar boathouses on the same course in London, just outside London, Hampton Lock. And Surrey looked to be just the more powerful crew off the start.
Slight, some blades flying up in the air there. Just a bit of a wash.
Yeah.
But as
Oh wow, St Andrews is
hugging those
push in,
booms.
yeah. Again, great to see these development Cox 4s out for development athletes. So athletes who may have less experience but showed their strength and are within this category alongside other development level athletes.
And some beautiful overhead shots there. You can really see the time and control that University of Surrey have on that slide as they approach the catch, the front of the stroke, just while they put the blade in the water. And a slightly more controlled approach to the catch will mean you're taking less speed off between each stroke, so maintaining that boat speed, that run as we call it.
Yeah, they're just eking out a lead with half a length, but St. Andrews is keeping it punchy, keeping the rate high. Interesting to note, St. Andrews is also have bucket rigged their boat.
Indeed, and as we said, we noticed quite a few crews had done that in the time trials on Saturday when they had the time trials for the development fours. There is science behind it that sort of shows that it's meant to equal out the forces so it goes straighter. Having rode in a bucket rig a few times myself, I can tell you really need to have very good blade work to make it work. Otherwise, it feels very strange with the water movement directly behind your blade. But St Andrews are rowing very nicely there, so that shouldn't be affecting them. You can see the three guard of University of Surrey having a quick look over just to assess where St Andrews are. Interesting, in these bow-loaded boats, the coxes, if you're ahead, cannot see the crew behind, so they'll be relying on one of the athletes, probably most usually the bow girl, the girl sat closest to the cox, to relay to them where the opposition are. Are they making a move so that the cox can then adjust the race plan accordingly and make calls to counteract them?
Yeah, at this stage, University of Surrey just seem to be the more powerful crew. Great hip swing, and in these cox fours, relaying that power is essential because they're heavier boats and you really need to push through.
And now we have the start of the University of Bristol and Vesta Rowing Club race, with Vesta on the far side and University of Bristol closest on the right-hand side of the screen.
And again, we've been commenting on the conditions. Vesta is obviously used to these conditions as an embankment club based in London. Also with a great depth in their development level athletes, as they have their own novice rowing program where they can develop these athletes for events like these.
Indeed, the University of Bristol themselves should be used to this. I believe they do train in the harbour sometimes down in Bristol, so they will be used to less than favourable conditions as well. But both crews going out hard at the start here. Coming off the top of the island, it looks like University of Bristol may just have inched into the lead.
Some very nice blade work from Bristol right there. Nice and direct to the catch, not wasting any energy. And again, another great drone shot of them just eking out a lead.
And you can see the Bristol crew really looking quite nice. They're just leaving their hands out there at the catch as they press the boat through the stroke.
Yeah, Vestas, just from this drone shot, you may see them shortening up just a bit. Obviously, when you see the crew coming ahead, you want to rate higher, you want to just go. But it's important to stay composed and let the boat run for you. Oh, Vesta looked to have put in a push slightly. Great overhead shot just there of these crews neck and neck. Bristol do seem to be the more composed crew at this stage. You know, they're sitting up, getting their blades in, look slightly more relaxed, even though they're definitely not feeling relaxed. But great rowing from both crews in this nail-biter semi-final.
Yeah, it's very hard to be relaxed when the opposition still have their bows inside your boat. And the University of Bristol crew will be desperate to try and break contact there. And just going off the start there on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see the first of the races for the George Inns Championship single sculls between Bath University and KSRV from Holland. So on the right hand side of the picture here we can just see the closing stages of the semi-final of the Frank v Harry Cup, University of Bristol versus Leicester Rowing Club, with it looks like University of Bristol taking that win. So they will be meeting University of Surrey in the finals. And coming down the course now, as we have Bath University against KSRV Royal Students Boat Club.
Wow, and that's a great shot because it looks like the Bat Sculler is just sneaking in, trying to put in a push, trying to take the lead.
Yeah, particularly as we go through the spectators zone now.
And that's the great thing about watching single scullers race. It's so, within a couple strokes, you can see someone put in a push and sneak through to take the lead.
Absolutely.
In some of the bigger boat classes, it takes a lot more graft and a lot more patience to get that push you need. Whereas single scullers, you can see stroke for stroke, it's anyone for the taking.
And it looks like the Bath Sculler is just stretching out her lead slightly.
And wow, look at that wash they're having to combat. You can see kind of a splash here and there, but the sculler staying composed, long, powerful strokes in her single.
And lining up from the start is the next of the semi-finals of the George Inns Championship single sculls between Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. But we'll stay here with the Bath and Dutch single scullers as they approach the finish.
Looks like the Bath Sculler is taking a more decisive lead, just pushing it away. Just getting great run on the boat there.
Indeed. Oh, and here we have the start of the second semi-final of the George Inns Championship single sculls, with Jade Lindo from Twickenham taking an early lead there. But it looks like Molly Curry from Queen's University Belfast has come back on terms with her.
Twickenham Rowing Club, certainly a notable player in these sculling events at Henley Women's Regatta, as Twickenham Rowing Club hosts some GB Start athletes, which are athletes who have shown a certain physical prowess and have been identified to participate in the GB Start program, and some of them do row out of Twickenham Rowing Club.
Indeed, and Jade is one of those. Interestingly, Molly Curry from Belfast has already represented Ireland as a junior, and she's now seeking selection in the under-23 level with GB. So both of these athletes are looking to represent Great Britain on an international level. So this will be a key race for them to show how fast they are compared to each other. We can see the bows of both boats pressing through the chop there, both handling it very nicely.
You can see incredibly long strokes from that Twickenham rower, really using her power efficiently to push the boat away. Great drone shot there, just to show you the run on the boat when you're setting into a nice rhythm off the island.
Indeed, and just look at that distance that per stroke that Jade is putting down, just eking out more and more an advantage over Molly Curry from Belfast. But as we saw earlier today with Jade's fellow Twickenham sculler Shay, any advantage can be quickly overturned in a single sculls race. All it takes is a slight mishap and the opposition will be on you fast. And just confirming that Bath, the single sculler from Bath University, won the race before over the Dutch crew. So we will be seeing, so whoever wins this semi-final will be facing them in the final later today.
A great performance from both scullers at this stage. Racing in a single does require some sort of mental resilience. You don't have other crewmates around you. You don't have a cox. It's all within you to take you to the line.
Absolutely, and when it's going well, you know it's all you. But on the same time, when it's going badly, it is still all you.
Exactly.
So you have to. There's no one else there to carry you. You have to pick yourself up, refine that rhythm, and just get back on it. And you can see Molly Curry from Belfast having a look round just to see if she's still within striking distance of Jade Lindo from Twickenham.
Some great blade work there, some great catches from the Belfast rower. Oh, you see the look over the shoulder to see what she has to make up in this stage of the race.
And Jade often competes again in time trials at Twickenham against her fellow teammate Shay and also Vire, who we'll be seeing later in the double sculls. All these GB Start athletes from Twickenham, coached by the GB Start coach Helen Brown. And some excellent, and look at that lovely long length there from Jade. Really just setting that boat up from catch to finish.
Yes, it's especially important to stay composed in a single because it's such a light boat and because it's only you. Having technical proficiency, being able to stay long, stay loose, stay composed is really important because one bad stroke in a single can cost you the race.
Absolutely, and these singles are narrower than most of the other boats. As you can slightly see there, some of these singles are so narrow, in fact they are actually narrower than the athlete's hips. And so you're trying to balance on a tiny size shell when the blades are out of the water. It takes incredible core strength and dexterity. And off on the left-hand side of the picture there, you can see the first semi-final of the Avril Vellacott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours, University of London against Brown University Boat Club. The University of London crew have 4 Henley women's wins between them across various events.
And as we saw yesterday, Brown University took a decisive victory over Durham in this category. Again, the Americans showing off their signature powerful style, taking a lot of power at the catch and swinging through the hips, showing off their physical prowess, much like the Brooks rowers we saw earlier. But even more, you can just notice that exaggerated backswing from the stroke seat.
Yeah, very exaggerated hip swing there. The UL and I believe Tyrion composite crew just looking nice and relaxed there. but they're still within contact. Still able to come back quite quickly.
Yeah, you see Brown just inched back to their station there. So again, UL can take that and put in their push because steering does affect speed, but Brown seemed to be still taking the lead here.
Absolutely. But this should still be a good battle down the course, and they're just coming past the spectator zone now. We can hear shouts for UL from the crowd. UL still in contact with the shell of Brown. Their bow ball's still in line with them. They will not be allowing Brown to move any further away if they can help it.
You see UL still incredibly composed compared to see some other crews when they're down, getting a bit more frantic, but UL holding their composed style, great finishes, and of course these championship categories, these are experienced athletes who have done this before, and as the UL girls have with their previous Henley women's wins, this won't deter them from putting on a fight.
There's still plenty of time though for UL to come back on terms. Let's see how this race progresses. Lining up at the start though, we have the next semi-final of the Avril Velicott Cup. Tideway Scholars School versus Leander. And they're off. To the right of the picture you can see Brown still with that very powerful hip swing. They seem to be increasing the rate, increasing the power there for a sprint for the finish line. It doesn't look like the UL crew have spotted this, so they may just be losing a bit of ground to them.
And off the island with this TSS versus Leander race, TSS has just been warned to get back to their station and not steer into the other crew. Leander has taken a bit of a lead here though at this stage. Those long graceful strokes from the Leander crew there.
And it's a real sign of the caliber of rower here. Both these crews are rating quite highly, but it looks so effortless. They are so calm and poised.
Indeed, and getting really long strokes there, not losing an inch.
And just to the right hand side you can see Brown University going over the line just ahead of UL and Tyrion.
Great overhead shot of the TSS and Leander crews. Leander just getting a bit more run at this stage, coming past the commentary box. But TSS is still maintaining their bit of contact with their stern.
And the Leander crew just look to be just pressing TSS away.
And again, Leander Club gets to train on this course all year round, so there's definitely an advantage into knowing your environment, knowing how to play the course, having a reminder of this every day in your training all year round. So certainly a psychological advantage there for the Leander crew. And you can see them just maybe bring down the rating slightly. Again, looking very composed, great blade work, not losing any inches at the catch, straight in, nice and direct.
Leander looking quite comfortable there, as you say, but just taking the intensity down slightly, save their legs for a thrilling final against Brown University if they manage to hold TSS off to the finish line here. So, Aisling Brown in the Tideway Scullers boat won the Leicester Trophy. So that's the Aspirational Club Fours in 2019. She's obviously hoping for a win in the Championship Fours here.
Great shot of Leander Club just there.
And going for the start now, we have the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy for J16 Coxed Fours with Henley Rowing Club and Headington School.
Both very notable clubs on the junior rowing circuit and have most definitely faced each other at previous regattas like national schools.
Yeah, and we have seen some dominant performances so far from the rest of the Henley Junior Women's squad at this regatta. Henley on the right hand side of your picture there in the white kit, Headington School in the blue kit on the left hand side. And it looks off the top of the island that Henley have pressed out to a lead. And on the right hand side picture now you can just see Leander paddling it over the finish line in the semi-final of the Avril Velicott Cup. They'll be going on to the final to race Brown University.
Great shot of Henley Rowing Club there as they take their lead, being decisive at the catch and then pressing out their finishes, leaving the other crew behind them.
And we can see here it looks like Henley have clear water lead over Headington School.
And another bucket-rigged boat. Clearly a bit of a preference amongst the Cox Fours categories. But Henley do seem to be doing very well in it, as you can see by this performance. A very technically tidy crew in this Cox Four.
Indeed. Giving proof to the old saying, buckets are free speed.
Indeed.
And a beautiful shot there of the two crews heading down the course. And you can see Henley just confidently sitting ahead of Headington School there. Just accelerating that blade through the stroke.
Yeah, and Henley obviously a reputable high performing program for junior girls rowing. Great to see that depth develop from an early age. Definitely makes me jealous as someone who picked up rowing during university to see how beautifully some of these junior women are rowing.
And coming down here we can see it looks like Henley may have just upped the rate slightly, maybe just to try and kill off any hope of Headington coming back on terms. And going off the start now on the left-hand side of your screen is the second of our semi-finals of the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy for J16 Cox Fours with St Paul's Girls' School and Glasgow Academy. St Paul's on the right-hand side of that picture and Glasgow Academy on the left-hand side. And it looks like a slightly shaky start for St Paul's girls there. They look to have recovered. Glasgow Academy look to just a slight lead off the top of the island, I think. It's close either way.
Well, either way, I'm really a fan of that Glasgow Academy blade work. Looking very sharp as they come to the catch, and their finish is very decisive.
Yeah. As the camera pans on, we can see it is very close. A quick look out there from the Glasgow Cox over at St Paul's girls boat just to assess where they sit on each other, and he'll be feeding that back to the crew, giving them that confidence, giving them that inspiration that we're still in this, we can still stay on terms and maybe even push through. And in that semi-final ahead of the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy for J16 Cox Fours, Henley Rowing Club look to have won it over Headington School.
Great overhead shot here. These crews neck and neck. Glasgow just seem to be a slightly longer crew here, but St. Paul's might be inching out a lead. It's all for the taking here at this stage. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, it is. It's hard. It's very close. Not even. It's about half a canvas in it.
Glasgow just seem like they might be putting in a push, raising that rate slightly.
I think they are. I think they are. I think they're trying to make a move, trying to just squeeze back through St Paul's girls.
And this is the thing about Cox Fours is, unlike a single, when you're trying to put in a push, it can make a difference within a few strokes, but in a Cox Four, you really have to be patient. I mean, when you're making a push, you're not making a 3-stroke push. You're waiting 15, 20 strokes to get your lead. Because as they're heavier boats, it'll be a bit slower to get that lead that you really want.
To get up to speed, indeed, yeah. And when you're travelling, over 10 metres, well over 10 metres a stroke, trying to 20, 30 strokes, that can take 200-300 metres of a 1,500 metre course. It can take a while to move back through them. But this looks to be a good race going down the course. That Glasgow crew looking very tidy. I suspect we'll see them take it up another gear shortly just to try and push through, get their bow ball clear of that St Paul's Girls' School crew.
Next race
is the Nina Padwick Trophy for J16 quads. And we have Maidenhead Rowing Club and Globe Rowing Club. So this is the J16, so this is for 16 and under, and the Globe crew is made up of 2 J15s. So two of the guys have only just turned 15, so will be younger than most of the competitors in this category.
Looking on your right, St. Paul's might have taken just slightly of a lead in that Cox 4 event. But certainly 2 exciting races at once.
And it looks like Globe have that lead off the top of the island, striking at a high rate Maidenhead are not going quietly. They are fighting, keeping that rating high. As you can see from the overhead shot there, it looks like Globe may be out to about half a length lead over Maidenhead.
Wow, and that was a canvas finish for St. Paul's in Glasgow, with St. Paul's just inching out of victory there.
But we're back now to the Nina Padwick trophy for J16 coxless quads, and it looks like Globe are trying to break free of Maidenhead here. There's no cox in these quads, so there's no one to tell you, no one can see the opposition behind you, or ahead of you in this case. It is up to the bow goal to have a quick look round every now and then, see where they are and feed that back to the crew. So at this point the Maidenhead crew, most of the Maidenhead crew will have lost contact, they'll have lost that sense of having the Globe crew beside them, and they will be having to dig deep to keep motivating themselves to stay in that painful zone, that pain cave as it's called.
They look to have put in a push to try to maintain contact, get deeper in the pain cave at this stage of the race. Also very impressive to see the 16-year-olds, again, without a cox, steering down the Henley course and doing a great job at it.
But that Globe quad looks to be moving very nicely together on that back turn. Taking a bit more patience at the finish. The Globe crew, the Maidenhead crew, a bit snappier off the finish, a bit trying to come forward a bit quicker to get back into the water, desperately fighting to keep that stroke rate high, trying to find some way of moving back into the Globe crew.
Lovely shot there of Globe's blade work. Great catches. Quadruple sculls can be especially tricky to get the timing right, make sure you're moving all together, because it moves very quick when you're at this pace. So keeping the synchronization and staying tidy is essential to keep up and not mess with the boat speed.
Indeed, in terms of boat speed, the quad is the fastest boat after the 8.
And when it's not going well, it feels like you're going to be losing control. But when it's going well, it goes like that. Very synchronized, very beautiful to watch.
Indeed, and just going off the start now, on the left-hand side of your picture is the next of the semi-finals for the Nina Padwick Trophy for J16 coxless quads. We have Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club versus Henley Rowing Club. Again, another Henley crew here. And Henley are being warned to move over.
Yes, those blades coming very close together off the start.
So both crews in white kit here, so hard to discern who is whom, but you can tell that Henley are on the left-hand side of that picture, leading by almost a length over Wycliffe off the top of the island.
Coming past the spectator area, yeah, Henley moving out in the lead. Although steering very close to the middle and sending down some dirty water to the other crew. I think they've just been warned again, because as you can see from this overhead shot, they're just trying to move back to their station slightly. Which, again, the other crew can take as an advantage, because in moments like that, when someone's correcting their steering, you're hoping they can overcorrect so you can put in a decisive push.
But Henley look to be in control of this as they've come past the commentary box.
Wycliffe maintaining contact as best as they can as Henley presses out to their lead. Some great sculling displayed by both crews.
And just confirming that Globe Rowing Club won the previous race in the semi-final of the Nina Padwick Trophy. So the winner of this race will be facing Globe in the final later today.
Henley seeming to be the more composed crew at this stage, which is obviously easier to do when you know you are taking the lead.
Yeah,
and you can watch your opposition from the stern.
Much easier to be composed when you're ahead and in control of the race. And both crews sculling very nicely there. Henley just taking some nice time there at the catch just to make sure they are locked on before levering that, putting the knees down, levering that boat past and then swinging the hips open.
And as scullers, for those who don't know, sweep is having one oar, whereas sculling you have two, as displayed here. And they're much lighter blades that you're carrying. So if one person's drive is out of sync in that quad, you will most definitely feel it. There's definitely a bit more finesse to the sculling stroke, as it were. And you can see Henley is moving very efficiently together, locking on, holding onto it, and pressing out together.
And just going off the start now, on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see the first of the semi-finals for the Bernard Churchill Trophy for Aspirational Singles, with Shandon Boat Club, Ruisin Mers, and Reading Rowing Club, Sophie Gray. Sophie being a world-class start programme athlete. Shandon Boat Club are on the Berkshire station, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, and Reading on the Buckinghamshire station on the left-hand side. And it looks like Sophie Gray from Reading may have the early lead there. In the picture on the right, you can see Henley taking the rating up for a sprint for that line, making sure there is absolutely no opportunity for Wycliffe to come back. And as they go through the line, it will be Henley Rowing Club against Globe Rowing Club in the final of the Nina Padwick Trophy for J16 coxless quads.
And that Reading single sculler taking a decisive lead here, coming past the spectator area. Got some great run on the boat there. Very long strokes. Again, most likely at a very high rate, but looking quite long and quite composed here. And you can see she has a back-winged sculling shell. That's when the riggers are behind you instead of in front of you, which is popular in these newer shells.
As you go past there, we can see that Sophie Gray from Reading Rowing Club has a healthy lead over Ruisin Mertz from Shandon Boat Club in Cork. As
you can see from this overhead shot, some spectators running alongside them, probably giving them encouragement, giving them a cheer, trying to egg on both rowers at this stage of the race. But that Reading sculler has a decisive lead here.
start now. On the left-hand side of the picture, you can see the second of the semi-finals in the Bernard Churcher Trophy for Aspirational Singles. Warrington Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, it's closest to us, and Hartpury College on the Buckinghamshire station. So as they're approaching the finish line, we can see the Reading sculler comfortably leading. But on the left-hand side, it looks to be a close race coming through the spectator zone between Warrington, Ella Stanhope from Warrington and Devon De Winner from Hartpury College. Not many races we've seen so far have been this close coming past the commentary box.
Yeah, and a race this close can certainly have an impact on your final, right? Because
Absolutely.
That Reading sculler just took.
Yeah, you can see the Reading scullers still paddling with some intensity, but far easier race for her than these two. Coming down now, they will be having a much tougher race, taking much more out of their energy reserves ahead of a final. And both scullers still fighting. You can see the pain on their faces. Neither one of them has been able to settle down into their race rhythm yet. Both still rating high, still at full intensity.
But this is what Henley's all about, right? It's these gladiatorial matches between two very strong athletes, seeing them go neck and neck for who will get into that final.
Absolutely.
You can imagine what's going on in their heads in these stages. Again, as a single sculler, it's only you. It's down to your own mental resilience and strength, and your own strategy of when you're going to put in a push, when you're going to hold back, what's the moment where you're going to go and take your lead.
And it's hard to tell from this angle who is in the lead. I suspect the Warrington sculler may just be sneaking ahead, but could be anyone's game, even at this point. And indeed, the Warrington sculler is in the lead as you approach the finish, and she can see a desperate look over her shoulder there. Where's the finish? both scullers in large amounts of pain here, and Warrington is being warned over. Can Hartbury take advantage of this?
Wow, it's stroke for stroke now at this stage.
And you can see Hartbury taking the weight up, going for a sprint for the finish. She's got to do something. Devonda winner from Hartbury has got to do something here to get on terms to try and get a win. And oof, this looks like it's going to be very close, but I think Ella Stanhope from Warrington may just be able to cling on. Yeah, over the finish line, she is just ahead. And going off the start now, we have the first of the semi-finals of the Copus Cup. Canterbury Rowing Club versus Vesta A Rowing Club. Canterbury on the right-hand side of the picture as you look at it now, Vesta on the left.
And you can see very different to some of the other boat classes. 8 girls all at one time, pushing off the start. A lot of power required to move these 8s off the line.
Absolutely, but they get up to speed fast, and as we will see here, they will stay at top speed for nearly the whole race. Unlike the other smaller boat class we've been commentating on here so far, a half-length lead in an 8 is a bit more substantial than in a single.
Exactly.
And if you manage to get to clear water in the 8, you'll have a much easier race. And as we see going past there, it looks like Cantabs are eking out a lead of perhaps 3/4 of a length off the top of the island over Vesta A.
Yep. Looks to be about half a length or so, maybe even more now. Vesta just staying in contact as they come past the spectators.
But Canterbury look to be striking at a slightly higher rate still than Vesta. Perhaps hoping to break Vesta early.
There's always a risk about that, as we spoke about yesterday. Sometimes a crew can't hold on for that long to that stroke rate or to that aggression, but Cantab seem to be holding their own, even though Vesta is not letting them go without a fight.
And if Vesta can just keep that contact, they may be able to push back through Cantabs once Cantabs are forced to drop the rate or burn out.
Cantab's just seeming to be the longer crew at this stage. Maybe Vesta getting slightly more frantic with it, slightly shorter, whereas Cantab, you see, even though at that very high rate, they have a very long stroke, even though it seems like Vesta's creeping back now.
I think Vesta may have just upped their ratings slightly, aware they've got to do something or start to slip away. But the Cantabs crew are rowing very nicely, very long there, as you say. I'm still looking composed.
Both in Filippi Boats, which is an Italian boat maker, for those watching who don't know.
Oh, and off the start now we have Thames A Rowing Club versus London Rowing Club. Oh,
and it seems like we have a false start. Already some excitement to this race that was much anticipated by both of us.
absolutely. There's no clash there, so it must have been a false start of some sort, but both crews seem to go. But back to the first semi-final of the Copus Cup, and it looks like
Vesta may have creeped back.
Indeed. Cantab's still looking long, still looking poised and controlled here, but I think Vesta have narrowed the gap on them. And as the camera pans around, we can see.
It just goes to show it's not over until it's over.
It looks like Cantabs are still just leading Vesta.
Leicester may have stretched out to a lead here at this
It
angle.
looks like they have. It looks like they're taking it up for a sprint for the finish.
Wow.
This is going to be close over the line.
They had something in the reserves, clearly.
They clearly did. It looks like Vesta may just, Vesta have just pipped Cantabs over the line.
Great racing.
Excellent, yeah, very close. And as we said, half a length lead doesn't mean much when you're in these eights. They can move through quite quickly. So this race between London and Thames is being restarted due to a crew becoming detached on the start, we've been told. We've been talking of the rivalries that we've seen so far. We've had Oxford to Cambridge, we've had Durham and Newcastle, and now we have a great tideway rivalry, London and Thames. And we can just see, I mean, that's the Thames captain on the white blazer there with the hat, just watching the start of his women's crew.
Yeah, these two embankment clubs, they have their own traditions of racing. And here they are right off the start.
And off the start.
London in their distinctive navy and white, and Thames in their black, red and white.
And they're coming down here, and it looks like Thames may have a slight lead over London off the top of Temple Island.
But as we just saw in that Cantabrigian versus Vesta race, anything can happen in these races, especially
Indeed.
in a semi-final.
Yes.
Some great neck-and-neck action here off the island, even though Thames seemed to have just stretched out a lead.
But
it's all for the
London
taking
will
now.
not be letting them go. They will be holding on to them. And it will be interesting to see how these two crews face up against each other.
Yeah, in the London Rowing Clubs, they're on the embankment. There are traditions of racing against one another in the Remenham Cup or the Balsted Rainer Challenge. So these are two crews who have faced each other all year in some regard, and have been itching to race each other now as they are now.
And we can hear the roar as the two crews go past the spectator zone.
Thames have just stretched out their lead, but London isn't letting go.
Thames looking strong and powerful there.
We have seasoned athletes in both crews, both in Thames and London. These are all athletes, who have their full-time careers and commitments, but who rode at university and wanted to carry on in their London lives. And these 18 athletes, counting the Coxes, are displaying this right now, showing their performances, both putting on solid rhythms as they race one another at the stage. Looks like Thames have asserted their dominance. You can see that great front end blade work.
And we've just heard that the time in the previous semi-final of the Copus Cup from Vesta Rowing Club of 4 minutes 45 set a new course record. So there is some
Big times being
good
laid
times
down on the track today.
Yeah, that tailwind is helping times. It'll be interesting to see how the time of this race stacks up against that of Vesta and Cantabs. Obviously a hard fought race there, so both crews showing their true speed in that previous one. And at the moment, Thames seem to be having the advantage over London.
Still a great performance from London at this stage. Again, the London rowing women's squad at this stage is relatively new, but showing incredible depth with 26 athletes represented this weekend. And for them to be in a semifinal with Thames, who have showed the depth of their women's squad, is quite impressive. And now on your left, we have junior single sculls semifinal between Agecroft and Trentham Boat Club.
So this is the semi-final of the dialys trophy for junior single sculls, with Scarlett Dewar from Agecroft on the left-hand side there, and Megan Knight from Trentham Boat Club in the white on the left-hand side of the picture. But on the left-hand side, on your right-hand side of the picture now, sorry, you can see Thames coming towards the finish line. And over the finish line, it is a win for Thames. But looking here, we can see now in the semi-final of the dialys trophy for junior single sculls, Trentham, Megan Knight from Trentham Boat Club seems to be leading by a nice margin over her rival Scarlett Dewar from Agecroft.
Wow, and look at that run on her boat as she takes every single stroke.
Yeah, you can just see the difference in the distance between puddles of the two scullers. Megan from Trentham is really just letting that boat run out between strokes. There's no speed lost on the recovery. And just stretching out her lead. And Megan from Trentham just looking very calm and composed there as she's sitting out ahead. And just going off the start now is the second of the semi-finals of the dialys trophy. Ella Bardsley-Taylor from Hartbury College and Mia Lawrence from Marlow. Mia on the left-hand side from Marlow and Ella from Hartbury on the right-hand side of that picture.
And Marlow Rowing Club very well represented across sculling categories this weekend, both in junior and senior women's events. Great for them to display the depth of their skilled scullers in this event.
And we can just see there Megan Knight from Trentham Boat Club just really taking the rating down as she's comfortably in the lead, approaching the finish line there. But another hard-fought single sculls race here in the second semi-final between Hartbury and Marlow as they come past approaching the spectator zone. It is almost neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a great semi-final to watch. Anything can happen at this stage.
Ella Bardsley-Taylor from Hartbury looks to have a slight advantage over her opponent, Mia from Marlow.
It seems to be that she's trying to push out just to make this lead more decisive, because again at this stage the other sculler can put in another push and match her.
You can see both crews holding a nice line here down the course.
Yeah, that Marlow rower is not letting go. You see her bow ball inching closer to the other one. Just maybe putting in another push to try to match her. But it looks like the Hartbury College sculler is just stretching out her lead.
Yeah, both scullers trading blows here. Looks like
slightly longer,
Yeah,
letting the boat run.
looks like Mia from Marlow has just upped her rating slightly.
Hartbury College sculler having a look over her shoulder to see how much longer she has to hold on, while the Marlow sculler takes up her rating. Yeah, that Marlow sculler is not letting up. She seems to be putting down a punchy rate. She's trying to make her mark and get into that final.
I suspect that Ella from Hartbury though is just allowing her to have that slightly higher rate, allow her to just work a bit harder, and then as they approach the finish, Ella will just step it up, really just go to another gear. The advantage of being ahead is you can allow your opposition just to tire themselves out trying to catch you a bit, and then just push off them just as they're starting to slow down. They're coming to the end of their push.
And again, it's interesting because both these scullers will have raced 3 times before this, so this comes down to who has more left in the bank on the last day of Henley to make their mark and get into the final. You can see the pain face on the Hartbury athlete as she's coming through to the final stages of the race. Really wanting to hold on to her lead there.
And if Mia from Marlow wants a win, she's got to go for it soon. Up that rating, up that power, and just sprint all out for the finish here. And we can see that, yeah, we can see Mia from Marlow upping that rating. And off the start now is the first semi-final of the Rayner Cup for junior coxless doubles. We have Tideway Scholar School and Sir William Perkins.
Again, Tideway Scholars School, known for their great rowing programs, both at the junior and aspirational levels, and even championship, represented across events this weekend. And Tideway Scholar School juniors certainly very proficient in their sculling and using kind of sculling as foundational to develop into great athletes at every stage of their rowing life.
And 2 quite successful crews here. The Tideway Scholars crew, as a J17 crew, they won the double at junior sculling regatta and gold at Nat Schools regatta. Sir William Perkins, double championship girls, double silver medalist at Nat Schools regatta 2022. So these two would have been racing each other there. And the bow girl of Sir William Perkins is in the GB under 19 trials process.
Wow, looking very close in that drone shot. Tideway Sculler School just inching out into a lead, but it's certainly still for the taking for Sir William Perkins School.
Yeah, I'm okay.
TSS looking as a slightly longer crew, but it looks like the other boat have made a push to try to stay as neck and neck as possible at this stage of the race. Another very exciting semi-final to see with these junior girls.
And in the semi-final, before of the dialys trophy for junior single sculls, it was a win for Hartbury College, so they will be rowing against Trenton Boat Club in the final later today of the dialys trophy. But we're back with the first semi-final of the Regatta Cup for junior doubles.
TSS were inching out more decisively earlier, but it looks like the gap has been closed. Well, almost closed.
And we have the gold and silver medalists here of the Nat Schools Regatta. So it will be interesting to see who can take home the win today. Currently 1-0 to Tideway Scullers, but let's see if Sir William Perkins can overturn that.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to play for in this fight. They've raced each other all year. They're both kind of in for the kill, wanting to get their place in that final.
And we're just seeing the second semi-final go off there of the Regatta Cup between Sydney Rowing Club Australia and Shiplake College. The Sydney Rowing Club double having plenty of experience with wins in the New South Wales Championships in the quad 8 singles, lightweight single scull, lightweight double scull. I mean, across the board, and also, I mean, very distinguished and successful double here.
Again, great to see international representation at this regatta once again after a COVID year, which kind of restricted it to UK crews, and Australia always putting in special performances at this regatta.
And we saw this crew go down the course earlier in the quarterfinals in a very high stroke rate, and let's see if they can hold it again for this one.
You can see they're taking a very powerful stroke, which justifies their higher rate. Because sometimes the higher rate makes you lose out a bit on keeping the power down, keeping the strokes long. Like you can see them putting on this dominant display of both a very high stroke rate with very long, powerful strokes, being very efficient in moving their boat along the course, and losing contact with the Shiplake double here.
Yeah, they're looking to kill Shiplake off early, so not challenged at all at any other point in the race, and they look to be successfully executing that race plan. And on the right hand side we can see in the first semi-final Tideway Scullers maintaining that lead over Sir William Perkins. It looks to be that gold silver standing still as they had at Nat Schools. And over the line it is Tideway Scullers. But still a close race, so it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the final against the winner of this race between Sydney and Shiplake. Sydney looking to just be out in front here and putting Shiplake well behind them. We can see that powerful second half of the drive there from Sydney. A gentle pickup and then really accelerating that knee drive and hip swing.
You see a lot going on that river today in this shot, but both crews staying composed, very powerful in their rhythm. Certainly a lot to contend with. The wind, the wash, all the elements, but the Sydney girls are used to that, and you can see that as they're pushing towards the line.
Not to mention the local wildlife. We did have to have one of the races restarted yesterday due to both crews colliding with a flock of geese on the start. But going off the start now, we have the first semi-final of the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s between Hinckley Sculling School and Surbiton High School. The majority of the Surbiton High School crew have recently won silver in the Women's Champ 8s at the National Schools Regatta. And 5 out of 8 of these girls from Surbiton High were the ones who raced in the final of Henley Royal last year. So a very high caliber crew here.
And again, mentioning Henley Royal, the Henley Royal course is just over 2K, whereas this is a 1,500 meter course. So there's definitely an adjustment to your race strategy. You're thinking about almost, sprinting, putting on that high rate through the entire course. You're 500 meters down from a standard 2K course. So there's definitely a bit more race strategy involved in terms of how you're going to use your energy and when you're going to go, or else you might run out of time.
Absolutely, you can be a bit more and have a sort of higher intensity application throughout the whole race. There's less distance to cover. So it looks like a win in the previous semi-final of the Rayner Cup for junior doubles, a win for Sydney Rowing Club, so they will be racing Tideway Scullers in the final of the Rayner Cup. And here we can just see the Surbiton High School crew just holding on to that half a length lead over Hinckley Sculling School.
Another great close race between these 8s. Surbiton seeming just a bit more relaxed in their rhythm, even at this very high rate, staying quite composed. Great shot there of their synchronized blade work. Decisive catches all together, and then clean long strokes as they're trying to take a more decisive lead over the other crew.
And Surbiton High School still holding on to that lead there over Hinckley Sculling School in the semi-final of the Peabody Cup.
Hinckley Sculling School searching for what's left. You can see the pained faces.
And just look at both those crews just riding that wash. It is, key to note that as you can see the passing pleasure boats, this is not a closed river. The racecourse itself is closed, but the river is not to river traffic, so you do get that not interference, but that sort of wash from passing river traffic.
But the joy of that is that they're so close to you on the course, and you can hear them so viscerally as they come across the line. The spectators as they cheer you on, which makes Henley a unique course to be on.
So that looks like a win for Surbiton High School there over Hinksey Sculling School. And next up on your screens we have St Edward's School versus Henley Rowing Club in the second of our semi-finals for the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s. Henley Rowing Club in the white kit on the left-hand side of your screen, and St Edward's School in the white kit on the right-hand side of your screen, both in white boats as well.
Just straightening up at the start line to make sure they have a clear run down the track.
We've seen great depth from the Henley Women's Juniors this regatta, and it's interesting to see how this 8 performs.
You can see a great shot there of some spectators enjoying the racing.
Seems to be a slight delay on the start of this race, but both crews are forward and look to be ready to start. And they're off. And it looks like St Edward's have got a slight lead off the start over the Henley women.
And as we've said, that's one strategy to go for. Going hard off the start, trying to scare off your competition and make your mark to solidify your part in that final. But it's all to play for because they're two very reputable junior rowing programs.
Both crews looking for an aggressive start there. And coming off the top of the island, it looks like Henley, who are on the left of your picture, are just settling down into a bit more of a rhythm, while St Edward's are keeping that rate high.
I love to see Henley's crisp blade work off the island. As you said, this is a live river with a lot going on, but you can see how composed they look. Although St Edward's do seem to be taking a bit of a lead here, keeping on with that punchy rate, and we'll see if we can sustain that as they go down the track. Wow, they've really pulled out there.
Yeah,
definitely starting high and staying there, not settling down. They want to be in that final. Great drone footage there. St Edward's sending it away. But Henley staying impressively composed at this stage, not letting go. And certainly big depth and talent in that squad. And it's all for the taking. And as they come past the competitor tent, you can just hear the roars for both crews. Their parents, their friends, their other teammates.
And this atmosphere is part of what makes Henley Women's Regatta one of the best domestic regattas.
Exactly. As someone who's raced this course myself, it's amazing to hear how close they are to you.
Absolutely.
Hearing those distinct voices right next to you on the course. Whereas when you're on those regatta lakes, sometimes you feel like you're completely on your own. Whereas at Henley, there's so much going on, so many people willing to cheer you on right next to you as you go past them. St. Edward's holding on to their lead there.
So again, lots of records being broken here. We've just heard that Surbiton High School beat the course record in 4 minutes 49 seconds by 3 seconds.
And we have another semi-final, Shiplake College versus Marlow Rowing Club in the Cox's Quadruple Sculls.
So the B language trophy for Cox's Quadruple Skull, Junior Cox's Quadruple Sculls.
Wow, and then on the right hand of your picture you saw St. Edward's, even though they had a lead for most of the race, it looks like Henley has taken them on and taken their lead now.
Yeah.
Goes to show that composure can pay off as you come into the final stages of a race. St. Edward's went hard and tried to stay hard, but the very technically proficient Henley crew has also made their mark on the course. And in the Quadruple Sculls race, you see Shiplake College just eking out a lead, but this looks like another nail-biter close race at this regatta. Both great junior rowing programs known for their sculling. And Marlow Rowing Club look to be putting on a push to stay bow ball to bow ball at this stage of the race.
And just coming over the finish line here, it looks like Henley have managed to just eke out 3/4 length lead over St. Edward's.
Both rating quite high, and as you can see, these Quadruple Sculls, very powerful, very fast boats that can respond to their pushes. Shiplake College just look to be edging out, trying to break away.
But yeah, this very high rate of striking here from both crews, neither one giving an inch.
Shiplake just look to be letting the boat run slightly.
Yeah, it looks like Marlow are just trying to chase that race a little bit just to stay on terms, but I suspect they're not going to be able to keep up with the Shiplake ladies, who are just pressing them away.
Yeah, great overhead shot there.
So coming past the spectator zone now, we have Henley Rowing Club versus Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club in the semi-final of the B Language Trophy for Junior quads. And Wycliffe are and it looks like Wycliffe are leading Henley there. And over the line on the right hand side you can see a win for Shiplake over Marlow Rowing Club in the first of the semi-finals of the B Language Trophy for junior coxless quads. So as they're going down the course now, we can see Wycliffe stretching out that lead over Henley Rowing Club. And going off the start now on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see the first of the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless Fours.
Yeah, we have another Tideway rivalry on the Henley stretch. Vesta versus Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers took the win in this event last year, so it'll be interesting to see how they fare in this semi-final. You can see already getting warned by the umpire to get back across to their own station.
And here we can see Wycliffe and Henley Rowing Club B boats, though A boat's already been knocked out.
And on the left in the Cox's 4 event, it looks like that Tideway Scullers has edged out to take a slight lead. Looking very composed and long with their blade work, even at their very high rate.
Both crews battling it out to try and get an early lead there.
And again, very interesting to see two Tideway crews originating from London on this course together, as they will have paddled nearby each other, trained nearby, raced all season. So there's definitely blood in the fight for both of them as they come to this stage of the race.
And over the finish line here on the right-hand side, in the semi-final of the B Language Trophy, you can see Wycliffe just taking that win over the Henley Rowing Club B boat.
Oh, and a great race here. Tideway Scullers did take a bit of an edge off the start, but you can see Vesta closing in, trying to close that gap as they come across the spectators, again, who are cheering for them enthusiastically.
And just seeing this calibre of racing really highlights just how special Henley Women's Regatta is. It really is the premier event for women's racing in the UK. And some excellent racing going on here. Vesta look to be moving up that Tideway Scullers crew inch by inch.
Again, two high caliber crews, and at this stage of the race it comes down to willpower. Who wants it more? Who's going to press on to close the gap to make their mark to get into that final?
And going off the start now is the second of the semi-finals in the Leicester Trophy. It is Worcester Rowing Club versus London Rowing Club. And you can see a fast start there from both crews. And yeah, Worcester are on the right-hand side of the picture there. London in their blue and white kit down the island side.
London Rowing Club is showing off some great blade work as they come across the island. Very decisive catches, right neck and neck alongside Worcester. Although they seem to be inching out now.
And just over the finish line, yes, it looks like Vesta have, walking up to the finish line rather, it looks like Vesta are pushing through the Tideway Scullers crew.
Some exciting semi-final races again in this Tideway on Tideway Rowing Club action between these crews.
And it just shows you sometimes if you have that patience off the start. We saw Tideway Scullers going hard off the start, burning their bickies early. Sometimes if you have that patience just to hold on to that crew, even though you're not ahead, you can move back through them. And as we approach the finish line, it looks like it will be a win for Vesta over Tideway Scullers.
Wow.
We can see the bow girl from Vesta just looking over. Where's Vesta? Where's Tideway Scullers? Where's TSS? Oh!
That is a bow ball to bow ball finish.
That is too close for us to call here in the commentary box. But here we're back to a thrilling semi-final between Worcester Rowing Club and London Rowing Club in the Leicester Cup. Sorry, the Leicester Trophy for the Club 4-. And this looks to be a close race. But as the camera pans around, it looks like London might just have that advantage over Worcester. Last year, the London crew did the Club 4- event, and they got to the final, which they lost against Scullers.
And again, a great display from London Rowing Club with a relatively new women's squad in strength and depth. So great to see these 4 athletes representing the club so well here, alongside the Worcester crew, also showing their strength.
And just off the start now, we've had the first in the semi-finals of the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior Cox 4s with George Heriot School and Kingston Grammar School. So here we can see the race between London and Worcester still going fierce, but London seem to be eking out their lead here. I'm joined in the commentary box by Ed, another London member.
On the left of your screen, you can see the Cox 4 race, Junior Cox 4s. There's a Glasgow Academy George Heriot composite. And it looks like something's gone wrong here in the Kingston Grammar School boat. Not say what it is. They're getting restarted now. Not sure whether there was a slight crab there.
I didn't see what happened, no. But as we're coming down towards the finish line, it looks like a win for, well, it looks like it will be a win, hopefully, for London.
Worcester have really worked them hard there. That looks like a difficult race. They've managed to stretch out Clearwater now. Come to the final.
Just to confirm, in the semi-final before this of the Leicester Trophy, it was a win for Vesta over Tideway Scullers School.
And across the line for London. So in the final, that Club 4- will be London versus Vesta. Another Tideway matchup for Vesta after beating the Scullers in the previous race.
And, I'm sorry to say, and I know that talking to the London crew, they are keen for this race against Vesta. They had their eye on Vesta at Met, who managed to who were racing in a separate category to them, but placed just a few seconds ahead of them. So this should be a good race.
And we swapped on our picture back to that race in the junior Coxed Fours, and it looks like that Scottish Composite stretched out their lead even further after what looked like serious problems in the Kingston Grammar School boat. A shame for them, but a great race in the semi-final. Brilliant for them to be here.
So off the start now in the second semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup, we have the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association versus Lady Eleanor Hollis School. And both crews off to a fast start here.
LEH have been massively successful over the years recently. I'm sure this Aberdeen crew, it looks like their B crew in the event. Their A crew seems to have gone out earlier. I'm sure they'll be looking to make an impression in this semi-final. Quite a unique boat, the Cox Fours, especially junior. Heavier boat class, makes it difficult to row. To try and hold that boat speed, the shell loses speed a lot quicker than perhaps Cox's 4 or an 8. But they both look really high standard of crews here. LEH look like they've just taken the lead out of Temple Island. A really nice close-up of them there.
You can see some nice quick catches there from the LEH crew. And the Aberdeen crew rowing just as nice. It was some good length. So this really is anyone's race at this moment.
Cox 4 particularly settling into that rhythm early on is really important. The more you can keep that boat speed high, keep tacking it along, it can become a war of attrition later on.
Absolutely. As you're saying, a lot more weight to move per stroke, so the smoother you can be with that, the less energy you can lose each stroke, the more you have for the rest of the race.
It looks to me like LEH have just settled into a slightly nicer rhythm. They're getting really good length in it in that Aberdeen boat. I'm sure they'll be wanting to avenge their A crew that got knocked out earlier in the regatta. It looks like they've rolled through LEH.
It does. It looks like they are moving. Aberdeen are moving back through LEH.
I think, as you said, that length through the water that they were getting earlier really
It's starting to pay dividends here.
Yeah, for sure. So they just come through the barrier there. Semi-final of the junior Coxed Fours.
The Groton School Challenge Cup.
School Challenge Cup. This is a seriously good race here.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a nice close race. More thrilling for us. Probably less looked forward to for the racing crews who know they've got to have another race not long after this.
The Aberdeen boats really stayed strong out of that start where they were down. And they're now just stretching out over LEH.
Yeah, I think that length just really allowing them to just get the most boat speed and most boat run out of it each stroke.
Yeah, they look very connected, don't they? Really levering the boat past
the point, yeah.
Take nothing away from LEH. It's incredibly high standard rowing and great programme there. They've been very successful in recent years.
So it looks like Aberdeen School are pulling away by about 1 length away off of Lady Ellen Hollis as we come towards the 3/4 mile mark.
Certainly not a comfortable margin. LEH have not given up here.
No, they could still, as we've seen with several races here where people have rode through, they could easily just have a quick turn of speed and catch the Aberdeen boat unawares, particularly as we were saying earlier, as the coxes here in bow-loaded boats cannot see the crew behind. They rely on the crew to let them know when another crew is coming up on them.
Who do you think will be doing that communication? Will it be the girl in bow?
I expect it to be the girl in bow because it's closest for the cox to hear.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure that bow girl in the Aberdeen boat will just be telling her cox right where LEH are, trying to answer any moves they might make.
It looks like LEH are taking the rate up slightly.
Trying really hard to get back on terms there. They've not given up. It's a brave row from LEH, brave row from both boats.
I just think it looks like they're just going to run out of river before they can catch Aberdeen.
Aberdeen haven't had it easy there.
No. So that'll be Aberdeen versus Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association versus George Heriot School.
LEH.
Oh, sorry. No, in the final it will be. In the final, sorry. In the final, it will be George Heriot School versus Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And just going off the start now, we have the first of the semi-finals in the WPIR Cup for Championship double sculls. Leander versus Marlow.
Leander, of course, rowing on this river, and Marlow from very nearby. Both boats will be incredibly familiar with this stretch of river and will have practiced between the booms a hell of a lot. Not a lot of advantage there for either the boat.
Leander on the right-hand side of your screen with those distinctive pink blades, and Marlow on the left in the red kit.
Both out very cleanly, no steering problems from either boat. Quite a lot of wash on the course though as we come out of Temple Island.
Looks to be a early advantage for Marlow there.
Yeah. Both boats really dealing with that wash well.
And it looks like Leander may have just been responded and moving back through Marlow there.
Yeah, better start from Marlow, but looks like Leander has stayed calm, stayed collected, rowing really nicely, both boats actually. It's an excellent showcase of how to row a double. Double's an interesting boat to row. I don't know how much experience you have with them, Basil, but you have to have a really good connection with the partner in the boat, I think.
Yeah, I've won national championships in Australia in the double, so some experience. But no, you're right, it is, you have to move absolutely as one.
Have a good understanding when to move together, you know, executing the race plan together. It's almost unspoken.
Exactly. Well, I mean, when you're pushing quite hard, it's very hard to speak, so you have to just instinctively know what each other are going to do at each point in the race.
Both doubles moving well. The WPIR Cup Championship women's doubles. as our footage just shows the flyover this Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta. Close-up to the amazing flyover here. So you can see Leander still leading over Marlowe. In control, but not comfortable, I would say.
No, there's still room for Marlowe to move back on them, but I suspect looking at these two, Leander crew have this well in control.
They look comfortable, don't they?
They look comfortable. Definitely there's a few more gears they could move through if they start to get challenged by Marlowe.
I like the way their bodies are moving together. They're really up on top of it and swinging back on that boat together. Marlowe boat just up a little higher, working a little harder to stay with the boat speed that Leander are able to produce.
And you can just see the Leander crew showing how to very nicely just pick up the boat and move it at the speed. They're not losing what we call slippage, where you move the blade through the water without moving the boat. They are in, locked on, and the boat's moving with them.
See again the dual picture, both the rowing and the flyover. I'm sure the rowers will be entirely focused on their rowing here. Won't even notice that flying over. They're doing a great job, and it looks like Leander have just slightly raised it up now, just to make the margin a bit more comfortable for themselves as they come over the line.
Leander over the line ahead of Marlowe.
Brave race from Marlowe. Well done to both crews.
And next up in the WPIR Cup we have Bath University and Totnes Amateur Rowing Club and Leander Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. Of these 4 athletes, 3 of them are in the world-class start programme. Both the Bath University and Totnes Rowing Club ladies have trained for 4 years at Bath on the start programme. And Vaire Obukoku from Twickenham Rowing Club is in the start programme at Twickenham Rowing Club, and she won the singles here last year, so looking to replicate that win again today in the championship double sculls, the WPIR Cup.
Incredible crop of athletes coming out of that Twickenham start programme. They've really been gearing up over the last few years, and they're starting to break athletes into the team. Saw Vaire here last year and winning in the single scull.
Indeed, and we saw Callum Dixon at the World Cup a few weeks ago, making his debut for GB.
Incredible for that programme.
Indeed, and that is largely thanks to the coach there, Helen Brown from Twickenham.
Dart Totnes, my old junior club, row on the River Dart down in Devon. So it's great to see them represented here at this level.
And we're off to a fast start here. It looks like the Bath and Totnes crew just easing away a bit faster off that start line.
Yeah, both away cleanly, no steering issues, both extremely experienced doubles. I believe Laura Macro in stroke is a lightweight trialist this year, joined by her world-class start teammate from
Indeed.
Bath.
Laura previously won the champ lightweight single at Henley Women's, and also the club double.
Seriously high calibre of athlete in this semi-final.
Very high calibre. And as they come off the top of Temple Island, it looks like the composite of Twickenham and Leander may just have reclaimed the lead off Bath and Totnes. and both crews still striking at a high rate here down the course. It looks like the composite of Twickenham and Leander just easing out a bit more on that lead, and as the camera comes around we can see it looks like they may just have Clearwater, but I think Bath and Totnes are putting a little push in to get back on terms with them.
They're certainly not giving up, and it looks like that Leander and Twickenham boat just have a slightly more firepower, but incredibly good standard of sculling from both crews.
Indeed. Having trained alongside Regatta, Twickenham, I know she is an incredibly strong athlete, both physically and mentally, and she will be giving it her all, as well all the athletes, but down this course.
It's currently paying off for them. They just continue to stretch out that lead, rating slightly lower than the Totnes and Bath composite.
I suspect they have slightly more length as well. I think they're a slightly taller crew than the Bath and Totnes crew. Looking at this picture, Vire does not look particularly tall, but she is actually quite a tall. She's almost 6 foot tall. The Leander sculler, Catherine George, must be very tall compared to her. And off next we have the Challenge Quads in the Bourne Cup, Putney High School versus Leander Club. Putney High School on the right of that picture now, Leander to the left.
Sorry, that's not Putney High School. That's Newcastle University and Tyne Composite.
Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong draw here.
Just got some problems with the draw on our end. On the right, you just see, looks like the Twickenham Leander composite continued to lengthen out against the Bath and Totnes double. Both rowing really cleanly, but the Leander composite just look slightly better crew.
And all of these athletes are looking for GB selection, so this will be a nice little feather in their cap when it comes to the selectors looking at who they're picking.
Absolutely. On the left there, you see that heat. Champ quads. The Bourne Cup. Leander out at about half a length over that Newcastle Tyne composite. Newcastle and Tyne, obviously, both clubs from Newcastle, rowing on the Tyne River. Newcastle women and the men have an incredibly hard training programme. Working really hard up there, and it's certainly paying off against a very classy crew from Leander.
And just on the right-hand side there, over the line, you can see a Clearwater win for Twickenham and Leander over Bath and Totnes. An excellent race.
So we're looking here at both heats on screen are heats of the Champ Women's Quads, the Bourne Cup, Cox's Quads. On the right of your screen we've got Leander versus a composite from Tyne and Newcastle, and on the left we've got All-American matchup, Brown USA versus Cal Berkeley. Looks as though Leander continuing to stretch out their lead that they formed earlier, whereas this Brown and Cal Berkeley race is really hot, excellently contested, with Brown just lengthening out to about a length here over the Cal Berkeley crew. Brown are having a fantastic regatta, performing well in pairs, the eights, and here as well in the quad. Looks like just across the line there, Leander winning out over that Newcastle time composite. Certainly not an easy race for Leander. They'll be looking now towards this race to see who they're going to face in the final later this afternoon. Lucky to be joined here by Mariah Platt.
Hello.
Who is a previous Henley Women's winner and a finalist last year as well.
Good to see it from the commentary perspective this year.
Very different for you.
I think on the left of our screen we're just looking at the Aspirational Quad Semi-Final.
Absolutely.
Chairman's Trophy.
That's academic quads there. We've got Chairman's Trophy, as Mariah rightly said. That is Edinburgh University versus Molesey. Sorry, pardon me, not academic. Aspirational.
Nice.
Edinburgh have had an incredibly successful season on both the men's and women's side. They were second in the Victor Ladorum at Bucks. It looks like there's just been a bit of steering going on in both crews, but Edinburgh have really taken that Molesey quad off the start. Looking really tidy there.
Nice,
I wouldn't expect such a lead coming out of the island, but it just shows the quality of athlete they've got in that Edinburgh boat.
Molesey not a bad crew either though, looking to
Certainly not.
remain in the race.
To make it through to the semi-final, there's absolutely no jokes. It's incredibly impressive start from that Edinburgh boat. You just see Brown on the right in the All-American affair with Cal Berkeley. What do you think Brown are just slightly doing better, Mariah? Hard to tell.
Good question, yeah. I think they look a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, it's quite loose in the shoulders.
Cleaner, yeah.
They're swinging very hard on it. It looks very racy.
Yeah. Good.
Perhaps just overpowered Cal Berkeley there. Both crews, I assume, over for Henley Royal as well, later on in the month. Have a packed racing schedule for these next few weeks.
Yeah. Looks like Edinburgh on the other screen is gaining more than they already did. A couple lengths of clear water there.
Yeah, this Molesey crew, absolutely no slouches. Class outfit. It just shows the quality of athlete they have up at Edinburgh.
In the Molesey crew, apparently, a few athletes in that crew are quite new to the sport, whereas a few of them have rowed as juniors as well.
Fantastic for them to be able to row in the semi-final then.
Definitely.
Against a clearly very competitive Edinburgh boat.
Yeah.
So, absolute class blade work there from Edinburgh. Just to reiterate on your screen, semi-final, the Aspirational Cox's Quads, Chairman's Trophy.
And well, Brown have taken the win over UCal Berkeley in the previous race.
So it looks as though Edinburgh will be going on to face Brown. Final. Fast times today. Definitely a strong tailwind on the course. Sure, some of these quads will be looking to break the records in the final.
In the semi-final of race 372, championship double sculls, the composite of Leander and Twickenham Rowing Club in a time of 4 minutes and 52. beat the previous record by 3 seconds.
And on the left of your screen there, you'll see the start in the second aspirational quad semi-final, the Chairman's Trophy. This is Tideway Scullers against Laha from the Netherlands.
Laha, yeah, nice. Strong start of both crews. Hard to say from this angle who has the lead.
Both looking very neat and tidy. So they just come out from the island.
It's good to see Dutch crews back at Henley Women's after a few years of COVID throwing a spanner in the works.
Absolutely. Mariah, a Dutch national herself.
Dutch pride right here. These Dutch crews are actually here at in the very middle of their exam season. So for all these crews that come over from the Netherlands, it's a committed bunch that combines their studying with exams with this tournament.
That's incredible. And Dutch crews always show such a beautiful showcase of rowing, and there's a lot of them here over this weekend.
It's interesting because in the quads and the doubles, Dutch rowing clubs often vote lightweights. So rather than entering a specific lightweight category at Henley Women's, they just race whoever they face in these categories, which for them is a very new challenge compared to what they do at home.
Amazing. And there on the right of your screen, you just see Edinburgh crossing the line ahead of Molesey in the first semi-final, the Chairman's Trophy. As we look towards the second semi-final between Scullers and Laha, which is turning out to be a great race. Scullers just up at the moment by what looks like a canvas over Laha. Both crews moving incredibly well.
And that's an exciting semi-final.
Interesting blade choices. Looks like Scullers using slightly different blades to Laha. Wonder what the choice behind those blades are.
Yeah.
It's clearly paying off for them. So they still lead coming past the barrier.
It's an experienced Tightway Scullers crew. Members of this crew have raced at Henley Royal in the quad last year. Jenna is an ex-Hartpury rower and going to Harvard next year.
Wow.
Hannah is an ex-Swansea rower and quite new to rowing. Started only 2 years ago. She's a female site engineer. That's quite a cool job.
Incredible.
Katie comes from Mortlake Anglican Alpha Rowing Club. New to Scullers as well.
And they're all absolutely locked in this race with Laha.
Yep.
Neck and neck. Incredible. Who's going to hold their hand in the fire? Both crews rating about the same. There's nothing in it. Nothing in it at all.
This crew apparently came second at Ghent this year on both days, so they have got that racing under the belt with each other.
Yeah, amazing.
And Aurelia, a member of this crew, went to Junior Worlds in the single, so a very experienced sculler in that crew.
Incredibly high standard. Both crews, I'm sure, desperate to make it through to that final against Edinburgh University.
Gives the sculler crew a bit of free speed as the matching necklaces that they all wear.
Absolutely.
Should help them maybe edge just over Laha in this race.
As they just see the umpire warning Scullers. Quite a unique situation in these boats. One of the athletes will have a rudder on the foot. And Mariah, how does that play into their sort of mentality, do you think?
Oh yeah, I respect everyone that steers and rows at the same time.
Incredibly
keeping an eye on a straight line between the booms is not an easy one, while you're also trying to put down all the power you have in you.
Yeah, incredibly difficult. But let's just take a look at the left of our screen there. So we see the start of the Championship 8 event, the Ron Needs Cup between Thames Rowing Club and Brown University. This is promising to be a really exciting matchup.
That's really exciting. Brown, is this the crew that holds the record from a previous round?
Absolutely, they broke the record for this event earlier on in the competition, and now they're facing an incredibly successful and strong Thames Rowing Club crew who have knocked out so far Oxford Brooks and Cal Berkeley here. I'm sure they're looking to hold on to this pace. And it's neck and neck here. Maybe Thames just slightly up.
Strong start by Thames. Will be confident and happy after a rocky start of this weekend where they faced Oxford Brookes much earlier than they expected.
Exactly.
But beat them by half a length on Friday.
To get this kind of racing consistently over multiple days, it'll definitely be taking a toll on these athletes' bodies, but not that it's showing. Both boats rowing incredibly well, and it's an absolute drag race here down the Henley Women's course.
You can hear the crowd cheering on the embankment here as everybody realizes that this is a very tight and very interesting race.
It looks to me like Brown are just edging ahead, maybe by 3 or 4 seats to Thames.
This race is not over yet.
Not a chance. Thames women hung on, took the lead against Brookes and hung on the whole way down the course. Incredibly brave stuff, and they're showing more of this bravery today against an incredibly good Ivy League Brown outfit. Thames's women, of course, had a massively successful season. 2 boats in the top 10 at the head, 1 in the top 3.
1 club aids at Met Regatta as well, this Thames crew. And that while they're all people with a full-time job, framing their training around their busy days of being doctors, events managers, software engineers.
What a fabulous achievement to be up against what is one of the best crews in the world, really, in terms of Ivy League standard of rowing in the US. The depth out there is amazing.
Yeah, and they're holding on well. It seems like Brown has a slight lead still.
Sure.
But Thames is
not giving up at all. Brown in the pink hats there on the left of your screen. Looking really racy. Got a lot of body work on it. Really levering the blade once it's in the water.
Looking really strong. On the other side of our screen, the other semi-final in the Ron Needs Cup is lining up. Getting ready to start their race, University of London against Leander Club.
It's going to be an exciting race. Nice close-up on Brown there. Again, record holders in this event from earlier on in the competition. This is a seriously, seriously fast Brown crew.
Definitely.
It's great to see this standard of rowing here in the premier event, really, at this regatta.
Second semi-final in the Ron Needs Club for Championship 8 that just started. University of London against Leander Club.
Not a huge race.
It'll be interesting to see which of these 4 crews is going to face each other in the final later today.
Whilst we spoke about Thames having a particularly hard run-in, Leander were handed a bye after the time trial, one of the selected crews. They've perhaps done a little less racing than UL, Thames and Brown. Might be feeling slightly fresher in the legs. Let's see if it pays off for them. As we just watched the end of that race between Brown and Thames. Brown stretching out to clear water there over Thames. Really, really brave race from Thames against a classy Brown outfit.
Seems like UL on the left is edging just over Leander.
Incredible margin just outside the island.
That's a quick game.
UL as well, incredibly successful in the women's boats. They won both days at Met Regatta this year.
Yes, yeah.
Won the women's Champ 8, so it's no surprise here. They've taken this race by the scruff of the neck.
Both crews look really punchy. Maybe UL just slightly more determined.
This is, of course, Leander's home water. They rode just upriver from here, just up by Henley Bridge. Doesn't seem to be phasing UL though, as they stay
getting up to a length maybe already.
And then that looks really, really high, doesn't it? You know, UL boat doesn't look like they've stretched out it for a rhythm at all. Whereas perhaps the Leander boat is slightly lengthened out, but it's working for UL right now. That intensity really showing through.
Definitely. I've just been joined by Chairman of Henley Women's, Naomi Richards, who is here to do a bit of the live commentary with me. We're just watching the UL versus Leander Champ 8 semi-final. The other of the semi-finals has just been won by Brown, so one of these crews will join Brown in the final later today. It looks like that's going to be UL, as they have quite a big margin on Leander at the moment. Hi Naomi, how has the weekend been for you so far? How's the standard of racing?
So the weekend so far, I can't believe we're on day 3 already.
Yeah.
Time has absolutely flown by. There's been some incredible racing. The intensity from all crews, all competitors, you can feel it. You know, you can always cut the tension, but it's exciting and it's positive, and everybody here is always so supportive of one another and each other's crews. I mean, I've sat on the launch to follow a few races, which has been lovely, and you've got the coaches from opposing crews having a, you know, you can tell there's a bit of a tense conversation going on, but at the same time they're both, you know, they shake each other's hands at the end, and I think everyone knows they're in it for the same reasons, and that always comes through. But yeah, it's been a fantastic couple of days, and I can't wait for the finals this afternoon.
Me neither. It's a good atmosphere. It's good to see the regatta busy as previous years before COVID. Last year was a good first one back, but it's nice to see it back at its full potential this year with international crews here and a big audience.
Absolutely. I mean, it was the first event, I think, in the UK last year that was allowed to have spectators. And I know we put signs up saying, please do not shout, which I don't know, went down particularly
That was
well.
A good effort.
Yeah, good effort. At least we tried. You know, and it was magic to have as many people together as possible last year. But yeah, having a record entry this year, which we had with 500 more athletes than ever before. You know, I think 48 international crews from 7 countries. It's phenomenal. Really good buzz, and long way it continue. We are always looking to grow. You know, the most exciting event for me for this regatta was having 57 development fours. After having come out of the back of a global pandemic, the fact that we have 57 development fours wanting to take to the water at Henley Women's is really, really exciting.
I could not agree more. Happened to have won the development four a few years ago, and it was only a year or two after I started rowing, and I think the development 4 category is just such a great way to get people from grassroots level involved in the high standard racing that Henley Women's is, because you get development crews on the same course as Champ 8s in the same weekend, and it's just such an inspiring environment for people that learn how to row.
It's brilliant, and you know, every young woman here is sort of an ambassador for the sport, but also something for younger rowers and newer rowers to look up to, and I think that's the, you know, the joy of what we do is giving that, creating that platform and that environment where you can look and say, that's where I want to be next year, or that's where, you know, that's where I want to be in 5 years' time. And this might just be the stepping stone for you to then compete at national trials or to compete at Henley Royal, or it might be the best you ever want to be. I was speaking to an American student actually earlier on who says she doesn't like losing, but actually what she learns from losing when she's at an event like this is just as important and just as special as having the win.
100%.
Which I thought was a wonderful thing for her to say.
I agree with that. It's Henley Women's is such a good event for that, because it bridges all these different levels, all these different boat types from different countries and different niches of the sport. It's really good to see it all coming together, and this tournament really acts as a bridge to bring people together in the sport, which is so important for any sport, to get that engagement and people being excited to be here, buying into it and wanting to join it, making the sport a bigger thing.
And it's lovely to see so many people on the towpath today, not competing or having competed, but coming back just to watch this last day and cheer on their crews. There's an awful lot of energy, an awful lot of shouting this year from the bank, which is fantastic. You can hear it all the way down. Wonderful.
As a chairman, what's the preparation been like in the last few weeks and months before the race?
So Miriam Luke, who was the chairman before me from 2013 to last year, as soon as she had written, I think, the last thank you letter after last year's regatta, she handed over the keys to me. So it is an all year round. We are run entirely by volunteers, right the way from me down to the youngsters that lie down on the stake boats on the day and hold the stake boats. And I think that's why it is the way it is, and why it has the culture it has, is because everybody is volunteering their time, their expertise, their knowledge to make this happen all year round. Obviously this is the intense end of the season, and the last few weeks are always far more intense than any other bits, but we meet regularly, we talk a lot. We have various teams within the structure that look after the land, look after water, look after technology, IT, commentary, look after the hosting and the sort of the more corporate end, so the chairman's enclosure, having our friends of the regatta, and sponsorship and PR. So there's so many different strands to the team, but actually with one thing in mind, and that is to create the best possible event for the athletes to enjoy, to go away with memories that they can be proud of, no matter what their result was, that they come away feeling that they've done the best they can do.
That's beautiful. I think for an event like this to be run completely by volunteers, it's got such a professional atmosphere around it, and it's a huge performance for only volunteers to pull this off, so a big respect for that, and a big thank you to all volunteers involved.
Definitely, thank you. And for everybody on the towpath, or give us feedback, and anybody at home watching, give us feedback, because we want to be better and we want to improve on what we're doing, and we know what works at the moment, but if you have an idea or think something could be done better, at least tell us, because then we can discuss it and we can see whether or not it would or would not work. It might be something we've tried before, but times have moved on, technology moves on, everything moves on, so it might work now when it didn't work a while ago. So we're always open-minded to take on feedback as to how we can deliver this better and bigger each year.
That's a great shout. It's always good to get involved. I couldn't recommend it more. Me and a few other people from London Rowing Club are involved in the commentary this year, and it's a very enjoyable experience. It's good to see what this event runs like behind the scenes, so to say.
Yeah, it's been lovely to listen. I've been in the chairman's enclosure paying attention to you guys on the screens, actually, because it's nice to be able to do that as well, seeing it from sort of both angles rather than just watching it live. And it's also a bit of a challenge for me, because I am visually impaired and I'm totally colourblind, so actually trying to watch the races themselves, I can't actually see the kit and what colour the kit is, so I'm always having to listen down to the commentary to figure out who's where and whatever, so it's incredibly useful for me, and I'm really glad we've got it online as well now. But yeah, it's an absolute joy to be part of. I'm incredibly proud that Miriam asked me to step into her shoes. I know I've got a massive task, because Miriam and all the people before her and around her have done such a phenomenal job. But I'm excited to take it on. So who knows? Who knows what will happen?
It's great to have you. The smooth transition has been, well, I want to say unnoticeable, which is a good thing,
that's a good
probably.
Thing. Yeah.
It's a great event this weekend, and thank you for joining us here.
No problem at all, and good luck to everybody racing in the finals this afternoon. I'm going to be sitting down and watching the finals intently, and then we've got the prize giving at 5 o'clock this afternoon, 4:45, 5 o'clock this afternoon.
That will be.
We've got the amazing Imogen Grant as our speaker, so very lucky.
I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you so much.
start line, we hand over to the commentator for more information.
We're looking at the final of the Godfrey Rose Sports Trophy Championship Lightweight Single Sculls between Nottinghamshire Country Rowing Association and NUI Galway Boat Club. Olivia Bates versus Cliona Nolan.
Incredibly competitive category this. We've seen a lot of good races over the weekend from the lightweight women. Of course, the weight requirement on this, 57 kilos for a crew weight, and below 59 for an average. Obviously these are in the singles, so 57.
Nothing but
kilos.
respect for that.
Absolutely. They'll have all weighed in across the weekend consistently. Weight management alongside, of course, performance management. Both these women have performed absolutely top in this event. Great to see them here in the final.
Yeah, Olivia won this event last year, apparently, so we'll be looking to protect her title in this final. She's a silver medalist in the lightweight single scull at the Under-23 European Championships in 2021, and gold in the Champ lightweight single scull at Bucks this year and last year. The list goes on. Silver in Champ lightweight single, Champ women's single scull at Bucks. Fastest Under-23 lightweight single in April trials.
Really high
Last
standard
trials
there from Olivia Bates, but Cliona Nolan really not letting her go, not letting her have it easy by any stretch of the imagination. It looks like Bates just has a slight lead at the moment. Both
Very
crews,
tight final still, though.
both crews looking really good here. I go away, of course, from Ireland, so Cliona Nolan will have come over, race specifically for this regatta. I'm sure she's packed in some good racing in her time over here. She's really holding on well to Olivia Bates here.
Making Bates work for it.
Definitely. It's just stretching out to maybe a length there, just over. Definitely not having it all her own way. It's lightweight single sculls final.
Looks like Nolan is upping her rate a little bit to keep up, not letting Bates decide the race here.
The Godfrey Rose Sports Trophy Championship Lightweight Singles. Massive respect to any athlete racing in the single. Incredibly hard. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's a completely different game when you're on your own, you and your mind. Especially when down on your opposition, it must be a tough racer to keep yourself on top of it.
For sure.
Keep the opposition on their toes and keep yourself
What
in
do you
the
think?
game.
I'm sure Olivia Bates is very, very used to being up in races from all of those wins that she's had, but all that experience. But still, must be hard not to just come off the pressure, ease off when you see you've got a slight margin.
Yeah, and in a small boat like a single scull, anything can happen as well. It's easy for an individual athlete to up the rate or to put in a final sprint at the very end. We've seen it plenty at Henley Royal in the past as well.
For sure.
So this race is not yet completely decided.
No, you can have big changes in boat speed, can't you, in the single?
Yeah,
It looks like Olivia Bates just stretching out there. This
definitely.
race against Cliona Nolan from NUI Galway. But both scullers rowing to an incredibly high standard, and brilliant for them to be racing in this final here at Henley Women's.
Yeah, beautiful.
as we mentioned earlier, Olivia Bates, GB trialist. So I'm sure she'll be looking this to add this to her collection of accolades and, you know, really push into getting selected for that incredibly competitive lightweight team, GB.
Yeah.
Ian Nolan, though, not giving up easily at all. So we just swapped to the second race in this, the second semi.
No,
Oh no, sorry, another final.
It's aspirational.
This is the aspirational
single
lightweight.
sculls,
Yeah.
Fiona Dennis Trophy.
Who have we got on this one? Mariah?
University of British Columbia from Canada, Megan Camplin. And Cambridge University, Miranda Clements.
So again, more lightweights.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, they'll have weighed in under 57 kilos. Incredibly hard. How do you think racing multiple times will take a toll on their body, Mariah?
Oh, I only have respect for people that race lightweight and do the same amount of races as open weight rowers.
Must be so difficult to get that fueling and that recovery right.
It's a whole new dimension to race prep, recovery, discipline.
Absolutely. Just saw Olivia Bates coming across the line to win in the championship lightweight single, the Godfrey Rose Sports Trophy. So we turn our eye once again to the Fiona Dennis Trophy, the Aspirational one lightweight single scull. In a really close matchup here. Both women locked stroke for stroke, really.
Yeah. Miranda Clemens in the Cambridge University single sculls, a member of the lightweight crew that set the record for lightweight boat race against Oxford. It's her third year at Cambridge Lightweights and is quite an experienced sculler. Rode at Cardiff as an undergrad and came 6th in the Champ Lightweight single scull at Bucks this year.
Wow. So despite this being the aspirational event, still an incredibly high standard from both athletes.
Definitely. Meg is also not an unexperienced sculler.
It's an incredible race. It's great to see them side by side like this.
Yeah. It's a really tight final.
University of British Columbia just up at this point, but still not able to move. And Clements.
Exciting to watch, but they must both be raging with nerves. When you're that close and the race isn't decided, all you want is for it to be decided, especially when you're up.
In this close proximity between the booms, you can really feel the other crew next to you.
That too, and the spectators from the embankment, they can cheer you on and it can feel like you're so supported, but sometimes it can feel like a bit distracting in only the best of ways, but it makes rowing at Henley so exciting because everything's happening in such close proximity to one another.
You've got to try and block it out almost, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's still neck and neck between these two scullers. It's absolutely brilliant racing. It looks to me like the Cambridge sculler, Clements, is just coming through here, but we really are bow ball for bow ball.
Hard to see, yeah.
Just locked together.
Ooh. It's changing looks a little bit. You can tell that they are very aware of one another.
It's very personal racing this in the final.
And in a single even more so, because it's just you. And often single scullers know of each other, have maybe met each other before at previous races, so it's...
I'm sure on the lightweight scene as well.
It's a small world, exactly. And
but they're really
fun to see them exchange
neither's
a little
pulling
look.
any punches here.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible racing from both
Good
athletes.
to see, yeah.
Even come close to calling this one.
Looks like Meg is up a little bit, but nothing's decided.
Just see a warning there. Cambridge sculler.
I'm told to go back on her station.
Just strayed slightly from the Buck station.
It's very clean rowing by both scullers.
Incredible incredibly high level of sculling. Both athletes really in tune with the boat, moving nicely.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way Clements just gets her body set nice and early.
Yeah, you can tell her catches are very quick, which is making the boat move efficiently. No hanging around by Miranda Clements.
But I'm sure Camden will have come over for no reason at all. She'll be absolutely looking to take the win here. Just see on the left of your screen there, start in the championship pairs, the
Redgrave Challenge phase final
Vase, yeah.
between Imperial College London and Leander Club.
Leander just being warned there to move over to their left-hand side. Back towards their station they go.
Meanwhile,
water.
in the previous race, the Cambridge University scullers gotten the slight edge over British Columbia sculler.
It's a real war of
Camlin, so
attrition, isn't it?
that final is not settled yet. They're really taking turns in who is taking the lead. It's very exciting to watch.
It looks like they've just crossed the line there. With their Clements taking the win. Incredible effort from both scullers, and really great to see all of these scullers and these pairs on the course today, alongside the eights, which we saw earlier, and we'll see some more later.
Absolutely.
Look at these pairs, really hard boat class to row, and these women are demonstrating it beautifully on both sides. Looks like Leander just had a slight lead over this Imperial boat, but hard to tell.
Looking strong.
To come out the island towards the barrier.
We were talking just earlier with the chairman of Henley Women's Regatta about how inspiring it is to see crews of this high standard competing on the same course as development crews, aspirational crews, and these crews from Imperial College London, Laura Ellington and Elizabeth Witt, and Annie Campbell-Ord and Sophia Heath from Leander are showing exactly that. They show the technique that so many of us are aspiring to, and the determination and the racing mentality that makes this final an exciting one to watch.
Leander, of course, I'm sure those women in that Leander pair are looking for GB trials, GB selection. As they come into summer racing, I'm sure they're looking to showcase what they can do in the pair here at Henley Women's in this championship pairs final.
Seem to be increasing their lead a little bit by, I'm going to say, about a length, if not more at this point.
Both crews looking beautifully smooth though. And a real great show, kind of rowing that can be put on here.
Definitely, and the Imperial College London crew is made out of athletes that both have an extensive experience in rowing, but to be facing this Leander club, it will be an exciting race for them, being put against such a professional crew.
Just, they're so smooth in that Imperial boat, it's lovely to see. Leander, possibly a bit chunkier rhythm, looking a little bit longer. Maybe just slightly slipping out for Imperial there.
Imperial not giving up, keeping their heads high, showing a very mature racing mentality.
Absolutely staying in it, not letting it go.
No. One of the Imperial College London rowers has rowed at several different clubs before, including Tightway Scullers, where she will have had plenty of racing experiences as well. And only looking to build on that after this race at Henley Royal and in future seasons. left-hand side of our screen, we're looking at the final in the Haslam Trophy Championship lightweight doubles between Reading University and Australian National University Boat Club in Australia.
More lightweight finals.
It's Lara Britton and Lauren Madison in the Reading University crew versus Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapetis in the Australian National University Boat Club. Excuse my pronunciation of that last name.
You just saw the underboat cross the line previous race. Good win over Imperial College and the Champ 2 minus in the pair. The Redgrave Challenge Vase goes to Leander on their home water. Great race.
Nice.
Well done to both crews.
In this doubles final, in the championship lightweight doubles, we see crew from Australia as the second-ranked crew in that country in the 2022 Australian National Rowing Championships. Sophie was in the winning crew and Eve was in the second-placed crew.
Amazing.
And they are both coached by Nigel Harding, who has coached at the 1985 World Lightweight Single Sculling Champion. He was a 1985 World Lightweight Single Sculling Champion coach at Haswinkle of Edder Ferguson.
Wow. So he'll know exactly what he's doing, and
Yeah, exactly.
these women might have come over for no reason.
Definitely.
All the way from Australia. And it's just showing now that experience. They're just sneaking ahead of Reading University. Reading, incredible caliber in sculling in this country.
Yeah.
They've switched their focus a fair while back from sweep rowing, sweeping and sculling, to specifically sculling. And it's paid dividends for them, really, with incredibly successful across all men's and women's events
Yeah.
on the sculling side of things. It's just showing here. They've had entries across board in all different categories. Here they are in the championship lightweight double.
Yeah. Really good. Sophie in this Australian crew has represented Australia before at World Uni Games in 2016 in a lightweight double.
Wow.
So this is certainly not their first rodeo.
Incredible racing experience in that double then.
Yeah.
And it's really showing.
Yeah, you can tell. Looking strong, looking determined, only here for one thing, and there's a win in this final.
And I like the way they just open up their hips in that Australian boat.
Yeah,
They really get a good lever on it through the middle of the drive.
exactly, and leaving the boat flowing underneath them in the recovery.
Mm,
Reading crew looking really strong as well.
absolutely.
Determined to stay in the game.
Great picture of
Trying to
Ryan.
up the rate, you can tell. Compared to the other crew, they may look like they're working it a little more around the finish. Which is maybe a little bit less efficient for that crew than the Australian crew is doing.
Australian crew just look a little bit more lateral, a little bit flatter with the drive, to me.
Mm-hmm.
Very distinctive swing, especially from the stroke girl. It's clearly working very effectively. They continue to move out against Reading.
Seems like the Australian crew is getting ready for the final push in this race, upping the rate a little, making sure they show Reading that when it comes to them, the race is over. They want to take this win. But Reading is not letting it happen. Looking at a one-length dominance of the Australian crew over over Reading, sorry.
Continuing with the lightweight theme, on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the championship lightweight pair now, Parkside Trophy, which we see the double race coming to its conclusion, the Australians leading Reading University. Again, more lightweights in the pair this time. Incredibly difficult boat to row.
Definitely. Cambridge University, Gemma King and Freya Sutcliffe against University of Surrey.
Wow.
Freya Sperling and Sasha Kennedy.
And Surrey have been in really great form across this regatta. I know they've got a final another boat in the final of the Frankly Harry Cup, Development Cox Fours. It's great to see them represented in another final here as well, in lightweight pairs. So we just watched that race in the lightweight double across the line, the Haslam Trophy. Congratulations to the Australian National University Boat Club. Commiserations to Reading for a really good race. Just get a close up of that Cambridge University crew.
Looks like in this race there's a small lead for the University of Surrey. Looks very close.
Surrey, coached by Samuel Tuck, incredibly good rower himself, and he's been building that programme for a while now. They row out of Molesey Boat Club, just outside of London. A different stretch of the River Thames to this. But they've been really competing well across the whole regatta and across the whole season. So it's great to see them in this championship final. Just at the moment, they're just down Cambridge crew. Cambridge, of course, good culture of lightweights.
Yeah. Moving the boat well. You can tell that they're really using the momentum they've built into the second half of the race. Rating slightly higher than the Surrey crew, which for lightweights is always the key to speed, so
Sure.
I understand that method. But Surrey's not giving up. They're upping their rate a little bit as well.
Definitely not giving up at all. They're both crews doing a great job.
Good rhythm in the Cambridge crew.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it?
It's very smooth.
Sure, these are two boat race or lightweight boat race or about that boat and that squad this season, which dominated the lightweight boat race on the River Thames. We just saw a single sculler from their squad as well.
Yeah, it's a interesting season for clubs like Cambridge, where they build towards the peak of the boat race and then continue on to summer racing. Many moments of
Absolutely.
demanding performance and pressure.
Do you think that lightweight boat race will be their main focus, won't it? And this will be just a sort of feather in the cap, really.
Yeah, but the competition they're facing are prioritizing these races, so for them it's just a matter of performing at a high level
And
most of the season.
Difficult to keep performing at the level when you're trying to maintain that lightweight rate.
Oh,
rate throughout the
100%.
season.
Yeah.
Lightweights often sit traditionally a little higher over the winter season, and then cut down when they need to race.
Yeah,
With a lot of races in quick succession, it's hard to do.
It must be so hard.
Don't envy them.
I don't envy them at all, but I respect it
Certainly.
all the more.
Both these boats putting on a great performance in this final. Cambridge just looking comfortable now.
Yeah.
Surrey not giving up, fighting all the way.
It seems like Cambridge is increasing their lead. Beautifully in sync, these two rowers in the Cambridge crew.
Yeah.
Good grip at the catch as well.
Definitely. Lovely model of rowing, nice and smooth. Legs pressed together.
Yeah, nice and springy off the front. While loading up their blades, which in a pair is very important to do.
Difficult in the pair as well. If one person starts loading up more than the other, boat won't go straight, but there's been no problems here with either crew.
Very good lines, yeah. Some crews in other categories can take an example by that, even if they're bigger boats. These pairs are holding their lines beautifully.
Yeah, no clashes, absolutely wonderful to see. Really smooth as we just see the back of those Cambridge women. That looks great.
Yeah, increasing their lead.
I'm sure they'll be delighted as they come across the finish line. Brilliant win from Cambridge. Commiserations to Surrey, who raced really well as well. Just wait for them to cross the line.
Very well done, Surrey, as well.
Well done, Surrey. I'm sure there's more to come from them.
Championship lightweight double sculls for the Haslam Trophy, sponsored by the Wentworth House partnership was a win for the Australian National University Boat Club of Australia over Reading University in a time of 5 minutes 14 seconds.
We're looking at the start of the academic Coxless Fours final. Kathy Cruikshank Trophy between KSRV Njord from the Netherlands and Oxford University Women's Boat Club.
Another Dutch crew, but there's definitely some steering issues here. Both crews getting pretty close to each other. Looks like Njord have just snuck out ahead this Oxford boat.
We have, yeah.
Can you provide any information on Njord for us?
Of course, yeah. The interesting thing about these crews is that they have, most Dutch crews have had a full season at home already, and doing Henley is sort of the cherry on top for them. So this Njord crew will have had lots of racing experience at home. They often do Henley if they've done really well at home, which explains maybe why they're getting such an early lead on Oxford University here.
It's a lovely model of rowing, isn't it, in that Njord boat?
Definitely.
So relaxed, so loose.
Yeah,
It's not to take away from the Oxford boat, who are rowing excellently as well and done really well to make it through to this final. Look, that overhead shot, just see Njord just stretching out clear water. I'm sure Oxford won't be giving up easily.
No. They will be looking to make this a decisive final. They won't have come over for no reason. Marieke Schulte in this crew, Sydney de Ruiter, Lise Duivenstein, Berber Kommerij. Coached by Ingeborg de Koning at Njord.
Brilliant. And doesn't look like they're getting away from Oxford though.
Oxford is not giving up. Oxford crew comprised of Laurel Kay, Phoebe Mountain, Alison Carrington and Georgia Jones. They're seeming to gain back a little bit after that start. They won't let Njord get away with this.
Not at all. I'm sure these have been in the boat race programme this year. For Oxford,
Yeah.
they'll have rowed alongside incredibly high standard of athlete and will be themselves. So, you know, to even be involved in that squad ticks the box.
You can see that the Njord crew is remaining very calm, which
That's beautiful, isn't it?
maintains the boat speed high during the recovery, and
I
that
wonder if they feel calm in their heads about it.
maybe
Sure,
not.
pushing.
Although with a good dominance in this race off the start, they must be feeling like confident and fit and hopeful. Although Oxford is not about to give up. They're still working hard in that crew.
And looking good,
Yeah.
definitely. Sharp round the front, well pressed out. I think they've just fortunately come up against a seriously good outfit.
Yeah.
This Njord crew,
Definitely.
who just looks so smooth, don't they?
Very smooth. Yeah.
Wow.
Compared to the Oxford crew, you can noticeably see the calmness in the Njord crew.
Bodywork's just fantastic on the Njord crew.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous model of rowing.
It is. It's very relaxed at the back.
Cox's 4 is an interesting boat to row. You know, you can sort of muscle it along, really try and shove it along, or you can do what the Njord crew are doing and just catch it on the run, really tap it along, and that's just beautiful, isn't it?
You can tell, yeah. Add a little bit onto that momentum every stroke, but mostly just maintain that little shove off the finish. The Dutch are showing quite well here. Keeping the upper bodies quite upright, not too much of a hip shove, especially in two-seat.
Definitely. Quite upright, just on the legs pressed down together, and no drama around the back, but God, it's working for them.
That's good.
That blade work's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Very sharp catches. There's nothing wasted there. The Oxford crew is still punching along. You can tell that they're very punchy off the back.
Definitely.
quick catches as well. But
I'm
maybe
sure they've had a
slightly-
fantastically successful season themselves.
They did, probably, yeah. It's like we said about the Cambridge crew before. These women have so many peak performance moments in the season. It's admirable that they keep the summer races after the boat race as well. Noor just won that race. Congratulations.
Brilliant. Wonderful for them.
Commiserations to Oxford University. Very well done.
Well rowed, Oxford. Just got a slight break here as we look to the start of the
Academic Eights.
Yep. Durham versus Oxford Brooks.
Colgan Foundation Cup. Final.
It's the final. Durham and Brooks. Obviously, all Brooks crews here racing on a warning as their championship boat paddled one of the time trials earlier in the week. So let's hope they don't have any steering issues in this race. They're on thin ice.
And that race has started. Punchy start by both crews.
And this Brooks program's been so dominant for the last 10 years. The women's program especially has been really picking up. Championship 8 winners at Bucks. Of course, not this boat, a Champ 8, but training alongside them, training in that squad. All of these women are incredible athletes and will be really looking to, really racy, really looking to win this event by a good margin. But I'm sure Durham will have something to say about it. Durham, again, another program that perhaps have been building back up. Great to see them here in this final. They against neighbours Newcastle, they've been really making strides, really making improvements. Boat Race of the North, very successful program as well. Looks as though Brooks have taken a good margin off that start though.
Punchy rowing by Brooks.
Yeah.
They want to leave no doubt about what they're planning on doing in this final.
And look at that overhead.
3/4 of a length. Very early stages in the race.
Looks like it's still stretching out, Brooks.
Creeping up slightly to the middle there. Let's hope they don't get a warning.
They've got to be careful, as I mentioned earlier.
Good line by Durham.
That's just fantastic, isn't it? Look at that raciness in the Brooks crew.
Yeah.
They're really taking it to Durham. They're not going to let them have a sniff in this race.
No. It's over a length.
Yeah. Mega aggressive in that
Yeah.
Brooks crew. But Durham rowing really nicely there. Looking really sharp around the front.
Cook's Matthew Morgan in the Durham crew telling his crew that it's not over yet. This is their final 2 and they're planning on gaining back the distance.
What do you think the Durham athletes will be thinking now? They'll have seen Oxford Brooks just go out the corner of their eyes. It's so hard when you're down.
Finals are incredible when it comes to that. You just envision that win, and when something like this happens, all you can think is keep going, don't think until the finish.
Yeah.
But it will start sinking in with a distance of this big already, and it might be difficult for them.
Difficulty, of course, when you're between these booms. The wash from the Brooks boat now will surely be affecting Durham crew. They're not letting it phase them. They're still keeping really nice and long. Blade work looks sharp. Great rowing from them.
Very good, yeah. Clean finishes by Brooks. You can tell they're gaining speed by that as well, giving the boat a good shove up the finish and not disturbing it in the recovery.
It's just so connected, isn't it? The way those blades just drop in.
Very efficient, yeah. And they'll be gaining confidence every stroke in this race as they're gaining momentum and building distance on Durham. In a final like that, that really is free speed.
Yeah, that's just brilliant.
It's really good, sitting nice and upright, these ladies. Confident and proud. They'll be ready to finish off this race and
celebrate hard, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing against Durham though. Great effort to be in this final.
Yeah.
And
They'll still be trying to do whatever they can to change the course of this final.
that intensity in the Brooks boat is fantastic.
Beautiful. On the left side of our screen, we're looking at the next final, Championship Singles and the George Innes Cup. Bath University versus Twickenham Rowing Club.
Linda and Wild, both start athletes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rebecca Wild came through the British Rowing's Talent ID program while studying at Bath University. She won Henley Women's last year in a championship double and competed for GB at Under 23 European Championships in 2019. Very experienced sculler, and Jade Lindo trains with the START program in Twickenham, part of the trial system as well, but for GB beach sprints, hoping to represent this summer.
Brilliant.
Two very experienced championship scullers in this final.
George Innes Cup. Yeah. Incredible race from both. Racing from both.
Looking fairly close still, maybe half a length.
Yeah. Neck and neck right now. In the single, margins definitely don't mean as much. The boats can change speed very quickly. As we say that, it looks neck and neck.
Yeah. Coming through the competitor zone, the spectator zone, we'll hear a lot of cheering for both of them. Linda seems to be taking a slight margin here. Both rating high. Ready to close this race and celebrate. But definitely not giving up before one of them has secured dominance. Looks like a bit of wash coming along, and for a single score, that's sometimes quite a noticeable feeling.
Both dealt with it well. Hard
So professional, yeah.
It's incredible. Isn't
Very
it?
good.
Got Wild just rating slightly higher on the Berkshire station. She's up at 34. On the Bucks, down at 32. Perhaps trying to go for a little bit more length. So, Wild just stretches out her lead. Winner of the double last year. Experience down this track for sure.
Got some very strong sculling technique here.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Blades in and on.
Hopefully not interrupted by those birds on the course.
All good so far.
Lindo, part of that incredibly strong program that they've developed at Twickenham Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Helen Brown, coach there. She's doing a great job with all of them, and a lot of them coming into the GB setup. In Paul Day and Callum Dixon got his first GB vest at the most recent World Cup. It's great to see. It's the World Cup class start program producing such brilliant athletes, and here are two of them on show.
Looking
One
strong.
from Bath, one from Twickenham, racing against each other here, and I'm sure they'll be well familiar with each other.
Definitely. It's always interesting in the singles, that competitors relationship where people are often friends and competitors, which makes the racing very interesting.
Definitely a unique situation to be in. It's like, well, it's just got the better
Yeah,
Lindo
she
here.
looks to be gaining a little bit, keeping her stroke rate high, but building speed on the single by building gradually from the catch into the finish, looking really strong at building that momentum.
Definitely.
And pushing all the way through her legs and hips, and then the arms coming through is a beautiful separation both through drive and finish.
It's followed thick and fast down the course by Pete in the aspirational double. Yep. The Rosie McLaughlin trophy.
Final between Reading RC and Tilburgse Studentenroeivereniging Vidar from the Netherlands.
More Dutch crews in finals.
Shows once again that the Dutch have a lot to offer to the rowing world in terms of technique, race experience, and competitive crews.
Certainly a great rowing culture over there. Looks to me as though those crews are just coming together. You see the umpire warning the Reading crew just to move back to their station, almost overlapping there.
Interesting
That,
line from
composite
that
from the Netherlands. Just watch the Wild win that heat.
Well done. Netherlands crew rating high, looking strong.
Yeah.
Taking an early lead.
They opened up a real early lead there against Reading.
Be another crew that will have had a successful season in the Netherlands, crowning it with a good race at Henley Women's Regatta.
Definitely, and that's a real class outfit in that Dutch boat, isn't it?
Reading creeping up to the middle again. Working hard to make up that distance gained by Vidar.
Yeah, and that can't be great for them sitting in the middle there. Just going to be experiencing some of that wash that will be coming from that.
It's a Vidar Proteus composite, like you said, yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it? Look at that.
Looking strong, yeah, rating beautifully high. Still being able to keep that composure off the back.
Yeah, I've got them up at 36 still.
Nice.
Double, that's not easy to do. Seriously efficient rowing there.
Reading crew keeping nice composure off the finish as well, trying to not let the lead by the Netherlands crew get to them, focusing on their own race. Beautiful catches from both scullers in that crew. Reading stroke, you can tell, wants to up the rate a little, while the Netherlands crew is focusing on maintaining what they're doing, not changing too much, just keeping this lead and building up on it stroke by stroke. Very relaxed shoulders, not too much hip movement, but a smooth finish and arms away.
And that's quite a unique situation for them to be in, to wrap up a final so early.
Yeah.
That must feel good.
That must feel really good. I think respect for the Reading crew for not letting it get to them. Plowing on. It can feel like a really long way if you start to feel like you might not gain back the distance already so early in the race. So this will be a good experience for the Reading crew. Keeping their head up high in a situation like this.
Absolutely. Just brilliant opportunity to race in a final here, and you know, they've come up against a really good crew and a better crew on the day, but just have to learn from it.
Definitely, and
I'm sure they'll be back for more.
being in this final, the Reading crew, Katie Ann Birch and Lena Mills, will have had a really good season so far already. And the beautiful thing about an event like Henley Women's Regatta is that you can run into international crews and you don't know much about them, so you can never know what's going to happen until you're in a final like this. So well done, Reading crew, and well done, Netherlands crew, for maintaining such a consistent pattern throughout this race.
Yeah, they've really not given up, just rode their best race they can in the final.
Yeah, Alex Supit and Elisabeth Keurentjes looking very together, very strong.
Yeah, they're comfortable now, aren't they?
They look comfortable.
But certainly Reading haven't given up. You just see them in the back of your picture rowing really nicely.
Rating a little bit lower than the other crew.
Definitely, yeah. That Netherlands crew just using that little bit more rate to their advantage, tapping it along. Tailwind conditions today, so perhaps that's just giving them that bit more boat speed. Just come across the line there, that composite Netherlands. Congratulations to them.
And well
Fantastic
done.
row from both crews, well done.
Well done, Reading
To
as well.
Reading to Reading Rowing Club. Done really well. Back at the start here. It's personal one from Ryan next to me.
Development Cox Fours.
Previous winner.
Yeah, Frank versus Harry Cup, the category that got me into rowing as much as I am. Beautiful category at this event. A true bridge between those learning how to row or those rowing at maybe a more beginners or recreational level historically and looking to become more competitive. This is the event where they see high-performing athletes, high-performing crews, and they get to row on the same course as these crews. And it's just such an encouraging and such a inspiring event. Both of these crews going strong off the start, looking very close still. It's University of Surrey versus University of Bristol.
Yeah. What are the entry requirements for this event? What makes a development rower?
From what I remember when I was there, is you can't have come top 50 at WHWR, and you can't have qualified for any of the other events in this tournament, which makes sense because all the other events are aspirational and champ.
Absolutely, yeah.
So these are often women that love racing, especially when they've reached the final. These are women that are strong, they love racing, they want to get better. They might not have as much racing experience as the other crews in other events in this regatta, but they are often full of ambition, hunger to do well in rowing now and in the future.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about development rowing is often how naive in the best way these crews are. They throw themselves into the race. They're not afraid to be in pain, and they just want their technique to develop maybe as fast as their strength and their motivation is developing, and it just makes for such cool rowing.
And that is a really great performance from this Surrey boat. We saw them earlier as they did a similar thing, really just took the race by the horns, and they've gone out and got over a length over this Bristol crew.
Settling it in early.
Sorry, earlier I mentioned having a fantastic regatta. They had a pair fighting in the aspirational lightweight double earlier. And now here again in the Frank v Harry Cup, they've got this development 4. Scratch crew came together for Bucks, formed really well at Bucks, made the A final. And here they are now in this final at Henley Women's.
Doing so well. And in the development category, when you're in this final, such as University of Bristol and University of Surrey are doing, you can say that you're the top 2 crews out of 56 entries, which is huge and such a great accomplishment already. And then one of them after this final can say that they're the fastest out of 56 entries, the largest category at this regatta.
Only 16 crews qualified for even the knockout stages, so fantastic to all crews who entered.
Definitely.
Great to see this event thriving.
It's such a good event. It's such a good bridge to get people from grassroots into the performance side of the sport.
Yeah. And a quick shout out for Bristol as well. They've really been building. They row about 30 minutes outside of Bristol actually in the Salford complex they've got there. Really nice facilities. We're on a very windy, flat river. Perhaps these Henley conditions are a bit different to them, but they're dealing with it really well and rowing really excellently in that Cox 4, which not always an easy boat to row. Of course, you've got the weight of the Cox, weight of the shell. Definitely slows down a bit more.
Definitely. And it's interesting to see, comparing the crews, they both work really hard. Surrey looking very together, and Bristol too, very good catches and strong backswing together. Surrey maybe rating slightly higher, maybe slightly more together off the back.
Definitely attacking it, aren't they? Sorry.
Yeah.
coached by Samuel Tuck out of Wolsey Boat Club.
Nice.
Good equipment there. They've been really building a squad. Surrey Rowing, very small, but in recent years since he's been there, they've been building and building, and they continue to build a really strong tradition of novice rowers.
Looking really strong.
It's no surprise that they're doing so well in this event.
The screen, we see the start of the J16 quad final in the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy between Henley RC.
Yeah, I think that's another Cox 4 actually, the J16 Cox 4s. That's Henley Rowing Club, St Paul's Girls' School.
Great shout out to St Paul's Girls' School for having a crew in this final. It's been a while for them, so this must be a big moment for the club.
I'm sure they're absolutely delighted to be here rowing this final at Henley Women's. Now you just see those scenes as Surrey cross the line, how brilliant for them. And this race was to Bristol, who raced really well throughout the regatta.
Surrey celebrating well.
Second out of that many crews in that event in the Frank Lee Harry Cup.
Very good.
It looks as though Henley Rowing Club are just upping these girls at the moment.
Strong start at both crews.
Definitely.
Settling into a good rhythm.
More Coxed 4s. Unique boat to row.
Definitely. Between the booms, it's nice to have a Cox, I can imagine.
Definitely. Especially for these less experienced rowers.
Yeah. Younger crews.
16-year-olds.
It's nice to be able to rely on your Cox for doing that bit of the race so that you can focus completely on laying down the power, rowing together, and making the boat move as best as possible.
It's quite interesting for that Cox lying down in the front there. Obviously they can't see where the other crew are.
No,
They're
exactly,
going
yeah.
blind.
And bow loader.
But that Henley programme has just been dominant in women's rowing in recent years. They've
Yeah.
had so many boats competing here across the regatta, and so many boats in finals as well.
Henley seem to be building a lead here. Looks like about a length.
This is their J16s. Henley have more of their slightly older girls in the junior 8s later on in the day.
Strong performance by Henley Rowing Club.
Incredible programme there. Of course, their home water as well. Definitely give them an advantage.
That can be an advantage, definitely. They'll know the course well, and they'll have had the chance to practice on it plenty.
Can be quite intimidating between those booms.
Definitely.
Especially with all the crowds shouting at you, so I'm sure that familiarity is useful to have.
They'll have a lot of supporters on the bank, and it's wonderful to have so many people cheer you on. It can be distracting, so it's good to see this crew staying heads in the boat, in the game. They may be ahead, but they're not letting it sit there. They want to make the distance as big as possible. Struggle pushing through well.
Yeah, really swinging on it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Getting connected.
St Paul's not giving up. Girls looking strong together.
Yeah, they are.
Pushing
Moving
back.
really efficiently there, aren't they?
Definitely. Sharp
Perhaps,
catches.
Settled into a bit more of a relaxed rhythm as they've gone on.
Yeah. They're fighting back.
Definitely.
This is their final too, and they're not planning on letting Henley take the win like
Can be quite a nice position to be in, just sitting slightly down in Cox 4. Your Cox has the total view of what's going on.
And this Cox is telling her crew that they're still in the game and it's not over for them. Not yet.
As we mentioned earlier, first final for St Paul's Girls' School in a very, very long time, so they'll be delighted to be rowing here. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Henley for rowing in this final as well. Been really good with that bucket in the middle.
Yeah.
Interesting decision.
We love a little alternative rig.
Yeah, a nice tandem rig in the middle there. Those two girls working really well through it.
Definitely good powerhouse there. And they're looking very together.
And there on the left of your screen, you can see the J16 quads.
Nina Padwick Trophy.
Yep.
Final.
Globe Rowing Club versus Henley Rowing Club B. So another Henley boat in that J16 quad squad. This is their B boat though, so I assume their A boat's been locked out earlier in the regatta. So that's certainly an interesting position for that Henley boat to be in.
Definitely.
Great for them to make the final. Shows how competitive that squad must be. As we just watched their counterparts from their squad mates across the line. And that's Cox 4 event.
Congratulations, Henley Rowing Club, and well done, St. Paul's Girls' School in that race.
Just see a warning. Globe. Told to move back to their station.
Responding well.
It looks like just Globe, just taking a lead over that Henley B quad.
Rating high, looking strong.
Really attacking it off that start.
This Globe crew is made out of 2 J15 and 16s. Middle pair and stroke and bow respectively.
That's incredible.
All started their rowing during lockdown. That's a very interesting start to your rowing career, taking part in training sessions via Zoom.
Sat on the rowing machines via Zoom, that's difficult. Amazing that they're still here and they're finally getting that payoff.
If you can enjoy your erg sessions via Zoom, then you know that you can last in the sport when you get to be on the water later on.
I'm sure all of these athletes have bright futures ahead of them.
Yeah, they started rowing on the water in April 2021, which is just over a year ago then.
Wow, and now they're here in this final.
Come together nicely here, yeah.
Brilliant.
They must be thrilled to be here. It must have been an exciting season this season, being able to do the full season as it's supposed to be rather than on Zoom. So
absolutely.
I'm happy for them that they made it to this final today. There's a crown on a first actual rowing season. Well done, Globe RC.
And the first actual Henley Women's since coronavirus. Of course, we had one last year. One of the first events in the UK to be run after lockdown restrictions were lifted.
And open for audiences, yeah. Although the audience last year wasn't supposed to cheer loudly, not supposed to shout.
Not sure they obeyed that, and certainly not.
At least this year, the shouting is allowed.
Definitely.
And you can hear it here in the commentary box. You can hear the crowd supporting the crews in the final, which is just such a good atmosphere to be a part of.
Henley, this is their home river. Of course, they've got big support up and down the bank. It looks like Globe just stretching out that lead even more.
Yeah, looking strong. This group very together. A good sense of relaxation off the finish, setting them up nicely for the next stroke.
Definitely. Not trying to overwork it, not trying to do too much of that back end. Nice and simple. Yeah, that's great.
Henley is not letting them get away with too much of a distance at this point. They're trying to gain back a bit of what they've lost earlier in the race. And the rowing club also looking nice and together and punchy, but Globe still maybe a bit more so. Globe doing it very nicely in the lower body with relaxed shoulders and upper body.
Definitely.
Moving as one. Staying very consistent on that rate. Not trying to add too much to it at this point, just doing what they're doing it well, and gaining momentum while not interrupting the recoveries, just making this boat move very consistently.
It's a great feeling, that sitting up.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can see their opponents from Henley B out the corner of their eyes.
And that's in a final, that's a beautiful position to be in, to
Hope they're enjoying
see
it.
your opposition and to know that what you're doing is going to keep you in this position as long as you don't do anything too different.
For sure, I'm sure they'll be just focusing on keeping that same pattern, rowing the same way every stroke, letting nothing go wrong.
From this angle, you can see very nicely how together the Globe crew is.
For sure.
And how
Henley are not letting them have it easy, though. Seems like they've just closed a bit in that middle stage. But there they are across the line. Congratulations, Globe. And congratulations, Henley, as well. Incredibly
like
competitive.
Length. Well done, both crews.
Yeah. And this is what's so great about this regatta, is you've just seen development Cox 4s and J16s, and now we're swapping to one of the highest quality events in this packed racing schedule across the weekend. We have the Avril Velocock Cup, as you can see on your screen, for Championship Coxless 4s, Brown University versus Leander Club.
Yeah, it's very cool to switch from those races just now to this level rowing, looking very punchy off the start. Both crews here to do only one thing, and that is win this final.
Absolutely. Brown have been really fast across this regatta, showing great speed in the pair, in the 4, and in the 8.
Yeah.
They broke the record in the 8 earlier, and I'm sure these women are going to try and break some records today in this 4. It looks to me like Leander are just sneaking out ahead of them at this point.
Leander looking very smooth. Also in a few finals today, so well done, Leander. It's a very close between both crews off the start of this race.
Definitely.
Like you said, Leander maybe edging a little bit, but by no means.
It looks like Brown just caught the water there, one of the blades 3-seat, and they've lost a bit of time on that. Sure, that won't deter them. It's just allowed Leander to sneak out a bit more ahead.
Yeah, they're refocusing on their race, grabbing that momentum again. Choosing an efficient line there, Brown.
Definitely.
And Leander just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Not distracted by what happened at all, and grabbing this opportunity to assert dominance in the race.
Yeah, and I'm sure they could have just saw that out of the corner of their eye. Brown crew aren't giving up though. God, they're really throwing it all at them.
Sometimes when something like that happens in a race, it sparks this adrenaline that just gets you back on it, and it looks like that's what happened in the Brown crew.
Yeah.
They're back on it. They're not letting this rattle them. And Leander's just keeping consistent at that pace they had earlier. Very strong base pace in this race.
It's quite a nice contrast to styles as well. Leander, nice and smooth, just kind of sitting up on it, levering it along. Brown look a little bit more racy, I suppose. Really throw their bodies at it through the middle of the stroke, don't they?
Punchy.
Yeah, punchy, yeah, definitely. Really, really try and suspend that body weight.
Definitely.
Leander, very nice. Looks like Brown are just coming back at them.
Definitely. Brown have upped the rate, and like you said, trying to use this raciness to sprint back on level with Leander.
Brown, I believe, from USA. The depth of women's rowing out there is just incredible.
Definitely, and good to see them here. Henley Women's Regatta back on with international crews, which makes the racing so exciting to watch. It's a little unexpected twist to some racing that the international crews bring. It's very exciting.
Really increases the standard here, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, and makes the racing less predictable as well, because some of these crews will not have done the British head races and regattas earlier this season, so just confirms that you can never expect anything when it comes to summer racing.
For sure.
Never assume.
Still going at it, Brown. You get a real close-up of that aggressive style.
Definitely.
Rating.
It seems like they've upped the rate again, yeah. Looking so strong. They're ready to not let Leander get away with it. Leander looks still up a little bit.
Yeah, I've got Brown at 43.
Huge, absolutely huge.
So Leander just looking a little bit calmer, a little bit longer. That's really beautiful rowing,
Sticking to their style, their race. They're not letting Brown distract them. They're happy with Brown fighting their own fight, because Leander looks confident, dominant, and ready to win this race when it comes to them Brown will obviously disagree.
Yeah, Leander just in a slightly looser, longer rhythm down at 36. Just letting that boat run. Really smooth.
Must be good communication in the Brown crew to switch rates that easily in such a short distance.
Definitely. Good efficiency to stay up at that rate.
Definitely.
That's the win for Leander there.
Well
They
done,
crossed the
Leander.
finish line.
Brown well raced.
It's great to see that here. Continue on. This program's thick and fast. 8's racing this time.
Cobus Cup, Club 8s.
Leicester Rowing Club and Thames Rowing Club, an all tideway affair. Both rowing out the Putney embankment. They'll be very familiar with each other, I'm sure. Thames have been incredibly racy across this this Copus Cup event, and here again they've just been so quick off that start, and it's showing for them here as they just look like they're coming out end of the island with a couple of seats up maybe.
Definitely, and Vesta having crews in the finals, semi-finals today across multiple categories. So both clubs, good showing at the event this year. Both hoping to come home with a couple of trophies, no doubt, but it looks like Thames is just taking the edge at the start of this final in the Copus Cup for Club 8s.
As you mentioned, both clubs, boats and finals all across the Regatta. Vesta have a Cox's 4 rowing later.
Yep.
So it's a great effort from their squad, and I'm sure they're all delighted to be such a competitive level. All with full-time jobs, of course.
Yeah, and Vesta have had a few years of building this strong squad. We can hear the support outside of our commentary books, so both crews have a strong representation along the embankment. Very, very cool to hear. And the crews are not getting distracted by it. They're taking it in and using it as fuel. Vesta's not giving up here.
Not at all. That Thames boat snuck out early, but it looks like Vesta are not giving up without a fight.
Exactly.
Had a really good race against Canterbridgian earlier where they rode through them.
Nice.
So I'm sure they'll have taken some confidence from that.
Vesta are known as hard workers. They fight, and they will see this as very much a not decided final yet.
No, not a shot. But
Thames looking confident though and calm, sticking to their rhythm, their race.
Those Thames women have had such a fantastic season as well, though.
They did, definitely.
2 boats in the top 10 at Women's Head. They've continued to perform across all of the regattas.
Yeah,
Seriously high standard, calibre of athlete there.
definitely. A lot of depth in the Thames women's squad this year. Very well performing Champ 8 in this event and a Club 8. Thames' boating crews along in almost all club categories and Champ categories this regatta. It's very nice.
Looking really sharp there, Thames.
Definitely very sharp catches, very together. You can see that in the backswing and hands off the finish.
Yeah, they really swing on it with their bodies to limit the stroke and then just let the blade pop out. It's nice to see, gaining a lot of acceleration.
A good surge, yeah.
Yeah,
Vesta looking punchy.
absolutely. They're really racing this,
You
Vesta.
can tell how much they want it. They do not want to let Thames get this one. It's a rivalry that's just next door neighbors almost, isn't it?
Absolutely.
They'll have seen each other train on the tideway. They'll have looked at each other and see where they can take the advantage on the other crew, and this is where they fight it out. Henley Women's Regatta Sunday, one of the most exciting races of the season.
Thames still haven't been able to break overlap. Vesta just clinging onto their coattails.
Both coxes telling their crews that this race is not over yet. The coxes will be able to see what the other crew is doing, and they'll be saying to their crews whether they're gaining seats or just maybe losing out on an edge of it.
Fantastic racing here.
This is a very exciting race
This
to watch.
final of the Copus Cup.
And I know that a few in this Thames crew have been in a final like this before and just lost out, so they will be so hungry for this trophy. And Vesta will have been working at it for years to be here, and they will not want to give up. They will want to make that difference this final.
Just coming towards the line in that heat, the Copers Cup. Thames still leading Vesta.
Maybe 3/4 of a length now.
And they crossed the finish line. Well done to Thames and well rowed by Vesta Rowing Club.
Congratulations.
Great effort from both clubs. Fantastic.
Definitely. We've seen on the other screen now the start of the final, the Bernard Churcher Trophy, Aspirational Single Sculls, between Reading Rowing Club, Sophie Gray, and Warrington RC Ella Stanhope.
Sophie Gray just being warned to move across there by the umpire, just steering ahead, but she's taken a big early lead.
Huge. Another world-class start program athlete. They seem to be doing really well this regatta. Congrats.
Definitely.
To the coaches of that program.
And the results of race.
Yeah, she's from Reading Club. She actually learned to row as a novice at Southampton University. Now rowing at the world-class start program from Reading. It's clear just how far she's come. Quite a short number of years, Sophie Gray. It's great to see her here in the final.
Really impressive. Very strong looking sculling style through the legs. Not that much through the hips, but just arms away quickly and
just hangs off it nicely, nice length around the front, really reaching round, and she's got a big lead.
Ella Stanhope, you can tell, has a bit more of a backswing, trying to surge that boat off the finish. Interesting to see these different styles of both scullers, both very efficient.
Both done fantastically well to make it into this final here.
Definitely. Sophie Gray is not letting any doubt come to mind that she's planning on winning this final, but in a single, distance can be made up quite easily.
Definitely. Both athletes would be really keen to get their hands on the Bernard Churcher Trophy, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Great overhead shot there as we just see the back of Sophie Gray coming past here. Leading by about 3 lengths now, actually.
Looking really strong. You can tell that she's not looking to build much more on what she's now currently doing. This is it. This is good. This is what she wants to keep doing, to keep creating a little bit more distance on Ella Stanhope, stroke by stroke. And Ella Stanhope just trying to minimize that distance every stroke by rating high. Focusing in on just keeping momentum every stroke. Ella Stanhope rowing from Warrington, her home club where she learned to scull as a junior. Spent some time in the USA sweeping, and now back in the UK sculling for Warrington RC, doing really well in this Aspirational Single Sculls final against Sophie Gray, who will have no doubt spent a lot of time in her single recently, so it's a very admirable race between these two.
Yeah, Sophie Gray looking really comfortable there. It's a great effort from her.
Definitely, she's rowing it out. Keeping strong and confident and consistent, but not overworking it. Looking really, really strong here.
Both fantastic athletes, and it's great to see them here.
Aspirational Club Ace for the Copers Cup, sponsored by the Copers Partnership, was a win at Thames Rowing Club over
Sophie Gray from Reading RC, paddling out her final, quite a dominant lead. She'll realize this at this point and be ready to celebrate. Very exciting final for her. Stanhope is not giving up, still rating high. On the other screen, we're looking at the start of the junior single sculls final, the dialys trophy between Trenton Boat Club Megan Knight and Hartbury College Ella Borsley Taylor. Strong start of both crews.
Great to see so many single sculling events here. Really hard work in the single.
Definitely.
Motivating yourself, keeping yourself up. Racy.
Especially at that start line.
Trentham sculler Megan Knight, second at national schools this year.
There was just a little warning for the Hartbury College sculler to go back to her station, but it looks like she's responded well, so both scullers back on their stations now, looking very close still off the island.
She's certainly not getting away with it. Second at nat schools, but Hartbury College sculler Ella Borsley Taylor's really keeping her honest here.
Great racing between these scullers at the quarter-mile mark. It seems like the Trentham sculler has a little bit of maybe half a lead advantage on the Hartbury College sculler.
About half a length, maybe just starting to stretch out now. Settled into maybe slightly longer rhythm, just see her getting slightly out, slightly further, rowing a slightly wider arc with those blades.
Very nice.
Great to see this overhead shot, yeah.
You can tell the difference in their styles. Trenton Boat Club Megan Knight, just slightly longer and calmer. Hartbury College sculler is rating high, punchy, maybe just a little bit shorter at this stage of the race.
Really well connected, those scullers there.
Yeah. Unlimited respect for these juniors and their singles.
So do I.
Requires such a professional mentality to race in a single, and at that age, that's just...
Couldn't agree more. And training on your own like that's really hard work.
Yeah.
You have to be really self-motivated, disciplined.
Alongside their school program, which will no doubt be demanding, I respect this a lot from both of these scullers.
I'm sure both of these girls would have been completing their A-levels.
Nice.
I do not envy that whatsoever.
Me neither. I hope this regatta is a nice distraction for them alongside that demanding school program.
Definitely.
Looks like Hartbury College sculler is just
falling back a bit there. Yeah. Trentham, it's Megan Knight.
Taking a nice lead here.
Yeah. She looks really good, doesn't she?
She does.
No energy wasted,
No.
so efficient.
Calm, yet confident, looking up. She'll be able to tell at this point that she's gaining every stroke. All she needs to do is keep this. Don't do anything too crazy, and she'll lengthen out every stroke, maximizing that distance.
Great for her after a second at Nat Schools to come here and win.
Beautiful.
She was beaten by an Irish sculler at Nat Schools, so fantastic. For her to come and get the win here. Any women's? This is the dialys trophy.
Hartbury College Rowing Association Ella Borsley Taylor is still rating, looks like she's rating slightly higher, which probably suggests that she's trying to gain back, not giving up in this final, and hoping to sprint to minimize that distance between her and Trenton BC Megan Knight. Good second half of the stroke of that Trenton BC sculler. It's a real push towards that finish. It's just creating a little bit extra momentum off the finish of her single. You can see that separation in the drive, which creates almost 3 parts of the stroke. That first little half of the finish, then the body's in, and then the arms drawing through. super quick catches. Looking really strong.
That must be a great feeling there.
Yeah,
She still looks super focused.
she does. When you're in it, even if you have the advantage, you can never assume that that's it. She'll be pushing to the line. The other screen, we see
The junior double, Tideway Scullers School B versus Sydney, Australia. Sydney broke a record earlier in this event, earlier this weekend. Broke the record by 3 seconds, so Tideway are really up against it, especially since this is their B boat. Their A boat obviously being knocked out earlier in Regatta. I'm sure that won't be playing on their minds right now. They're just trying to beat the boat across from them.
Rainer Cup.
The Rainer Cup, this is for junior double sculls. We just see another night there from Trentham Boat Club coming towards the end of their final against Ella Barsley Taylor for Harbury College. Brilliant racing from both athletes. Congratulations to she comes across the line. Great effort, I'm sure she's delighted there. You see her slap the water.
Congratulations. Both well raced.
Tideway Scullers really putting up a fight here against this very classy Sydney double.
This Tideway Scullers crew won the junior double sculls at Junior Sculling Regatta and gold at national schools. Alex McCarthy and Orla Harvey.
Perhaps this isn't their actual B crew.
No, maybe their A crew was in a different event.
Or it's just been entered correctly, but it's clear that Tideway aren't going to let Sydney get away with this scot-free. Sydney, of course, record holders in this event now. And they just look like they're edging out over Tideway Scullers, but it's neck and neck, really. Half a length in it.
This Sydney Rowing Club crew, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, got quite a few achievements against their names, both of these scullers.
Serious accolades. One's 18, one's 16 years old. Incredible.
Australian Championships. Coming fourth in the single, Liesl, and second with Laura, both in a double, and first in a quad for under 23s. Bauseed of a youth 8 at NSW, winning the interstate regatta by almost 8 seconds. Youngest member at 16 years old.
Amazing.
And Laura, similar achievements this season at NSW Championships. First in her single under 21s. Second in the lightweight single. First in a double. Second in a quad. Though her favorite race of the season was winning the open weights quads at NSW Championships with Olympia Sarah Hall, Harriet Hudson, and her older sister, Grace, who is racing the lightweight singles at under 23 World Champs this year.
Brilliant. Clearly a rowing family then.
Yeah. Very interesting race between this crew and Tideway Scullers, which seems like all very experienced rowers in a junior event. Very cool.
Yeah, amazing to see this kind of standard in the double here.
Yeah. You can tell by how they're rowing that this isn't their first race.
Certainly
They've
not.
done a few more of these. They look together in sync. They know what they're doing. They're calm.
There you go, great close-up of them there, Sydney.
Beautiful. Tideway Scullers is fighting back hard, looking together as well. Looking for that length off the front.
Nice close-up of them as well. Tideway Scullers moving really well together. Also just slightly down on this Henley outfit. Sorry, not Henley. Sydney outfit.
Balgro and the Tideway Scullers crew just telling her crewmate that they're still in it. This isn't over for them.
Definitely not.
Fighting back hard, and the senior crew just looking confident with what they're doing, maintaining their rhythm, maintaining their speed. They know that this is enough.
Yeah, they look really good, that Sydney boat, don't they?
Very in sync, yeah.
Just a little look across there, the stroke girl.
Must be exciting for her to notice where they're at in this race, and that doing what they're doing has given them a gain already. Yeah.
It's come across from Australia.
Yeah, beautiful.
That age, amazing.
They just crossed the line. Well done, Sydney.
And they're going to be followed really quickly on by another race, another final this time in the junior women's eights. Got Surbiton High School versus Henley Rowing Club.
In the Peabody Cup.
The Peabody Cup. Absolutely. Henley Rowing Club we've seen in a number of finals today, across J16s and of course this 8 here. Really strong competitive squad they've built.
Definitely.
And their home water here, so I'm sure they'll be wanting to take the win against Surbiton programme that's also been incredibly successful.
Definitely, and this Surbiton crew has recently won silver in the women's champ 8s at national schools. So they'll be looking to make that a gold at this regatta.
Surbiton final at Henley Royal Regatta last year, I believe.
Yep, that's right. 5 out of the 8 girls in this crew.
Wow, what great experience for them.
Definitely.
Incredible to see them back here, and I'm sure they're looking towards Henley Royal as well as this event.
They are, and not only have some of these girls raced in an 8 at Nat Schools, there's also a girl in this crew who won double gold at Nat Schools in the J15 quad.
Wow, so she's a J15 and she's racing at this level.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's really cool. So both crews, really experienced junior rowers in there, who at a young age already must know what it is to have a professional racing mentality, to not let being slightly down at the start of the final let it get to you, but instead keep going and know that the race isn't decided until it's decided at the finish line.
That race experience obviously just paying off for Surbiton, so just stretch out slight lead over Henley Rowing Club on Henley's home water. Sure, Henley won't be letting this go easily.
No, Henley looking together, looking punchy.
These 8s going so fast, even a small margin can be quite decisive, especially early on.
That's true. Though with the established coaching team at Henley Rowing Club, they will be familiar with this as a possible scenario in a final, and they'll know how to respond to it. Both of these crews being very professional at this young age, and you can tell that Henley is not letting it get to them.
Not
Heads up.
Yeah, focused on their rhythm, their race.
Looking together.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, they do. Catches in nice and together, quite sharp.
It's like Surbiton are just continuing to stretch out though.
Yeah, Surbiton having a really punchy rhythm there. Cutting the water up in very sharp catches, each stroke at a time. Both crews looking really strong, looking like they row a similar style.
Yeah, it looks very similar, doesn't it, from both crews?
It does, yeah. And then
Both
it just
really up on top of it.
Yeah, and then it just comes down to who is going to make the boat move slightly more efficient. Maybe there'll be some erg score differences in each crew, deciding who's going to win this race.
Definitely. Real intent from both crews.
Definitely.
See the effort going down in that Surbiton boat, just to keep their noses ahead.
And with a difference this small between the two crews, the rowers will notice that their opposition is right next to them, which mentally is just going to make the race so much more exciting for them, although they'll feel very nervous.
Definitely.
When their position is right there. Being the periphery of their eyes, they'll be able to see where their counterpart in their seat in the other crew is, and whether they're up and down or down on them. Both
Yes.
crews having lots of supporters here. You can hear it from the commentator box.
What a fantastic race, and it looks like Henley Rowing Club just started to row through Surbiton. Surbiton leading for most of the race. And as they
Beautiful.
come across the line there,
Henley Rowing Club
what
took
a
it.
row. Wow.
Nice, well done. Both crews well done. That was a very close, very exciting race to watch.
Now
Crowds on the
spin for
embankment went
Surbiton.
wild.
Fantastic effort there from Henley, and as we spoke about earlier, just staying calm, collected.
Trusted their base pace and rode through them.
Amazing. Wow.
Both crews well done. Meanwhile, we're looking at the start of the junior quads final,
Yep,
the Language Trophy.
Language Trophy. There it is on your screens. Shiplake College, Wycliffe.
Yeah, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. This Wycliffe crews have won the Scullery Hut race earlier this season, Wallingford Regatta, and came third at the Scullery Regatta.
Yeah, so really high quality. Shiplake, really good class in the women's sculls.
Looking very strong off the start as well.
I believe they won the women's quad sculls at Henley Royal last year.
Oh, wow.
So there's
Two,
definitely pedigree in this event.
yeah, two very established crews right here. And Shiplake taking the edge off the start. Looking together, heads up, knowing what they're here for.
Brilliant. Wycliffe looking mighty focused as well though, don't they?
Yeah.
Looks like Shiplake just edging out to a length here and still moving.
Good line from Shiplake. That
Yeah.
position just slightly closer to the booms, but
School from right nearby here, so I'm sure they've had plenty
They'll
of
have
practice
practiced,
on this
yeah.
river.
it's always exciting to see a crew take that line because you don't want them to hit the booms, but
No.
you know that it's an efficient line, so you can see that Shiplake has thought about this. Very
For
good.
sure. And they look fully confident, don't they, that they're going to steer that line perfectly. It looks as though this Shiplake crew haven't been able to get away though. They've got out to half a length and Wycliffe are just staying with them.
Yes.
Really brave rowing.
Very good response from Wycliffe, decreasing the distance between them after settling into the race. Looks like they're trusting their base pace and they're edging back every stroke, so this is a very tight, very interesting race.
Shiplake still holding the lead here against Wycliffe. Definitely not being able to move though.
No,
Really
it looks
brave
like these
rowing.
crews are really similar in base race pace,
Yeah.
which is very exciting to watch.
Shiplake really committed to that hard start. Can be very beneficial when you get out, you see the other crew equally.
Definitely. Early dominance in the Henley Women's Regatta distance is a little bit of an advantage because of the short distance that it is.
1500 meters.
And mentally, you can just take the edge over the other crew if you establish dominance at the beginning. But it looks like this Wycliffe crew has no message
No.
to that strategy. They don't care about it at all. They will be fighting back.
It's the fastest boat from A to B, and if you work too hard at the start, then could come undone later on in the race.
Exactly.
Just saw a row through for Henley Rowing Club against Surbiton.
And Wycliffe seems to be having a similar plan, but Shiplake is not letting it get to them either, and they're trusting their rhythm, they're trusting their attack to this race, and holding on to a really solid pace in this race.
Wycliffe just having some steering issues. They were warned to get back towards their station. Shiplake continuing with this dead straight line.
Yeah, beautiful steering by the Shiplake bow girl. Assuming she's the one steering the quad.
Absolutely.
Wycliffe looking strong with a very dynamic hands away at the finish. Shiplake looking a little bit calmer off the finish. It's always interesting to see the style that coaches go for
Definitely.
and how it pays off for crews. Wycliffe looking very punchy, fighting hard, but Shiplake just having that confidence and that calmness around the back, creating a bit of momentum off the finish of their stroke.
Definitely. They get a really nice lever on it, don't they, that Shiplake crew?
Yeah, they do. Setting themselves up nicely. Every stroke for the next one. Not interrupting the boat speed. Wycliffe Bowgirl looking around just now to see where they are, knowing that they're still in the race. It's an exciting final. It's not been decided yet.
Not at all. Looks like Shipley just holding that lead right now. I'll be happy with that. Second across the line. Great racing from both crews. So brave from Wycliffe.
Well
that
done.
Fast start from Shipley just paid off.
It did. It was an exciting race, but Shipley held on well. They take the win.
Swap to the Junior Coxed Fours, the Groton School Challenge Cup. This is an all-Scottish affair. We've got Glasgow Academy George Heriot Composite. We're against Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Both crews lining up at the start. It's always you can feel the nerves when you're at the start. It's an exciting place to be. You can feel the anticipation, which arguably is worse than the race itself. That feeling of the realization that what you're about to do is going to be exciting but hard.
Very hard. I'm sure all these athletes are really well mentally prepared. As we just watch them going off the start here. Nice and clean getaway, both crews. I'm sure the steering will be spot on in this event with those coxes just tucked down at the front there.
Punchy start by both crews. Both crews aware that asserting dominance here can mean an advantage, as we saw in the previous race by Shiplake.
Absolutely. Both Scottish boats. I'm sure they'll be familiar with each other.
They must be, yeah.
Yeah. Rode
That's
at
exciting.
Scott Champs, other Scottish events. Now they'll be here for Henley Women's, really trying to get their hands on this Groton School Challenge Cup.
Definitely. Off the island, the crew seems still very close together, similar speeds.
Brilliant steering from both coxes. Nice and out the way of each other. No interruptions, no worries. All the athletes will be able to keep a really cool head.
Definitely. The distance between the crews must also mean that the coxes won't be exactly able to tell where the other crew is.
It looks to me like Aberdeen have just snuck out ahead of that composite.
Yeah.
There's not much in it. Not much in it at all.
Good rhythm by both crews.
Yeah, really nice and long. And we watched the Aberdeen boat row through their opponents in the semi-finals, just kept a really loose, really connected long rhythm. And it really paid dividends. Cox 4, obviously a slightly longer race. Sometimes getting into that rhythm, getting in there early, really pays off. So the fact that they've gone out and they've taken the lead already suggests they're feeling confident.
It's interesting to see also the difference in style required in a coxed 4 compared to a coxless 4, for example.
Absolutely.
In that you just want to load up a bit more in a coxed 4, and you can see these girls are doing that at the catch. There's almost this little tiny microsecond pause to load up the blade and to catapult the boat forward.
Yeah, you've really got to squeeze it along slightly more, don't you? A much heavier boat. Some athletes really skillfully were a bit more like the coxless 4, but that's not easy to do. I like what both of these crews are doing.
Me too.
With these cox 4s.
You can tell that at the beginning they were a bit closer together, but now it seems that Aberdeen is edging out a little bit.
It's definitely not a conclusion, no, not in this boat class.
Not at all. Maybe half a length.
Yeah, and they're moving really well. That's a lovely close-up of them in the Cox 4, isn't it? You can just see that Cox tucked away at the front there. I'm sure making some very, very passionate calls right now. Oh, just a little wobble in that Aberdeen boat. I'm sure the Cox from the composite would have seen that.
She'll be telling her crew, definitely.
Yeah, I'll give them some confidence as they come into the second half of this race. Blade work perhaps slightly cleaner in the Aberdeen boat.
Yeah, slightly more together.
Yeah.
Stroke in the George Heriot School crew is definitely adamant to fight back.
Yeah, she looks She's really ripping that rate up.
Yeah. Support is ready to support both crews.
Absolutely. And it's great to see all the supporters here on the bank today.
The atmosphere is great. It's so good to see so many people support Henley Women's Regatta and all the crews that are racing here this weekend. It's a beautiful event for crews from all levels and all ages, as you can see by these finals this afternoon.
Fantastic.
On the left of the screen, we can see the club Coxless Force final starting.
This is the Leicester Trophy. We've got another all-tideway affair. Leicester Rowing Club versus London Rowing Club.
Very exciting race to watch between neighbouring clubs along the tideway. They'll have seen each other at races like Met, where Vesta took the slight lead. But the question is, what's happening in this final between these crews?
Yep, the all-Scottish final. It looks like Aberdeen just continued to stretch out that lead against the composite. Really great racing from both crews, very brave.
Meanwhile, a very tight race off the island here between London and Vesta. Hard to tell who's taking the lead at this point.
Looks dead level.
Both crews very similar speeds.
3
both
seconds
crews
to Vesta at Met by all accounts.
Yep. Today it seems like London is gaining momentum slightly over Vesta.
Yep.
But only by a canvas at this point.
London finalists in this event. 3-seat Lizzie Cottrell was in that boat last year. Sure, she's looking for revenge.
Definitely.
Bow pair in the quad last year. Semi-finalists.
Yep. Both crews last year, the first entered crews of London Rowing Club's women's squad, really. And this year they're trying to secure their win, combined forces in the Coxless 4.
It looks as though Vesta just have a bit more impetus here. It looks like they're moving on London. This is bow ball to bow ball.
This is such an exciting race. Vesta was in the semi-final last year in this very category, so they will be hungry for the win as well. Both these clubs have been working hard multiple seasons to build a women's squad that is competitive with the other big women's squads along the tideway, and they're both doing really well at that.
Looks like Vesta just slightly up on London here. Head by a canvas or so.
Vesta known for being hard workers, but London known for having patience and knowing that they can win it back later in the race. This race won't be decided till the finish line.
And it looks as though Vesta are just steering back onto their station. Grace Bake in the bow of the London boat making the calls there.
Keeping a strong line. You can tell that Vesta is maybe rating slightly higher.
This is an incredible race, and what a brilliant showing of club rowing from our country.
100%. And interesting to see the dynamics in club women's rowing with people from all kinds of clubs joining together to build a women's squad and to develop themselves at different locations, different opportunities. And Vesta and London are both showing the quality that comes off of that, making them both very interesting clubs to consider for female club rowers in London.
Absolutely. Vesta rating up at 37. They're really, really sending it here. London just slightly lower, down at 35.
But London looking strong together, clean catches.
Definitely. This
relying
race
on their
yet.
base pace. Vesta punching through.
Both crews looking really calm, really collected. Great racing, and how exciting for them to both be in this final. London, I'm sure they've got that losing finalist from last year. They've got that in their head.
Definitely. They have one thing in mind, and that's set that record straight from last year to this year. But Vesta will be approaching this final in a very similar vein. These girls have been rowing together for years, just missing out on the final last year, wanting to secure the win this time around. Still pretty much level, these crews.
It looks absolutely neck and neck. It looks like London are just starting to come back, but Vesta still with their noses in front. Race certainly isn't over yet.
Supporters from both these clubs will be on the edges of their seats on the embankment and at home, because this is a very, very close race between these crews that are so similar in experience, in results so far. And they'll both have such good reasons to want this so badly.
There, we just on the left of your screen see the start of the championship double. Leander Club A versus Leander Club and Twickenham Composite. But we're just we're focused on this race between Leicester and London as they come towards the finish line. It's absolutely neck and neck. There's nothing in it. It looks like Leicester just by a canvas take it over the London girls. Congratulations, Leicester.
Well done, both crews. What an exciting race to watch.
That's so close.
In the champ doubles, Pair Cup, W Pair Cup. Strong start by both crews. Catherine Mullen, Imogen Magner at Leander. Poiré and Catherine George in the other crew. Twickenham, Leander Composite.
Vare, another row from that Twickenham start programme, coached by Helen Brown. Come together, this Leander athlete to form a composite for this regatta, up against more Leander athletes. Leander, we've seen in a few finals winning so far, been incredibly successful throughout the regatta.
Punchy start by this Leander double, taking a quarter of a length, but it's very early in the race, and in a double, distances like that can be made up pretty quickly.
And it looks like they are neck and neck.
It's another very exciting final as we're approaching the end of final Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta, and the races are exactly as exciting as that part of the day should be, which is a great accomplishment for the regatta. We're very lucky with this kind of level of racing. Very strong racing by both doubles in this finals race. It's still very close, and
absolutely
that's exactly what a final should be.
Yeah, what a brilliant showcase of doubles rowing from both of these. This is the absolutely elite doubles event here.
Definitely.
It's great to see them, both crews, rowing so well.
Beautiful sculling, such composure.
Mari very successful at this regatta, winning the single last year, and she's now moved across to the double to try and win.
That's very admirable.
Very
you can tell in both doubles that they have this racing experience, they have the technique, and they have the power. So at this point, it will almost be a mental game as well. You see the bow girl in this Leander double look around to see where they're at, where the competition's at, and what their plan should be from here on out to make sure they secure the win in this race.
Looks to me now like that composite double just rating slightly lower.
Composite double having very sharp catches.
Yeah, they look long and they look really strong, don't they?
Leave nothing hanging.
No, hang for such a long time with their arms out straight. It's great to watch.
See the Bauger and this Leander double nodding at the at the supporters on the embankment, as everything in Henley women's regatta racing is so in close proximity to one another. Yeah. Both crews keeping a really good line, by the way.
Yeah, fantastic. Shows the experience in these crews,
really. It does, yeah. Won't be
plus as well, Leander's home water.
Exactly.
I'm sure plenty of experience coming
They'll
down
have done
this.
it before, yeah, definitely. It's very useful to look at as a rower as well. See how these skilled and experienced women approach this race. Nice second half of the stroke here in this composite double. Good surge.
Result of race 399.
Yeah, really great racing, both doubles. Congratulations, Bahrain, her second Henley women's win in 2 years.
And she's celebrating.
Yeah.
Congrats to the other crew as well. Well raced.
All crews involved.
Unfortunately, no win this time.
Brilliant showcase.
And we're looking at the start of the Chairman's Trophy Academic.
That's aspirational quads.
Aspirational quads,
Yeah.
you're right. Exactly. Edinburgh University versus Lage from the Netherlands.
More Dutch crews in the finals.
More Dutch crews. Great to see so many Dutch people here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not
coming.
biased at all as a
No.
Dutch person myself.
Not at all.
Great start off
Great to have your insight.
Thank you. Great start of both crews here.
Yeah, both looking sharp, aren't they?
Nice to see the high rating in a quad using all those blades to rate up high and get the momentum in the crew going.
Yeah. These quads really fast off the start, aren't they? It always
Yeah.
feels like an absolute rocket ship when you get off the line.
Definitely.
All 8 blades. It looks really nice there from behind. You can see the synchronization of the blade work,
Good
body
rhythm.
work.
Yeah, good rhythm in both crews.
Edinburgh, obviously, having a fantastic season. Second, the Victor Ladorum at Bucks. Depth in that squad up there. Absolutely fabulous.
Off the island, it looks very close between the two crews still. Hard to say who has the advantage, but it looks like Edinburgh might be taking the edge.
Yeah, looks like Edinburgh have just gone up to about a length's lead there.
Nice. Good start from Edinburgh.
Really attacking it. That's great rowing, isn't it?
It looks really good. Might be another case where sculling in the Netherlands is often a lightweight category.
Interesting.
So these Lage girls might be lightweight, which will make it admirable to be rowing in an open weight category like this.
Absolutely.
And reaching the final.
Edinburgh coach John Higson will be delighted with the way his crew's sculling here.
Yeah, they look really good. Strong line again as well.
Brilliant
Close
line.
to those booms.
Calm. That's so calm.
Looks really good.
Steer that kind of line alongside the booms. They've just
Yeah.
maybe moved over a little bit now, but they're still right close to them.
They
And they're
look
leading this
together.
Laha crew brilliantly.
Definitely. They will leave no doubt in this final on what their plan is, and they look together, confident, knowing what they're doing. Lara is fighting back though.
Edinburgh have produced some wonderful scullers over the years.
Yeah.
Many of the GB scullers, Lucy Glover, Maddie Arlett, both from at the Edinburgh Sculling Programme. I'm sure there's more representation coming from out of this high performance centre. As they continue to stretch that lead, that is amazing from Edinburgh.
Yeah,
They
it's
were
a-
really impressive in their semi-final earlier. They're continuing that through into the final.
In this final, at this stage, they will know that if they keep doing what they're doing, the outcome of this final is likely to be in their favour. Although Laga is not giving up, and it will be a good opportunity for them to see what they can do when they're down upon a very dominant crew.
Absolutely.
Being in this final, coming from the Netherlands, will already be a great achievement from them. And a good outcome of coming all the way over to Henley to see what they can achieve. As I said before, for a lot of these Netherlands crews, this is the cherry on top of a very busy season, likely in the middle of exam season right now. So these crews, these rowers from the Netherlands will be very dedicated, students and rowers. It's good to see international crews at this regatta after a few years of that not being possible.
Absolutely fantastic to see them coming over, and looks like they've got some representation in the launch there.
Yeah.
The red blazers.
Yeah. The familiar Netherlands rowing blazers that are ripped at all sides because they're not allowed to wash or, yeah, exactly. They're not allowed to wash or replace them until they completely fall apart, and they will be handed down from committee to committee, from race crew to race crew. Edinburgh absolutely dominating this final. Together, confident, strong, and punchy.
The strength of that programme is amazing. The
Yeah.
depth. These women really justifying selection. The
Yeah.
results they've had this year in the squad. Brilliant for them.
They're racing it to the line, probably enjoying their lead at this point, knowing the celebrations that are awaiting them when they cross that finish line.
Plenty of Edinburgh supporters, alumni up and down the bank. I'm sure they'll all be delighted.
Exciting afternoon for this Edinburgh quad.
There, we've just got the names on the screen. Great for them to get a shout out.
Mia
As they
Freichen,
continue.
Robin Patton, Isabel Clemens, and Anna Buchanan. Excuse my Dutch pronunciation of these names if these are wrong.
Probably better at pronouncing the Laha names.
Should I do that? Laga was Celia Kouwenhoven, Annabel Oud, Puk Pentinga, and Maaike Spreeuw.
Brilliant racing from both crews. Congratulations, Edinburgh.
Meanwhile, we're looking at
Another
the
quad.
championship quads lining up in the Bourne Cup.
Penultimate race of this regatta.
Leander Club versus Brown University Boat Club.
Again, keep harping on about Brown. They've been in so many finals.
Yeah.
And they're in 2 finals. They're in this final, in the Championship Quad, and in the Championship 8. These varsity women.
Certainly worth for Brown to come down here this weekend. Good punchy start of both crews off
Absolutely.
that start. Leander seemed to be rating a little higher off the start.
Come over from Rhode Island in the US.
Yep. Brown looking strong as well.
Absolutely. Leander's home water though, and they will not be looking to go down without a fight.
Each Brown crew has this undeniable punchiness over them, attacking each race. Brown girl looking up a few times, trying to make sure she keeps her line. Leander clearly used to this line, looking a lot less often.
Looks like Leander have just come across there, being warned. Really close, the blades. Doesn't look like they're touching.
Close though.
Really close.
Moving over back to their station.
Leander looked like they just snuck out half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length, in front of this Brown crew. All of the Brown crews at this regatta have been so tough.
Yeah.
Leander still quite far over.
3/4 of a length maybe at this
Looks like
point.
they're just moving back across now, away from the Brown boat.
Brown upping the rate. Both crews rating high.
Rating really high. It doesn't look like either of them are willing to.
They're not
give an
settling. Brown certainly isn't settling. They can tell that Leander just has a little edge, but in a quad, this is not it. You can still gain that back.
Yep, Leander clocking them at rate 37.
Nice. Leander
Brown
remaining
rating
calm.
38.
37, 38, nice. Leander remaining calm, doing their thing. They'll be able to see Brown at this point and realize that if they keep going, keep edging out every stroke, that this is going well for them.
Yeah, that Brown boat just looked to be moving back though. Leander maybe slightly more efficient, but Brown showing real heart.
They're fighting.
The way those Leander blades just bury together.
Bit more length maybe in the Leander crew. You can see that second half of the stroke really shoving the boat along off the finish, whereas Brown maybe a slightly shorter time in the water. But we're talking about championship quads, so both these crews are spending plenty of time in the water with their blades.
For sure.
Doing really well.
The Brown style is very unique. They throw a lot of body weight at it through the middle of the stroke. But it's been paying off for them this entire regatta. They've had so many crews involved in finals, semi-finals. Every crew that's come over has been of the highest speed at this regatta.
Yeah.
Brilliant to see them here.
Very, very beautiful race to watch this with the high standard of rowing and the professional attitude towards the race. Brown bow rower looking up, seeing where they are to inform her crew that this is not over yet.
This is brilliant, isn't it? Look at these two boats toe to toe.
Bows of each crew beautifully surging out of the water at every catch.
Such brave rowing from both crews. They'll be really hurting now. Doing all they can just to keep at it, keep at the same rate, hold that boat speed.
Definitely. Unlike the previous final that we're watching, this one is not decided yet, which for each rower will make it all the more demanding and all the more taxing at this stage of the race. Brown is
Absolutely.
still very much here to crawl back and to show Leander that they want this win just as much as Leander crew does.
Absolutely.
Leander,
looking really focused there, the look on their three seats face.
they are not phased.
They are not phased by that brown boat just sitting next to them. Really nice work from them, both crews.
Brown's still rating high. On the other screen, we're just watching the start of the Champ 8 Ron Meads Cup final. Between
Another Brown crew.
once again, Brown University, and the other station, University of London Rowing Club.
Just watched the quads come across the line. Congratulations to Leander and well fought from Brown.
Very good race to watch.
Let's see what their 8 can do against very good opponents from the University of London.
This is the Varsity 8 from Brown University, located in Rhode Island. University of London, very experienced Champ 8 crew. Members of this crew count a total of 10 Henley Women's Regatta wins in various events in the last years. 3 of them won last year's UL Academic 8. Were in last year's UL Academic 8's crew.
Wow, that's amazing to then make the step up here to the championship event.
And immediately in the final, it's
Yeah.
really impressive. Coached by Tom Gale, coach of the winning lightweight double in 2019.
There's definitely some GB representation in that UL boat, under 23s. I'm sure there's women looking to move up
Yeah.
into the team.
Great combination
As
of
they finish
women
their
in that
university.
crew.
And
Still close between them, but
this is
maybe
amazing racing, isn't it?
coming up to
Absolute
half a
drag race.
length, maybe for Brown.
Yeah, Brown just slightly stretching out, but let's see what happens when they both get into their rhythm. We've seen a lot of row throughs today,
It's very early stages.
and Brown will have been really used to racing side by side. They'll have done it all season.
And they're like the other crews that we've seen from Brown, rating high, rating punchy, here to win, that fighting mentality.
UL have had an incredibly successful season for the women, sorry. Won both days at Regatta in this 8. So they are some of the top rowing that UK universities and the UK in general has to offer.
Definitely. About a length now for Brown.
This Brown crew are fantastic. Look
They
at that.
are inspiring. They rate high. They still keep their length, which makes a difference in their speed, probably.
Definitely, and they really just suspend those bodies, open them through.
Yeah.
Quite an aggressive style, but
And together.
it's really working for
Yeah,
them.
you can see the backswing, like you
Yeah.
said. It's quite distinctive about them, but very efficient. UL will not be given up, though. These are experienced women that have done a race or two before and that know what it's like to be down and to gain back momentum and to gain back speed. They'll be trying to give Brown a run for their money.
Sure, Cox, Joe Salter would just be trying to reassure them,
Telling
keep
them
them
that
relaxed,
it's
keep
not
them
over.
loose. No,
UL looking strong together as well. Less of a hip swing, but more of a punchiness off the
front
off the
ends,
front. Yeah, you
definitely.
can see. Really standing on it at the start of the stroke.
Brown.
So cool to see these different styles at this level because every rower carries their distinctive style out so well. It's really interesting to see what the style means for the boat speed at this point.
Absolutely, and how each coach has got different athletes with different proportions and different standards and different styles, all rowing with a similar model.
Exactly, and seeing what style coaches go for and how the athletes carry it out. Really well portrayed by both of these crews.
And you can see the force coming through that boat and the Brown crew on
Yeah.
the right. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Where the blades just snap out.
Exactly, yeah, it makes the finishes really
Whoa.
efficient.
What a brilliant race.
Definitely.
Brilliant example of top level women's
Top
rowing
level.
here at this regatta. It's
Definitely.
fantastic.
Brown just edging out ever so slightly. Every stroke, increasing that distance they already have on UL.
What a brilliant race from them.
Wow.
Incredible. I'm sure they were going for the record in that event.
Congrats, Brown. Yeah, let's see if they broke a record. UL well raced as well. Very inspiring, both crews.
Yeah, well, congratulations to UL.
402, the final of the championship quadruple sculls.
Of course, I'm sure they'll be looking to the student women's event, the Henley Women, Henley
Henley Royal,
Regatta.
yeah.
Absolutely.
It'd be good to see them there and see what they do, if they set another few records.
But what a brilliant day, what
Yeah.
a brilliant final race to wrap up what's been a fantastic weekend of racing here.
Great finals day at the Women's Regatta.
The result of race 403, final of the championship eights for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup, supported by Colgan Foundation, was a win for Brown University of the United States of America over London University. The distance was 2/2 length and the time was 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
mean, do they want? I'm not sure they are.
Oh, this is the prize giving. I don't know what we're going to do.
much, guys. Oh, no, thank you. There's a feedback loop somewhere. I think there's a feedback loop somewhere. Just one of you needs to switch your mic off. So Mum, if you switch your mic off. You know what he's like. He'll probably go round the back. The nearest one. There you go.
Good afternoon. Could all winning crews come in and find a table and sit yourselves down comfortably, please?
Right, thank you very
Could the winning crews please come in and take your seats?
is only good manners.
Good afternoon. We're going to get going. We have a couple of crews missing. So they will join us when they're ready and they've done all their showering and putting on their dresses and feeling fabulous. The first thing I want to say to you all is congratulations. We had a record entry this year, and you are the winners. You are the champions. You are the ones that stood out against all the rest. Thank you for your commitment to your training, your commitment to your sport. Thank you to your coaches for their commitment to you. And thank you to the family and friends who supported you all the way, screaming from the bank, giving you a hug on the bad days. Thank you to you too. Everybody who works to get an athlete to the start line is important. I'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for all the support they have shown us to put this regatta on for you. So that's BB Colgan and the Colgan Foundation, Blue Peak, Hudson, Wentworth Housing, Sarah Lohman, Crew Rim, Samsung, Zest and Zeal and Zest, got them around the right way, Yes Foundation. Thank you so much for your support in Crew Room as well. I have one special announcement to make, and that is a thank you. A thank you to somebody who is incredibly special to the team, who's decided she would like to step down this year. Sue McNuff, who has been with us for 12 years. She is the first port of call for all you athletes and coaches. She is the first person you'll speak to. She has answered every inquiry. She's answered every question, every worry, every concern. Her kindness and her athlete focus is incredible. She is the loveliest of ladies, and we're going to miss her so much, but also she has really made sure that Helen and Vanessa, who are going to be taking over, are going to do a fantastic job as well. So, Sue, would you like to come up? It was most important to do it in front of all these people that really, know what you do. You're so incredibly patient. I need to learn how to do that. So now on to our speaker. We've got to have a fantastic speaker and prize giver for you today. GB Olympian, world and European medalist in the lightweight double sculls, and who stroked the Cambridge Blue Bait to a record victory in 2022, Imogen Grant.
Hi. I guess I need to start by saying thank you so much for having me to Henley Women's Regatta. Henley Women's Regatta has always been really close to my heart ever since I started rowing. And so when I was asked this year if I would be the special guest at the prize giving, my initial reaction was, who, me? So someone else that, you were kind of planning on asking? Maybe I was a last resort or something. So I'm incredibly honoured to be here. And I've just had the best few days over the regatta, despite the weather, very changeable, despite the wind. It's just been fantastic to see such high quality racing. Post-COVID, it feels like just a massive celebration for this to be here once again. Incredible entries, incredible racing. So thank you so much for having me. As I mentioned, Henley Women's has been a massive part of my own rowing career. I raced at Tokyo last year, but I only learnt to row back in 2014 at Trinity College in Cambridge. I went to a Freshers Week taster session. If you signed up for a taster session, you got a couple of free drinks. I thought this was a great bargain, so put my name down, and 7 years later, here I am, having been to the Olympic Games, which is something that I really never thought was going to be possible. In my first year of rowing, I rowed for my college initially, and then joined the CBC development squad that year. And it was that summer, the 2015 Henley Women's Regatta. That poster just there, in fact, that was the first time that I came to Henley, raced in Henley, and it was only the second time that I'd ever raced somewhere that wasn't on the cam in Cambridge. It felt like a massive step up. I'd raced in the beginner 8 that year at Bucks, and my crew had won, which was totally unexpected and really, really exciting. And it was a similar crew that we took to Henley Women's Regatta that year. I saw so many different nationalities coming that I was going to be racing against. I saw different universities. I saw blade colours and blazers that I had never seen before in my entire life. Little old Imogen, who'd learned to row maybe 9 months before. We entered the academic 8, and we were ecstatic that we made it through the time trial. Completely not something that we were expecting to do, and we were knocked out in the first round by lengths and lengths and lengths. But I bought myself a poster because it was an amazing experience. The next year around, after trialing for the blue boat that year, I was in Blondie, the reserve open weight boat. And also that year, my sights were set on coming back to Henley Women's Regatta and racing again. And that year, I raced in the lightweight pair, and it was the first time that I got to win a race at Henley Women's and sit where all you guys are sitting here today. We came back from a length down. It was such an exciting race. I look back now and think, we had no right to win. We were basically novices. We had no idea what we were doing, but we were plucky and enthusiastic and didn't really know any better. And it was just fantastic to be able to cross the line first at pretty much the only women's regatta in the world, in a time when Henley Royal only had championship events, and the idea of racing at Henley Royal as a woman was kind of out of the question. We were around another couple of years. I raced here again. I tried to race here as much as possible because it was so much fun, and I loved the atmosphere of being here and seeing all of the different crews and the different events. And the last time I raced here was back in 2018. I raced the open weight single, racing up as a lightweight. And it was also the year that I was selected for the under-23 World Championships in the lightweight single. I raced at Henley Women's, and that pre-qualified me for Henley Royal Regatta that year, which was absolutely mind-blowing for me, having only learnt to row 3 years prior. And it was Henley Women's where I was able to get that race experience, that really high-quality racing, to qualify me for Henley Royal, race there that year, and later on go on to win the under-23 World Championships by 6 seconds. It's been a few years since I've been here at Henley Regatta, and this year I've been really honoured to kind of see a different side of it. I've not been racing, but you may have heard my voice come over the tannoys. I've done a bit of commentating, which has just been so fun, being able to see a different side of it, maybe a little bit more of a coach's perspective. And I certainly have more sympathy for the coaches and spectators. The nerves that you feel when you watch a crew try and race their hearts out. And I had the pleasure of doing that and watching some of my teammates win their events today as well. I have a lot more sympathy for the parents, and I know that all of the athletes sitting here on these benches really appreciate their supporters, their friends, their families that sit there with that pit of nerves in their stomach watching the athletes do what they do best. I want to keep this short and sweet. It's been a pleasure being here, this regatta, and Henley Women's Regatta always feels like a big family, really. It's really cheesy, of course, but as someone who's been part of a women's rowing team for the last 7 or 8 years and has changed my life, being able to come to a regatta that celebrates that year on year and produces such high quality racing and such amazing crews that can go on to do incredible things, it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope whether this was one of the first Henley Women's Regattas that you've come to, or whether it's something that you've been building to for years, you take the memories that you've built this year, the races that you've won, the margins that you secured, the crabs you may have caught, the steering that might have been a bit iffy. I hope you take that forwards into whatever rowing you do next. And now for the part that you've all been waiting for.
So now we're going to do the bit you've all been waiting for. And I would like you to come up this way if possible and approach the stage in that direction. And Imogen and several of the wonderful sponsors and people behind the trophies are going to be up here to present them to you. Take photographs now while we're here, but we'll have time at the end for you to come up and have further photographs with the trophies, but we'd like you to keep them here rather than taking them back to your tables, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the incredible honour of being able to announce the winners of all the trophies from today. So the first trophy I would like to announce is the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. This is for the Championship Lightweight Single Scull, and the winner for Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association is Olivia Bates. And can Olivia's coach, Declan Gamble, also please come up to receive a medal? And I would just say, Olivia has lowered the record for the event in the final by 4 seconds. Well done, Olivia. If you can exit from that side, that would be appreciated once you hand back the trophy. The second event, the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. And this, again, was won by somebody who lowered the record in the final by an astonishing 8 seconds. A Cambridge University Boat Club member, Miranda Clements, and coach Matthew Griffiths. Congratulations, Miranda. Really well done. The winners of the Redgrave Challenge Vase, Championship Coxless Pairs, and again, the record for the event was lowered by an astonishing 7 seconds. Leander Club, Annie Campbell-Ord, and Sophia Heath. And coach Ross Hunter. Have we found Kit? There's 2. Well done, everyone. And here to present the Haslam Trophy is Tim Lohman from the Wentworth House Partnership. This is for the winners of the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. So lots of darting there, smashing. The event, they lowered the record for the event in the final by 2 seconds. This is the Australian National University Boat Club and, I can't say this, Australia Huon Rowing Club from Tasmania, Australia, Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapretris. Coach Nigel Harding. Well done, girls. Sorry about the pronunciation. the winners of the Parkside Trophy for Championship Lightweight Coxless Pairs, Cambridge University Boat Club, equaling the record for the event in the final, Gemma King and Freya Sutcliffe. Coach Matthew Griffiths. Winners of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours, KSRV Njord from Netherlands lowered the record for the event in the final by 2 seconds. Mara Schulten, Sydney de Ruiter, Lies Darveston and Berber Komarai. With coaches Jeep Stiedenhauer, Luc de Brouw, Ingeborg de Kronek. They're going to sing. I can see there's going to be some good partying later. Winners of the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic 8s, Oxford Brookes University Boat Club, Freya Williamson, Jenny Bates, Maisie Gordon, Shireen Mears, Ariana Ford, Jade Cotton, Anna Bloomer, Jemima Furness and Emily Mears. Coaches Hugo Gulliver, Chris Tebb, Henry Webb, Richard Spratley. the winner of the George Innes Cup, sponsored by Scott Investment Partners for Championship Single Sculls, Bath University Boat Club, Rebecca Wild, with coach Dan Harris. Winners of the Rosie May Gothling Trophy, and Rosie hopefully is here to present, for Aspirational double sculls, and if Rosie May Gothling and Tim Lohman can both come and present together, that would be appreciated. Winners are DSR Proteus, Alex and Vidar, Netherlands, Alex Suprit and Lisa Correntis. Coaches Nick van Limburgen and Hugo de Tours. We had a massive entry from the Netherlands, and fantastic to see you winning. Well done. Lost, where am I? Development Cox Fours, Frank Carey Cup. Thank you, Ruth. So winners of the Frank and Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours, University of Surrey Boat Club, Eleanor Stratton, Ellen Green, Kira Stratt, Amy Lavelle, Eleanor Hamilton Davis, with their coach Samuel Tuck. Now this next trophy, the West End ARA Trophy, was between the final was between St Paul's Grammar School and Henley Rowing Club. Obviously something I'm not at all biased about. It was actually also a massive battle of two coaches, both who learnt their craft at Henley Rowing Club. I'm very proud to announce the winners. Henley Rowing Club, coached by my friend's daughter, Ellie Harkin. Sorry, I'm going to calm down. Anna Merritt, Sophia Spanswick, Ella Dickinson, Emma Elise, and Matilda Alice Liv, coached by Ellie Harkin. Please can you come and collect your trophy? Well done, girls. Apologies for the slight emotional outburst. So winners of the Nina Padwick Trophy, and we have Nina present here to give the trophy away. Just a little bit of information. Nina celebrated her 93rd birthday on Friday. This is the winners of the junior J16 quadruple sculls. And this is Globe Rowing Club. Eloise Etherington, Charlotte van der Weel, Selim Teweld, Connie Johnson, coached by Maurice Coughlin. Well done. And we have a few comments. Our viewers are won by a young, classy crew, clean and stars for the future. Okay, the winners of the Avril Velacot Cup for Championship Coxless Fours. Really close race, fought between very, very tenacious Brown crew against a classy local Leander crew. The winners were Leander. They equalled the record for the event in the final. Isabel Powell, Juliette Perry, Sam Courty, Izzy Hawes. Coach Ross Hunter. Just go that way. So the next cup to award is the Copus Club. This is sponsored by the Copus Partnership, and we are very lucky to have Tanya Copus here to present today. This is for the Aspirational Club 8s. Now, following a lightning quick start from Thames, the neighbours at Putney Vesta fought back with only a quarter of a length of Fawley, an extraordinary race. Thames defended each attack to win a really well-fought race. So the winners are Thames Rowing Club, Emma Furick, Aisha Strachan, Charlotte Bainbridge, Lee Colhurst, Abigail Pape, Eve Caro, Catherine Mason, Georgie Haynes and Hannah Taylor. And coaches Thomas Mapp and Adam Berry, please. Did I get the names completely wrong? I'm afraid there's been a coach missed out, and I've just been told Coach Jamie Lowe. calm down. The Bernard Churcher Trophy for Aspirational Single Sculls. Now this was won by a real star for the future. The single sculler from Reading won convincingly, coping with some really challenging water at the end. Congratulations to Sophie Gray, Coach Ben Reed. The dialys Trophy for Junior Single Sculls. Now, doubles partners for the GB Juniors raced each other in the final of the junior singles. The phenomenal Meg Knight from Trentham took the victory. We wish them both all the best for the rest of the season racing for GB. So if Meg can please come up to receive her trophy from Trentham Boat Club. Daz Barton is her coach. I just want to say that Meg also lowered the record for the event in the final by 3 seconds. And clearly the trophy needs a bit of glue. Well done. So the Rayner Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation for Junior Double Sculls, again was won by a very classy crew who made the journey all the way from Australia. The winners from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Seifer, with their coach, Felix Dew. Now, yet again, I have the opportunity for an emotional outburst. I shall try not to. The winners of the Peabody Cup, sponsored by Simmons & Sons, Junior 8s, Henley Rowing Club, Natalie Schumacher, Lucy Jones, Rhiannon Luke, Josie Sawbridge, Ailish Harkin, Pippa Jameson, Blair Fitzgerald, Louise O'Donoghue, Rose McEwen. Coach, Leon Redman. Now, I just want to say this was an extremely close and very exciting race between Surbiton and Henley, reflecting the dramatic rise in the level of junior girls racing. It was won on a sprint for the line, of course, I'm very proud to say, by Henley Rowing Club. And in the final, the crew lowered the new record they'd already set in the regatta by a further 2 seconds. Okay, no more tears, back on track. The B Language Trophy, sponsored by Scott Investment Partners for the Junior Quadruple Sculls. This very, very high standard event was won by Shiplake School over Wycliffe, who pushed them to the line. Shiplake held their nerve and their rhythm to repeat their win from last year. So the winners are Shiplake College Boat Club, Mia Vickerman, Jessica Weir, Scarlett Malum, Meredith Oakes, and coach Daniel Safdari. And again, the crew managed to lower the record for the event in the final by 4 seconds. Now, this next race was an all-Scotland final. Aberdeen schools fought really hard to win against their fellow countrymen from Glasgow. The Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior Coxed Fours was won by Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, lowering the record for the event in the final by another 2 seconds. Rosalind Wilson, Freya Hewson, Maisie Aspinall, Zoe Beeson and Lily Arthur. Coached by Holly Reid.
That's all right. No, it wasn't. I'll come grab them for you. That's all right. Okay, oh, brilliant.
Well done, ladies. You should go back that way. Thank you. Again, Tideway and Putney-based clubs, Vesta and London, fought a bow ball to bow ball extremely close race all the way down the course. The winners of the Leicester Trophy, sponsored by Scott Investment Partners for Aspirational Club Coxless Fours, is Vesta Rowing Club, lowering the record for the event in the final by 1 second. Francesca Lidlow, Lydia Cronin, Helen Gunn and Rebecca Kelly, with your coach, Lee Curtis Green. Well done.
used to have a little jump charger.
Yeah, well, that's why they sent me to Spike.
Because I left my to use my mum's car.
If you can go. Oh, it doesn't matter. Winners of the WPA Cup, sponsored by Scott Investment Partnerships for the Championship Double Sculls, was won by Leander and Twickenham in a demonstration of powerful and smooth sculling. They lowered the record for the event in the final by 6 seconds. Kanvwari Obuku and Catherine George, please come up, coached by Helen Brown. Sorry, I said that completely wrong. I got the right first name. The winners of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quad Sculls is Edinburgh University Boat Club. Now, Edinburgh absolutely dominated this final with smooth and powerful sculling. They broke the record in the final by 6 seconds, and this was the 3rd time that this record's been lowered this regatta. So would the winners please like to come up and collect their trophy? Mia Frensham, Robin Patton, Isabel Clements and Anna Buchanan. Coached by John Higson. So the winners of the Bourne Cup, again presented by Nina Padwick for Championship Quad Sculls after a really contentious race, well, not contentious, but incredible race. Champion Quads Brown put in a fabulous performance, a really strong challenge, but Leander won in the end. So winners, Xanthi Weatherhead, Rosa Thompson, Natasha Harris-White, and Jessica Martin with coach Ross Hunter. And last but not least, the Ron Nees Challenge Cup, sponsored by the Colden Foundation for Championship 8s. Well, we really love our US crews, especially visiting Henley Women's Rowing Club, Henley Women's Regatta. Slight slip of the tongue, obviously, and it's absolutely fantastic to welcome you back. The Championship 8 was just totally dominated by you. The winners are Brown University Boat Club, USA. In the final, you lowered the record for the regatta by 3 seconds, having already reduced it by 5 seconds in an earlier round. Beatty Kaz, Eloise Baker, Olivia Vavusa, Nadia Vonderling, Zoe Hasbrook, Hannah Yazdani, Dalia Levine, Caroline Schmitz, and Maya Barnard. And coach, Tessa Gobo-Zimmerman. Congratulations. Does she do a close? Does anyone do a close? She's going to come and do a close. Okay. I've just got one more thing to say. Oh, when we stand and we have the anthem or something, don't we? Apparently, yeah. Naomi's come back. It's just worth mentioning that records were beaten or equalled in 23 of the 25 events in the regatta this year. It's absolutely unprecedented. So exceptionally well done to all of you. And I'd just like to welcome Naomi back to close the ceremony. Well done, everyone.
Wow. That's incredible. Some amazing racing over the last few days. I've certainly been so impressed with the standard, the quality of racing, the camaraderie, the teamwork and the support that's going on, or has gone on at Henley Women's Regatta this year. You'll get the opportunity to come and have some more photographs with your trophies. We weren't denying you the opportunity to do that, so please come up and do that. Also, when you received your medals, you received your Victrix pins. This means you are now part of the winning group of young women who've won at Henley Women's. So it's a very, very important pin to put onto your blazers. So congratulations to all. Thank you so much. The close to 2022 Henley Women's Regatta, and now for the national anthem. Thank you very much.